This is Audible.
Great Classic Mysteries by Edgar Allan Poe, Charles Dickens, Arthur Conan Doyle, Anna Katherine Green, G.K. Chesterton, and more.
The Purloined Letter by Edgar Allan Poe. Narrated by Bronson Pinchot. Nil sapientiae odiosius acumene nimio. Seneca. At Paris, just after dark one gusty evening in the autumn of 18... I was enjoying the twofold luxury of meditation and meerschaum in company with my friend, C. Auguste Dupin, in his little back library or book closet, au 13e numéro 33, whodunits, Faubourg Saint-Germain. For 1 hour at least we had maintained a profound silence, while each, to any casual observer, might have seemed intently and exclusively occupied with the curling eddies of smoke that oppressed the atmosphere of the chamber. For myself, however, I was mentally discussing certain topics which had formed matter for conversation between us at an earlier period of the evening. I mean the affair of the Rue Morgue and the mystery attending the murder of Marie Roget. I looked upon it, therefore, as something of a coincidence when the door of our apartment was thrown open and admitted our old acquaintance, Monsieur G., the prefect of the Parisian police. We gave him a hearty welcome, for there was nearly half as much of the entertaining as of the contemptible about the man, and we had not seen him for several years. We had been sitting in the dark, and Dupin now arose for the purpose of lighting a lamp, but sat down again without doing so, upon G's saying that he had called to consult us, or rather to ask the opinion of my friend, about some official business which had occasioned a great deal of trouble. "If it is any point requiring reflection," observed Dupin, as he forbore to enkindle the wick, "we shall examine it to better purpose in the dark." "That is another of your odd notions," said the prefect, who had the fashion of calling everything odd that was beyond his comprehension, and thus lived amid an absolute legion of oddities. "Very true," said Dupin, as he supplied his visitor with a pipe and rolled toward him a comfortable chair. "And what is the difficulty now?" I asked. "Nothing more in the assassination way, I hope?" "Oh, no, nothing of that nature. The fact is, the business is very simple indeed, and I make no doubt that we can manage it sufficiently well ourselves. But then I thought Dupin would like to hear the details of it because it is so excessively odd." "Simple and odd?" said Dupin. "Why, yes, and not exactly that either. The fact is, we have all been a good deal puzzled because the affair is so simple, and yet baffles us altogether." "Perhaps it is the very simplicity of the thing which puts you at fault," said my friend. "What nonsense you do talk," replied the prefect, laughing heartily. "Perhaps the mystery is a little too plain," said Dupin. "Oh, good heavens, who ever heard of such an idea?" "A little too self-evident?" roared our visitor, profoundly amused. "Oh, Dupin, you will be the death of me yet." "And what, after all, is the matter on hand?" I asked. "Why, I will tell you," replied the prefect, as he gave a long, steady, and contemplative puff and settled himself in his chair. "I will tell you in a few words, but before I begin, let me caution you that this is an affair demanding the greatest secrecy, and that I should most probably lose the position I now hold were it known that I confided to anyone." "Proceed," said I. "Or not," said Dupin. "Well then, I have received personal information from a very high cutter that a certain document of the last importance has been purloined from the royal apartments. The individual who purloined it is known, this beyond a doubt. He was seen to take it. It is known also
that it still remains in his possession.
How is this known? Asked Dupin.
It is clearly inferred,
Replied the prefect,
from the nature of the document, and from the non-appearance of certain results, which would at once arise from its passing out of the robber's possession, that is to say, from his employing it as he must design in the end to employ it.
Be a little more explicit, I said.
Well, I may venture so far as to say that the paper gives its holder a certain power in a certain quarter, where such power is immensely valuable.
The prefect was fond of the cant of diplomacy. Still, I do not quite understand, said Dupin.
No? Well, the disclosure of the document to a third person, who shall be nameless, would bring in question the honor of a personage of most exalted station, and this fact gives the holder of the document an ascendancy over the illustrious personage whose honor and peace are so jeopardized.
But this ascendancy, I interposed, would depend upon the robber's knowledge of the loser's knowledge of the robber. Who would dare—
The thief,
said Jacques,
is the minister who dares all things, those unbecoming as well as those becoming a man. The method of the theft was not less ingenious than bold. The document in question, a letter, to be frank, had been received by the personage robbed while alone in the royal boudoir. During its perusal, she was suddenly interrupted by the entrance of the other exalted personage, from whom especially it was her wish to conceal it. After a hurried and vain endeavor to thrust it in a drawer, she was forced to place it open as it was upon a table. The address, however, was uppermost, and the contents thus unexposed, the letter escaped notice. At this juncture enters the minister D. His lynx eye immediately perceives the paper, recognizes the handwriting of the address, observes the confusion of the personage addressed, and fathoms her secret. After some business transactions, hurried through in his ordinary manner, he produces a letter somewhat similar to the one in question, opens it, pretends to read it, and then places it in close juxtaposition to the other. Again he converses for some 15 minutes upon the public affairs. At length, in taking leave, he takes also from the table the letter to which he had no claim. Its rightful owner saw, but of course dared not call attention to the act in the presence of the third personage, who stood at her elbow. The minister decamped, leaving his own letter, one of no importance, upon the table.
Here, then, said Dupin to me, you have precisely what you demand to make the ascendancy complete, the robber's knowledge of the loser's knowledge of the robber.
Yes,
replied the prefect,
and the power thus attained has for some months past been wielded for political purposes to a very dangerous extent. The personage robbed is more thoroughly convinced every day of the necessity of reclaiming her letter. But this, of course, cannot be done openly. In fine, driven to despair, she has committed the matter to me.
Then whom, said Dupin, amid a perfect whirlwind of smoke, no more sagacious agent could, I suppose, be desired or even imagined?
You flatter me,
replied the prefect,
but it is possible that some such opinion may have been entertained.
It is clear, said I, as you observe, that the letter is still in the possession of the minister, since it is this possession and not any employment of the letter which bestows the power. With the employment, the power departs.
True,
said Jacques,
and upon this conviction I proceeded. My first care was to make thorough search of the minister's hotel, and here my chief embarrassment lay in the necessity of searching without his knowledge. Beyond all things, I have been warned of the danger which would result from giving him reason to suspect our design.
But, said I, you are quite au fait in these investigations. The Parisian police have done this thing often before.
Oh yes, and for this reason I did not despair. The habits of the minister gave me too a great advantage. He is frequently absent from home all night. His servants are by no means numerous. They sleep at a distance from their master's apartment, and being chiefly Neapolitan, are readily made drunk. I have keys, as you know, with which I can open any chamber or cabinet in Paris. For 3 months a night has not passed, during the greater part of which I have not been engaged personally in ransacking the De Hotel. My honor is interested, and, to mention a great secret, the reward is enormous. So I did not abandon the search until I had become fully satisfied that the thief is a more astute man than myself. I fancy that I have investigated every nook and corner of the premises in which it is possible that a paper can be concealed.
But is it not possible, I suggested, that although the letter may be in possession of the minister, as it unquestionably is, he may have concealed it elsewhere than upon his own premises?
This is barely possible, said Dupin. The present peculiar condition of affairs at court, and especially of those intrigues in which Day is known to be involved, would render the instant availability of the document, its susceptibility of being produced at a moment's notice, a point of nearly equal importance with its possession.
Its susceptibility of being produced? Said I.
That is to say, of being destroyed, said Dupin.
True, I observed. The paper is clearly then upon the premises. As for its being upon the person of the minister, we may consider that as out of the question.
Entirely,
said the prefect.
He has been twice waylaid as if by footpads, and his person rigidly searched under my own inspection.
You might have spared yourself this trouble, said Dupin. Day, I presume, is not altogether a fool, and if not, must have anticipated these waylayings as a matter of course.
Not altogether a fool,
said G.
But then he is a poet, which I take to be only one remove from a fool.
True, said Dupin, after a long and thoughtful whiff from his meerschaum, although I have been guilty of certain doggerel myself. Suppose you detail, said I, the particulars of your search.
Why, the fact is, we took our time and we searched everywhere. I have had long experience in these affairs. I dug the entire building, room by room, devoting the night of a whole week to each. We examined, first, the furniture of each apartment. We opened every possible drawer, and I presume you know that to a properly trained police agent, such a thing as a secret drawer is impossible. Any man is a dolt who permits a secret drawer to escape him in a search of this kind. The thing is so plain. There is a certain amount of bulk, of space to be accounted for in every cabinet. Then we have accurate rules. The 50th part of a line could not escape us. After the cabinets, we took the chairs. The cushions we probed with the fine long needles you have seen me employ. From the tables, we removed the tops.
Why so?
Sometimes the top of a table or other similarly arranged piece of furniture is removed by the person wishing to conceal an article. Then the leg is excavated, the article deposited within the cavity, and the top replaced. The bottoms and tops of bedposts are employed in the same way.
But could not the cavity be detected by sounding? I asked.
By no means, if, when the article is deposited, a sufficient wadding of cotton be placed around it. Besides, in our case, we were obliged to proceed without noise.
But you could not have removed, you could not have taken to pieces all articles of furniture in which it would have been possible to make a deposit in the manner you mention. A letter may be compressed into a thin spiral roll, not differing much in shape or bulk from a large knitting needle, and in this form it might be inserted into the rung of a chair, for example. You did not take to pieces all the chairs.
Certainly not, but we did better. We examined the rungs of every chair in the hotel, and indeed the jointings of every description of furniture by the aid of a most powerful microscope. Had there been any traces of recent disturbance, we should not have failed to detect it instantly. A single grain of gimlet dust, for example, would have been as obvious as an apple. Any disorder in the gluing, any unusual gaping in the joints would have sufficed to ensure detection.
I presume you looked to the mirrors, between the boards and the plates, and you probed the beds and the bedclothes, as well as the curtains and carpets?
That of course, and when we had absolutely completed every particle of the furniture in this way, then we examined the house itself. We divided its entire surface into compartments, which we numbered so that none might be missed. Then we scrutinized each individual square inch throughout the premises, including the two houses immediately adjoining, with the microscope as before.
The two houses adjoining, I exclaimed. You must have had a great deal of trouble.
We had, but the reward offered is prodigious.
You include the grounds about the houses?
All the grounds are paved with brick. They gave us comparatively little trouble. We examined the moss between the bricks and found it undisturbed.
You looked among Day's papers, of course, and into the books of the library?
Certainly, we opened every package and parcel. We not only opened every book, but we turned over every leaf in each volume, not contenting ourselves with a mere shake, according to the fashion of some of our police officers. We also measured the thickness of every book cover with the most accurate measurement, and applied to each the most jealous scrutiny of the microscope. Had any of the bindings been recently meddled with, it would have been utterly impossible that the fact should have escaped observation. Some 5 or 6 volumes just from the hands of the binder we carefully probed longitudinally with the needles.
You explored the floors beneath the carpets?
Beyond doubt, we removed every carpet and examined the boards with the microscope.
And the paper on the walls?
Yes.
You looked into the cellars?
We did.
Then, I said, you have been making a miscalculation, and the letter is not upon the premises, as you suppose.
I fear you are right there, said the prefect. And now, Dupin, what would you advise me to do?
To make a thorough research of the premises.
That is absolutely needless,
replied Jacques.
I am not more sure that I breathe than I am that the letter is not at the hotel.
I have no better advice to give you, said Dupin. You have, of course, an accurate description of the letter?
Oh, yes.
And here the prefect, producing a memorandum book, proceeded to read aloud a minute account of the internal and especially of the external appearance of the missing document. Soon after finishing the perusal of this description, he took his departure, more entirely depressed in spirits than I had ever known the good gentleman before. In about a month afterward he paid us another visit, and found us occupied very nearly as before. He took a pipe and a chair and entered into some ordinary conversation. At length I said, "Well, but Jacques, what of the purloined letter? I presume you have at last made up your mind that there is no such thing as overreaching the minister."
Confound him, say I. Yes. I made the re-examination, however, as Dupin suggested, but it was all labor lost, as I knew it would be.
How much was the reward offered, did you say? Asked Dupin.
Why, a very great deal, a very liberal reward. I don't like to say how much precisely, but one thing I will say, that I wouldn't mind giving my individual check for 50,000 francs to anyone who could obtain me that letter. The fact is, it is becoming of more and more importance every day, and the reward has been lately doubled. If it were trebled, however, I could do no more than I have done."
"Why, yes," said Dupin, drawlingly, between the whiffs of his meerschaum. "I really think, G, you have not exerted yourself to the utmost in this matter. You might do a little more, I think, eh?"
"How? In what way?"
"Why, you might employ counsel in the matter, eh? Do you remember the story they tell of Abernethy?"
"No, hang Abernethy."
"To be sure, hang him and welcome. But once upon a time, a certain rich miser conceived the design of sponging upon this Abernethy for a medical opinion, getting up for this purpose an ordinary conversation in a private company. He insinuated his case to the physician as that of an imaginary individual. 'We will suppose,' said the miser, 'that his symptoms are such and such. Now, doctor, what would you have directed him to take?' 'Take?' said Abernethy. 'Why, take advice, to be sure.'
'But,'
said the prefect, a little discomposed,
"I am perfectly willing to take advice and to pay for it. I would really give 50,000 francs to anyone who would aid me in the matter."
"In that case," replied Dupin, opening a drawer and producing a checkbook, "you may as well fill me up a check for the amount mentioned. When you have signed it, I will hand you the letter." I was astounded. The prefect appeared absolutely thunderstricken. For some minutes he remained speechless and motionless, looking incredulously at my friend with open mouth and eyes that seemed starting from their sockets. Then, apparently recovering himself in some measure, he seized a pen, and after several pauses and vacant stares, finally filled up and signed a check for 50,000 francs and handed it across the table to Dupin. The latter examined it carefully and deposited it in his pocketbook. Then, unlocking an escritoire, took thence a letter and gave it to the prefect. This functionary grasped it in a perfect agony of joy, opened it with a trembling hand, cast a rapid glance at its contents, and then, scrambling and struggling to the door, rushed at length unceremoniously from the room and from the house, without having uttered a syllable since Dupin had requested him to fill up the check. When he had gone, my friend entered into some explanations. "The Parisian police," he said, "are exceedingly able in their way. They are persevering, ingenious, cunning, and thoroughly versed in the knowledge which their duty seems chiefly to demand. Thus, when G detailed to us his mode of searching the premises at the Hotel D, I felt entire confidence in his having made a satisfactory investigation. So far as his labors extended—" "So far as his labors extended?" said I. "Yes," said Dupin. "The measures adopted were not only the best of their kind, but carried out to absolute perfection. Had the letter been deposited within the range of their search, these fellows would, beyond a question, have found it." I merely laughed, but he seemed quite serious in all that he said. "The measures, then," he continued, "were good in their kind and well executed. Their defect lay in their being inapplicable to the case and to the man. A certain set of highly ingenious resources are, with the prefect, a sort of Procrustean bed, to which he forcibly adapts his designs. But he perpetually errs by being too deep or too shallow for the matter in hand, and many a schoolboy is a better reasoner than he. I knew one about 8 years of age, whose success at guessing in the game of even and odd attracted universal admiration. This game is simple and is played with marbles. One player holds in his hand a number of these toys and demands of another whether that number is even or odd. If the guess is right, the guesser wins one. If wrong, he loses one. The boy to whom I allude won all the marbles of the school. Of course, he had some principle of guessing, and this lay in mere observation and admeasurement of the astuteness of his opponents. For example, an arrant simpleton is his opponent, and, holding up his closed hand, asks, "Are they even or odd?" Our schoolboy replies, "Odd," and loses. But upon the second trial he wins, for he then says to himself, "The simpleton had them even upon the first trial, and his amount of cunning is just sufficient to make him have them odd upon the second. I will therefore guess odd." He guesses odd and wins. Now, were the simpleton a degree above the first, he would have reasoned thus: "This fellow finds that in the first instance I guessed odd, and in the second he will propose to himself, upon the first impulse, a simple variation from even to odd, as did the first simpleton, but then a second thought will suggest that this is too simple a variation, and finally he will decide upon putting it even as before. I will therefore guess even." He guesses even and wins. Now this mode of reasoning in the schoolboy, whom his fellows termed lucky, what, in its last analysis, is it? "It is merely," I said, "an identification of the reasoner's intellect with that of his opponent." "It is," said Dupin, and upon inquiring of the boy by what means he effected the thorough identification in which his success consisted, I received answer as follows. "When I wish to find out how wise or how stupid or how good or how wicked is anyone or what are his thoughts at the moment, I fashion the expression of my face as accurately as possible in accordance with the expression of his, and then wait to see what thoughts or sentiments arise in my mind or heart, as if to match or correspond with the expression. This response of the schoolboy lies at the bottom of all the spurious profundity which has been attributed to Rochefoucauld, to La Bruyère, to Machiavelli, and to Campanella. And the identification," I said, "of the reasoner's intellect with that of his opponent depends, if I understand you right, upon the accuracy with which the opponent's intellect is admeasured." "For its practical value it depends upon this," replied Dupin, and the prefect and his cohort failed so frequently, first, by default of this identification, and secondly by ill admeasurement, or rather through non-admeasurement, of the intellect with which they are engaged. They consider only their own ideas of ingenuity, and in searching for anything hidden, advert only to the modes in which they would have hidden it. They are right in this much, that their own ingenuity is a faithful representative of that of the mass, but when the cunning of the individual felon is diverse in character from their own, the felon foils them, of course. This always happens when it is above their own, and very usually when it is below. They have no variation of principle in their investigation. At best, when urged by some unusual emergency, by some extraordinary reward, they extend or exaggerate their old modes of practice without touching their principles. What, for example, in this case of day, has been done to vary the principle of action? What is all this boring and probing and sounding and scrutinizing with the microscope and dividing the surface of the building into registered square inches? What is it all but an exaggeration of the application of the one principle or set of principles of search, which are based upon the one set of notions regarding human ingenuity to which the prefect, in the long routine of his duty, has been accustomed? Do you not see he has taken it for granted that all men proceed to conceal a letter, not exactly in a gimlet-hole board in a chair-leg, but at least in some out-of-the-way hole or corner suggested by the same tenor of thought which would urge a man to secrete a letter in a gimlet-hole board in a chair-leg? And do you not see also that such recherché nooks for concealment are adapted only for ordinary occasions, and would be adopted only by ordinary intellects? For, in all cases of concealment, a disposal of the article concealed, a disposal of it in this recherché manner, is, in the very first instance, presumable and presumed, and thus its discovery depends not at all upon the acumen, but altogether upon the mere care, patience, and determination of the seekers. And where the case is of importance, or what amounts to the same thing in the policial eyes, when the reward is of magnitude, the qualities in question have never been known to fail. You will now understand what I meant in suggesting that had the Purloined letter been hidden anywhere within the limits of the prefect's examination, in other words, had the principle of its concealment been comprehended within the principles of the prefect, its discovery would have been a matter altogether beyond question. This functionary, however, has been thoroughly mystified, and the remote source of his defeat lies in the supposition that the minister is a fool because he has acquired renown as a poet. All fools are poets, this the prefect feels, and he is merely guilty of a non-distributio mediae in thence inferring that all poets are fools. But is this really the poet? I asked. There are two brothers I know, and both have attained reputation in letters. The minister, I believe, has written learnedly on the differential calculus. He is a mathematician and no poet. You are mistaken. I know him well. He is both. As poet and mathematician, he would reason well. As mere mathematician, he could not have reasoned at all, and thus would have been at the mercy of the prefect. You surprise me, I said, by these opinions which have been contradicted by the voice of the world. You do not mean to set at naught the well-digested idea of centuries. The mathematical reason has long been regarded as the reason par excellence. Il y a à parier, replied Dupin, quoting from Chamfort, que toute idée publique, toute convention reçue est une sottise, car elle a convenu au plus grand nombre. The mathematicians, I grant you, have done their best to promulgate the popular error to which you allude, and which is none the less an error for its promulgation as truth. With an art worthy a better cause, for example, they have insinuated the term analysis into application to algebra. The French are the originators of this particular deception, but if a term is of any importance, if words derive any value from applicability, then analysis conveys algebra, about as much as in Latin ambitus implies ambition, religio, religion, or homines honesti, a set of honorable men. You have a quarrel on hand, I see, said I, with some of the algebraists of Paris, but proceed. I dispute the availability and thus the value of that reason which is cultivated in any especial form other than the abstractly logical. I dispute in particular the reason educed by mathematical study. The mathematics are the science of form and quantity. Mathematical reasoning is merely logic applied to observation upon form and quantity. The great error lies in supposing that even the truths of what is called pure algebra are abstract or general truths, and this error is so egregious that I am confounded at the universality with which it has been received. Mathematical axioms are not axioms of general truth. What is true of relation, of form and quantity, is often grossly false in regard to morals, for example. In this latter science it is very usually untrue that the aggregated parts are equal to the whole. In chemistry also the axiom fails. In the consideration of motive it fails, for two motives, each of a given value, have not necessarily a value when united equal to the sum of their values apart. There are numerous other mathematical truths which are only truths within the limits of relation. But the mathematician argues from his finite truths through habit, as if they were of an absolutely general applicability, as the world indeed imagines them to be. Bryant, in his very learned mythology, mentions an analogous source of error when he says that, although the pagan fables are not believed, yet we forget ourselves continually and make inferences from them as existing reality. With the algebraists, however, who are pagans themselves, the pagan fables are believed, and the inferences are made not so much through lapse of memory as through an unaccountable idling of the brains. In short, I never yet encountered the mere mathematician who could be trusted out of equal roots, or one who did not clandestinely hold it as a point of his faith that x squared plus px was absolutely and unconditionally equal to q. Say to one of these gentlemen, by way of experiment, if you please, that you believe occasions may occur where x squared plus px is not altogether equal to q, and having made him understand what you mean, get out of his reach as speedily as convenient, for beyond doubt he will endeavor to knock you down. I mean to say, continued Dupin, while I merely laughed at his last observations, that if the minister had been no more than a mathematician, the prefect would have been under no necessity of giving me this check. I knew him, however, as both mathematician and poet, and my measures were adapted to his capacity with reference to the circumstances by which he was surrounded. I knew him as a courtier, too, and as a bold intriguant. Such a man, I considered, could not fail to be aware of the ordinary policial modes of action. He could not have failed to anticipate, and events have proved that he did not fail to anticipate, the waylayings to which he was subjected. He must have foreseen or reflected the secret investigation of his premises. His frequent absences from home at night, which were hailed by the prefect as certain aids to his success, I regarded only as ruses to afford opportunity for thorough search to the police, and thus the sooner to impress them with the conviction to which J, in fact, did finally arrive, the conviction that the latter was not upon the premises. I felt also that the whole train of thought, which I was at some pains in detailing to you just now, concerning the invariable principle of policial action in searches for articles concealed, I felt that this whole train of thought would necessarily pass through the mind of the minister. It would imperatively lead him to despise all the ordinary nooks of concealment. He could not, I reflected, be so weak as not to see that the most intricate and remote recess of his hotel would be as open as his commonest closet to the eyes, to the probes, to the gimlets, and to the microscopes of the prefect. I saw, in fine, that he would be driven, as a matter of course, to simplicity, if not deliberately induced to it as a matter of choice. You will remember, perhaps, how desperately the prefect laughed when I suggested upon our first interview that it was just possible this mystery troubled him so much on account of its being so very self-evident. Yes, said I remember his merriment well. I really thought he would have fallen into convulsions. The material world, continued Dupin, abounds with very strict analogies to the immaterial, and thus some color of truth has been given to the rhetorical dogma that metaphor or simile may be made to strengthen an argument as well as to embellish a description. The principle of the vis inertiae, for example, seems to be identical in physics and metaphysics. It is not more true in the former that a large body is with more difficulty set in motion than a smaller one, and that its subsequent momentum is commensurate with this difficulty, than it is, in the latter, that intellects of the vaster capacity, while more forcible, more constant, and more eventful in their movements than those of inferior grade, are yet the less readily moved and more embarrassed and full of hesitation in the first few steps of their progress. Again, have you ever noticed which of the street signs over the shop doors are the most attractive of attention? I have never given the matter a thought, I said. There is a game of puzzles, he resumed, which is played upon a map. One party playing requires another to find a given word, the name of town, river, state, or empire, any word, in short, upon the motley and perplexed surface of the chart. A novice in the game generally seeks to embarrass his opponents by giving them the most minutely lettered names, but the adept selects such words as stretch in large characters from one end of the chart to the other. These, like the over-largely lettered signs and placards of the street, escape observation by dint of being excessively obvious, and here the physical oversight is precisely analogous with the moral inapprehension by which the intellect suffers to pass unnoticed those considerations which are too obtrusively and too palpably self-evident. But this is a point, it appears, somewhat above or beneath the understanding of the prefect. He never once thought it probable or possible that the minister had deposited the letter immediately beneath the nose of the whole world by way of best preventing any portion of that world from perceiving it. But the more I reflected upon the daring, dashing, and discriminating ingenuity of Day, upon the fact that the document must always have been at hand, if he intended to use it to good purpose, and upon the decisive evidence obtained by the prefect that it was not hidden within the limits of that dignitary's ordinary search, the more satisfied I became that, to conceal this letter, the minister had resorted to the comprehensive and sagacious expedient of not attempting to conceal it at all. Full of these ideas, I prepared myself with a pair of green spectacles, and called one fine morning, quite by accident, at the ministerial hotel. I found Day at home, yawning, lounging and dawdling as usual, and pretending to be in the last extremity of ennui. He is, perhaps, the most really energetic human being now alive, but that is only when nobody sees him. To be even with him, I complained of my weak eyes, and lamented the necessity of the spectacles, under cover of which I cautiously and thoroughly surveyed the whole apartment, while seemingly intent only upon the conversation of my host. I paid especial attention to a large writing table near which he sat, and upon which lay confusedly some miscellaneous letters and other papers, with one or two musical instruments and a few books. Here, however, after a long and very deliberate scrutiny, I saw nothing to excite particular suspicion. At length my eyes, in going the circuit of the room, fell upon a trumpery filigree card-rack of pasteboard that hung dangling by a dirty blue ribbon from a little brass knob just beneath the middle of the mantelpiece. In this rack, which had 3 or 4 compartments, were 5 or 6 visiting cards and a solitary lettre. This last was much soiled and crumpled. It was torn nearly in two across the middle, as if a design in the first instance to tear it entirely up as worthless had been altered, or stayed in the second. It had a large black seal bearing the D cipher very conspicuously, and was addressed in a diminutive female hand to D, the minister himself. It was thrust carelessly, and even, as it seemed, contemptuously into one of the uppermost divisions of the rack. No sooner had I glanced at this letter than I concluded it to be that of which I was in search. To be sure, it was to all appearance radically different from the one of which the prefect had read us so minute a description. Here the seal was large and black with the D cipher, and there it was small and red with the ducal arms of the S family. Here the address to the minister was diminutive and feminine. There the superscription to a certain royal personage was markedly bold and decided. The size alone formed a point of correspondence. But then The radicalness of this déverance, which was excessive, the dirt, the soiled and torn condition of the paper, so inconsistent with the true methodical habits of Day, and so suggestive of a design to delude the beholder into an idea of the worthlessness of the document. These things, together with the hyper-obtrusive situation of this document, full in the view of every visitor and thus exactly in accordance with the conclusions to which I had previously arrived, these things, I say, were strongly corroborative of suspicion in one who came with the intention to suspect. I protracted my visit as long as possible, and while I maintained a most animated discussion with the minister upon a topic which I knew well had never failed to interest and excite him, I kept my attention really riveted upon the letter. In this examination, I committed to memory its external appearance and arrangement in the rack, and also fell at length upon a discovery which set at rest whatever trivial doubt I might have entertained. In scrutinizing the edges of the paper, I observed them to be more chafed than seemed necessary. They presented the broken appearance which is manifested when a stiff paper, having been once folded and pressed with a folder, is refolded in a reverse direction in the same creases or edges which had formed the original fold. This discovery was sufficient. It was clear to me that the letter had been turned as a glove, inside out, redirected and resealed. I bade the minister good morning and took my departure at once, leaving a gold snuff box upon the table. The next morning I called for the snuff box, when we resumed quite eagerly the conversation of the preceding day. While thus engaged, however, a loud report, as if of a pistol, was heard immediately beneath the windows of the hotel, and was succeeded by a series of fearful screams and the shoutings of a terrified mob. They rushed to a casement, threw it open, and looked out. In the meantime, I stepped to the card rack, took the letter, put it in my pocket, and replaced it by a facsimile, so far as regards externals, which I had carefully prepared at my lodgings, imitating the Day cipher very readily by means of a seal formed of bread. The disturbance in the street had been occasioned by the frantic behavior of a man with a musket. He had fired it among a crowd of women and children. It proved, however, to have been without a ball, and the fellow was suffered to go his way as a lunatic or a drunkard. When he had gone, Day came from the window, whither I had followed him immediately upon securing the object in view. Soon afterward I bade him farewell. The pretended lunatic was a man in my own pay. "But what purpose had you," I asked, "in replacing the letter by a facsimile? Would it not have been better at the first visit to have seized it openly and departed?" "Day," replied Dupin, "is a desperate man and a man of nerve. His hotel, too, is not without attendants devoted to his interests. Had they made the wild attempt you suggest, I might never have left the ministerial presence alive. The good people of Paris might have heard of me no more. But I had an object apart from these considerations. You know my political prepossession. In this matter, I act as a partisan of the lady concerned. For 18 months the minister has had her in his power. She has now him in hers, since, being unaware that the letter is not in his possession, he will proceed with his exactions as if it was. Thus will he inevitably commit himself at once to his political destruction. His downfall, too, will not be more precipitate than awkward. It is all very well to talk about the facilis descensus Averni, but in all kinds of climbing, as Catalani said of singing, it is far more easy to get up than to come down. In the present instance, I have no sympathy, at least no pity, for him who descends. He is that monstrum horrendum, an unprincipled man of genius. I confess, however, that I should like very well to know the precise character of his thoughts when, being defied by her whom the prefect terms a certain personage, He is reduced to opening the letter which I left for him in the card rack. How? Did you put anything particular in it? Why, it did not seem altogether right to leave the interior blank. That would have been insulting. They, at Vienna once, did me an evil turn, which I told him, quite good-humouredly, that I should remember. So, as I knew he would feel some curiosity in regard to the identity of the person who had outwitted him, I thought it a pity not to give him a clue. He is well acquainted with my manuscript, and I just copied into the middle of the blank sheet the words, "En dessin si funeste, s'il n'est digne d'attrait et digne de fieste." They are to be found in crayons, attrait.
Hunted Down by Charles Dickens. Part 1. Most of us see some romances in life. In my capacity as chief manager of a life assurance office, I think I have within the last 30 years seen more romances than the generality of men, however unpromising the opportunity may at first sight seem. As I have retired and live at my ease, I possess the means that I used to want of considering what I have seen at leisure. My experiences have a more remarkable aspect, so reviewed, than they had when they were in progress. I have come home from the play now, and can recall the scenes of the drama upon which the curtain has fallen, free from the glare, bewilderment, and bustle of the theatre. Let me recall one of these romances of the real world. There is nothing truer than physiognomy, taken in connection with manner. The art of reading that book of which eternal wisdom obliges every human creature to present his or her own page with the individual character written on it is a difficult one, perhaps, and is little studied. It may require some natural aptitude, and it must require, for everything does, some patience and some pains. That these are not usually given to it, that numbers of people accept a few stock commonplace expressions of the face as the whole list of characteristics, and neither seek nor know the refinements that are truest, that you, for instance, give a great deal of time and attention to the reading of music, Greek, Latin, French, Italian, Hebrew, if you please, and do not qualify yourself to read the face of the master or mistress looking over your shoulder, teaching it to you, I assume to be 500 times more probable than improbable. Perhaps a little self-sufficiency may be at the bottom of this. Facial expression requires no study from you, you think. It comes by nature to you to know enough about it, and you are not to be taken in. I confess, for my part, that I have been taken in, over and over again. I have been taken in by acquaintances, and I have been taken in, of course, by friends. Far oftener by friends than by any other class of persons. How came I to be so deceived? Had I quite misread their faces? No. Believe me, my first impression of those people, founded on face and manner alone, was invariably true. My mistake was in suffering them to come nearer to me and explain themselves away. Part 2. The partition which separated my own office from our general outer office in the city was of thick plate glass. I could see through it what passed in the outer office without hearing a word. I had it put up in place of a wall that had been there for years, ever since the house was built. It is no matter whether I did or did not make the change in order that I might derive my first impression of strangers who came to us on business from their faces alone, without being influenced by anything they said. Enough to mention that I turned my glass partition to that account, and that a life assurance office is at all times exposed to be practiced upon by the most crafty and cruel of the human race. It was through my glass partition that I first saw the gentleman whose story I am going to tell. He had come in without my observing it, and had put his hat and umbrella on the broad counter, and was bending over it to take some papers from one of the clerks. He was about 40 or so, dark, exceedingly well dressed in black, being in mourning, and the hand he extended with a polite air had a particularly well-fitting black kid glove upon it. His hair, which was elaborately brushed and oiled, was parted straight up the middle, and he presented this parting to the clerk exactly, to my thinking, as if he had said in so many words, "You must take me, if you please, my friend, just as I show myself. Come straight up here, follow the gravel path, keep off the grass, I allow no trespassing." I conceived a very great aversion to that man the moment I thus saw him. He had asked for some of our printed forms, and the clerk was giving them to him and explaining them. An obliged and agreeable smile was on his face, and his eyes met those of the clerk with a sprightly look. I have known a vast quantity of nonsense talked about bad men not looking you in the face. Don't trust that conventional idea. Dishonesty will stare honesty out of the countenance any day in the week, if there is anything to be got by it. I saw in the corner of his eyelash that he became aware of my looking at him. Immediately he turned the parting in his hair towards the glass partition, as if he said to me with a sweet smile, "Straight up here, if you please, off the grass." In a few moments he had put on his hat and taken up his umbrella, and was gone. I beckoned the clerk into my room and asked, "Who was that?" He had the gentleman's card in his hand. "A Mr. Julius Slinkton, Middle Temple." "Barrister, Mr. Adams?" "Oh, I think not, sir." "I should have thought him a clergyman, but for his having no reverend here," said I. "Probably from his appearance," Mr. Adams replied. "He is reading for orders." I should mention that he wore a dainty white cravat and dainty linen altogether. "What did he want, Mr. Adams?" "Merely a form of proposal, sir, and a form of reference." "Recommended here, did he say?" "Yes. He said he was recommended here by a friend of yours. He noticed you, but said that, as he had not the pleasure of your personal acquaintance, he would not trouble you." "Did he know my name?" "Oh, yes, sir. He said, 'There is Mr. Sampson, I see.'" "A well-spoken gentleman, apparently." "Oh, remarkably so, sir." "Insinuating manners, apparently?" "Very much so, indeed, sir." "Oh," said I. "I want nothing at present, Mr. Adams." Within a fortnight of that day I went to dine with a friend of mine, a merchant, a man of taste, who buys pictures and books, and the first man I saw among the company was Mr. Julius Slinkton. There he was, standing before the fire, with good large eyes and an open expression of face, but still, I thought, requiring everybody to come at him by the prepared way he offered, and by no other. I noticed him ask my friend to introduce him to Mr. Sampson, and my friend did so. Mr. Slinkton was very happy to see me. Not too happy, there was no overdoing of the matter, happy in a thoroughly well-bred, perfectly unmeaning way. "I thought you had met," our host observed. "No," said Mr. Slinkton. "I did look in at Mr. Sampson's office on your recommendation, but I really did not feel justified in troubling Mr. Sampson himself on a point in the everyday routine of an ordinary clerk." I said I should have been glad to show him any attention on our friend's introduction. "I am sure of that," said he, "and I'm much obliged. At another time, perhaps, I may be less delicate. Only, however, if I have real business. For I know, Mr. Sampson, how precious business time is, and what a vast number of impertinent people there are in the world." I acknowledged his consideration with a slight bow. "You were thinking," said I, "of effecting a policy on your life?" "Oh, dear, no. I'm afraid I'm not so prudent as you pay me the compliment of supposing me to be, Mr. Sampson. I merely inquired for a friend. But you know what friends are in such matters. Nothing may ever come of it. I have the greatest reluctance to trouble men of business with inquiries for friends, knowing the probabilities to be 1,000 to 1 that the friends will never follow up. People are so fickle, so selfish, so inconsiderate. Don't you in your business find them so every day, Mr. Sampson?" I was going to give a qualified answer, but he turned his smooth white parting on me with its "straight up here, if you please," and I answered, "Yes." "I hear, Mr. Sampson," he resumed presently, for our friend had a new cook and dinner was not so punctual as usual, that your profession has recently suffered a great loss." "In money?" said I. He laughed at my ready association of loss with money and replied, "No, in talent and vigour." Not at once following out his allusion, I considered for a moment. "Has it sustained a loss of that kind?" said I. "I was not aware of it." "Understand me, Mr. Sampson. I don't imagine that you have retired. It's not so bad as that. But Mr. Meltham—" "Oh, to be sure," said I. "Yes, Mr. Meltham, the young actuary of the inestimable."
"Just so,"
he returned in a consoling way. "He is a great loss. He was at once the most profound, the most original, and the most energetic man I have ever known connected with life assurance." I spoke strongly, for I had a high esteem and admiration for Meltham, and my gentleman had indefinitely conveyed to me some suspicion that he wanted to sneer at him. He recalled me to my guard by presenting that trim pathway up his head, with its internal "not on the grass, if you please," the gravel. "You knew him, Mr. Slington?"
"Only by reputation. To have known him as an acquaintance or as a friend is an honour I should have sought if he had remained in society, though I might never have had the good fortune to attain it, being a man of far inferior mark. He was scarcely above 30, I suppose."
"About 30.
"Ah," he sighed in his former consoling way. "What creatures we are, to break up, Mr. Sampson, and become incapable of business at that time of life. Any reason assigned for the melancholy fact?"
Thought I, as I looked at him. "But I won't go up the track, and I will go on the grass." "What reason have you heard assigned, Mr. Slington?" I asked, point blank.
"Most likely a false one. You know what rumour is, Mr. Sampson. I never repeat what I hear. It is the only way of paring the nails and shaving the head of rumour. But when you ask me what reason I have heard assigned for Mr. Meltham's passing away from among men, it is another thing. I am not gratifying idle gossip, then. I was told, Mr. Sampson, that Mr. Meltham had relinquished all his avocations and all his prospects because he was, in fact, broken-hearted. A disappointed attachment, I heard, though it hardly seems probable in the case of a man so distinguished and so attractive."
"Attractions and distinctions are no armour against death," said I.
"Oh, she died? Oh, pray pardon me. I did not hear that. That indeed makes it very, very sad. Poor Mr. Meltham. She died. Ah, dear me. Lamentable, lamentable." I still thought his pity was not quite genuine. I still suspected an unaccountable sneer under all this, until he said, as we parted, like the other knots of talkers, by the announcement of dinner, "Mr. Sampson, you are surprised to see me so moved on behalf of a man whom I have never known. I'm not so disinterested as you may suppose. I have suffered, and recently too, from death myself. I've lost one of two charming nieces who were my constant companions. She died young, barely 23, and even her remaining sister is far from strong. The world is a grave." He said this with deep feeling, and I felt reproached for the coldness of my manner. Coldness and distrust had been engendered in me, I knew, by my bad experiences, and they were not natural to me, and I often thought how much I had lost in life losing trustfulness, and how little I had gained, gaining hard caution. This state of mind being habitual to me, I troubled myself more about this conversation than I might have troubled myself about a greater matter. I listened to his talk at dinner, and observed how readily other men responded to it, and with what a graceful instinct he adapted his subjects to the knowledge and habits of those he talked with. As in talking with me, he had easily started the subject I might be supposed to understand best, and to be the most interested in. So, in talking with others, he guided himself by the same rule. The company was of a varied character, but he was not at fault that I could discover with any member of it. He knew just as much of each man's pursuit as made him agreeable to that man in reference to it, and just as little as made it natural in him to seek modesty for information when the theme was broached.
As he talked and talked, but really not too much, for the rest of us seemed to force it upon him, I became quite angry with myself. I took his face to pieces in my mind like a watch, and examined it in detail. I could not say much against any of his features separately. I could say even less against them when they were put together. Then, is it not monstrous, I said to myself, that because a man happens to part his hair straight up the middle of his head, I should permit myself to suspect and even to detest him? I may stop to remark that this was no proof of my sense. An observer of men who finds himself steadily repelled by some apparently trifling thing in a stranger is right to give it great weight. It may be the clue to the whole mystery. A hair or two will show where a lion is hidden. A very little key will open a very heavy door. I took my part in the conversation with him after a time, and we got on remarkably well. In the drawing-room I asked the host how long he had known Mr. Slington. He answered, not many months. He had met him at the house of a celebrated painter, then present, who had known him well when he was travelling with his nieces in Italy for their health. His plans in life being broken by the death of one of them, he was reading with the intention of going back to college as a matter of form, taking his degree and going into orders. I could not but argue with myself that here was the true explanation of his interest in poor Melton, and that I had been almost brutal in my distrust on that simple head. Part 3. On the very next day but one, I was sitting behind my glass partition, as before, when he came into the outer office, as before. The moment I saw him again without hearing him, I hated him worse than ever. It was only for a moment that I had this opportunity, for he waved his tight-fitting black glove the instant I looked at him, and came straight in. "Mr. Sampson, good day. I presume, you see, upon your kind permission to intrude upon you. I don't keep my word in being justified by business, for my business here, if I may so abuse the word, is of the slightest nature." I asked, was it anything I could assist him in? "I thank you, no. I merely called to inquire outside whether my dilatory friend had been so false to himself as to be practical and sensible. But, of course, he has done nothing. I gave him your papers with my own hand, and he was hot upon the intention, but, of course, he has done nothing. Apart from the general human disinclination to do anything that ought to be done, I dare say there is especially about assuring one's life. You find it like will-making. People are so superstitious and take it for granted that they will die soon afterwards. Up here, if you please, straight up here, Mr. Sampson, neither to the right nor to the left." I almost fancied I could hear him breathe the words as he sat smiling at me, with that intolerable parting exactly opposite the bridge of my nose. "There is such a feeling sometimes, no doubt," I replied, "but I don't think it obtains to any great extent." "Well," said he, with a shrug and a smile, "I wish some good angel would influence my friend in the right direction. I rashly promised his mother and sister in Norfolk to see it done, and he promised them that he would do it. But I suppose he never will." He spoke for a minute or two on indifferent topics, and went away. I had scarcely unlocked the drawers of my writing table next morning when he reappeared. I noticed that he came straight to the door in the glass partition, and did not pause a single moment outside. "Can you spare me 2 minutes, my dear Mr. Sampson?" "By all means." "Much obliged," laying his hat and umbrella on the table. "I came early not to interrupt you. The fact is, I am taken by surprise in reference to this proposal my friend has made." "Has he made one?" said I. "Yes," he answered, deliberately looking at me, and then a bright idea seemed to strike him. "Or he only tells me he has. Perhaps that may be a new way of evading the matter. By Jupiter, I never thought of that." Mr. Adams was opening the morning's letters in the outer office. "What is the name, Mr. Slington?" I asked. "Beckworth." I looked out of the door and requested Mr. Adams, if there were a proposal in that name, to bring it in. He had already laid it out of his hand on the counter. It was easily selected from the rest, and he gave it to me. "Alfred Beckwith," Proposal to effect a policy with us for £2,000, dated yesterday. From the Middle Temple, I see, Mr. Slinkton.
Yes, he lives on the same staircase with me. His door is opposite. I never thought he would make me his reference, though.
It seems natural enough that he should.
Quite so, Mr. Sampson, but I never thought of it. Let me see. He took the printed paper from his pocket. How am I to answer all these questions?
According to the truth, of course, said I.
Oh, of course, he answered, looking up from the paper with a smile. I meant there were so many. But you do right to be particular. It stands to reason that you must be particular. Will you allow me to use your pen and ink?
Certainly.
And your desk?
Certainly.
He had been hovering about between his hat and his umbrella for a place to write on.
He now sat down in my chair at my blotting paper and inkstand, with the long walk up his head in accurate perspective before me, as I stood with my back to the fire. Before answering each question, he ran over it aloud and discussed it. How long had he known Mr. Alfred Beckworth? That he had to calculate by years upon his fingers. What were his habits? No difficulty about them. Temperate in the last degree, and took a little too much exercise, if anything. All the answers were satisfactory. When he had written them all, he looked them over and finally signed them in a very pretty hand. He supposed he had now done with the business. I told him he was not likely to be troubled any farther. Should he leave the papers there, if he pleased? Much obliged. Good morning. I had had one other visitor before him, not at the office, but at my own house. That visitor had come to my bedside when it was not yet daylight, and had been seen by no one else but by my faithful, confidential servant. A second reference paper, for we required always two, was sent down into Norfolk, and was duly received back by post. This likewise was satisfactorily answered in every respect. Our forms were all complied with. We accepted the proposal, and the premium for 1 year was paid. Part 4. For 6 or 7 months I saw no more of Mr. Slinkton. He called once at my house, but I was not at home, and he once asked me to dine with him in the Temple, but I was engaged. His friend's assurance was effected in March. Late in September or early in October, I was down at Scarborough for a breath of sea air, where I met him on the beach. It was a hot evening. He came toward me with his hat in his hand, and there was the walk I had felt so strongly disinclined to take, in perfect order again, exactly in front of the bridge of my nose. He was not alone, but had a young lady on his arm. She was dressed in mourning, and I looked at her with great interest. She had the appearance of being extremely delicate, and her face was remarkably pale and melancholy, but she was very pretty. He introduced her as his niece, Miss Nina. "Are you strolling, Mr. Sampson? Is it possible you can be idle?" It was possible, and I was strolling. "Shall we stroll together?" "With pleasure." The young lady walked between us, and we walked on the cool sea sand in the direction of Filey. "There have been wheels here," said Mr. Slinkton, "and now I look again, the wheels of a hand-carriage. Margaret, my love, your shadow without doubt." "Miss Nina's shadow," I repeated, looking down at it on the sand. "Not that one," Mr. Slinkton returned, laughing. "Margaret, my dear, tell Mr. Sampson." "Indeed," said the young lady, turning to me. "There is nothing to tell, except that I constantly see the same invalid old gentleman at all times, wherever I go. I have mentioned it to my uncle, and he calls the gentleman my shadow." "Does he live in Scarborough?" I asked. "He is staying here." "Do you live in Scarborough?" "No, I am staying here. My uncle has placed me with a family here, for my health." "And your shadow?" said I, smiling. "My shadow," she answered, smiling too, "is, like myself, not very robust, I fear. For I lose my shadow sometimes, as my shadow loses me at other times. We both seem liable to confinement to the house."
I have not seen my shadow for days and days, but it does oddly happen occasionally that wherever I go for many days together, this gentleman goes. We have come together in the most unfrequented nooks on this shore."
"Is this he?" said I, pointing before us. The wheels had swept down to the water's edge and described a great loop on the sand in turning. Bringing the loop back towards us and spinning it out as it came was a hand carriage drawn by a man.
"Yes," said Miss Nina. "This really is my shadow, uncle."
As the carriage approached us and we approached the carriage, I saw within it an old man whose head was sunk on his breast and who was enveloped in a variety of wrappers. He was drawn by a very quiet but very keen-looking man with iron-grey hair who was slightly lame. They had passed us when the carriage stopped, and the old gentleman within, putting out his arm, called to me by my name. I went back and was absent from Mr. Slington and his niece for about 5 minutes. When I rejoined them, Mr. Slington was the first to speak. Indeed, he said to me in a raised voice before I came up to him, "It is well you've not been longer, or my niece might have died of curiosity to know who her shadow is, Mr. Sampson." "An old East India director," said I, "an intimate friend of our friends, at whose house I first had the pleasure of meeting you, a certain Major Banks. You have heard of him?" "Never." "Very rich, Miss Nina, but very old and very crippled. An amiable man, sensible, much interested in you. He has just been expatiating on the affection that he observed to exist between you and your uncle." Mr. Slington was holding his hat again, and he passed his hand up the straight walk as if he himself went up it serenely after me. "Mr. Sampson," he said, tenderly pressing his niece's arm in his, "our affection was always a strong one, for we have had but few near ties. We have still fewer now. We have associations to bring us together that are not of this world. Margaret." "Dear uncle," murmured the young lady, and turned her face aside to hide her tears. "My niece and I have such remembrances and regrets in common, Mr. Sampson," he feelingly pursued, "that it would be strange indeed if the relations between us were cold or indifferent. If I remember a conversation we once had together, you will understand the reference I make. Cheer up, dear Margaret. Don't droop, don't droop. My Margaret, I cannot bear to see you droop." The poor young lady was very much affected, but controlled herself. His feelings, too, were very acute. In a word, he found himself under such great need of a restorative that he presently went away to take a bath of sea-water, leaving the young lady and me sitting by a point of rock, and probably presuming, but that you will say was a pardonable indulgence in a luxury, that she would praise him with all her heart. She did, poor thing. With all her confiding heart, she praised him to me for his care of her dead sister, and for his untiring devotion in her last illness. The sister had wasted away very slowly, and wild and terrible fantasies had come over her toward the end, but he had never been impatient with her, or at a loss, had always been gentle, watchful, and self-possessed. The sister had known him as she had known him, to be the best of men, the kindest of men, and yet a man of such admirable strength of character as to be a very tower for the support of their weak natures while their poor lives endured. "I shall leave him, Mr. Sampson, very soon," said the young lady. "I know my life is drawing to an end, and when I am gone, I hope he will marry and be happy. I am sure he has lived single so long only for my sake, and for my poor, poor sisters." The little hand carriage had made another great loop on the damp sand, and was coming back again, gradually spinning out a slim figure of 8, half a mile long. "Young lady," said I, looking around, laying my hand upon her arm, and speaking in a low voice, "time presses. You hear the gentle murmur of that sea." She looked at me with the utmost wonder and alarm, saying, "Yes." "And you know what a voice is in it when the storm comes?"
"Yes."
"You see how quiet and peaceful it lies before us, and you know what an awful sight of power without pity it might be this very night.
Yes.
But if you have never heard or seen it, or heard of it in its cruelty, could you believe that it beats every inanimate thing in its way to pieces without mercy, and destroys life without remorse?
You terrify me, sir, by these questions.
To save you, young lady, to save you. For God's sake, collect your strength and collect your firmness. If you were here alone and hemmed in by the rising tide on the flow to 50 feet above your head, you could not be in greater danger than the danger you are now to be saved from. The figure on the sand was spun out and straggled off into a crooked little jerk that ended at the cliff very near us. As I am before heaven and the judge of all mankind, your friend and your dead sister's friend, I solemnly entreat you, Miss Nina, without one moment's loss of time, to come to this gentleman with me. If the little carriage had been less near to us, I doubt if I could have got her away, but it was so near that we were there before she had recovered the hurry of being urged from the rock. I did not remain there with her 2 minutes. Certainly within 5, I had the inexpressible satisfaction of seeing her, from the point we had sat on and to which I had returned, half supported and half carried up some rude steps notched in the cliff by the figure of an active man. With that figure beside her, I knew she was safe anywhere. I sat alone on the rock, awaiting Mr. Slinkton's return. The twilight was deepening, and the shadows were heavy when he came round the point with his hat hanging at his buttonhole, smoothing his wet hair with one of his hands and picking out the old path with the other and a pocket-comb.
"My niece is not here, Mr. Sampson,"
he said, looking about. Miss Nina seemed to feel a chill in the air after the sun was down, and has gone home. He looked surprised, as though she were not accustomed to do anything without him, even to originate so slight a proceeding. I persuaded Miss Nina, I explained.
"Ah,"
said he.
"She is easily persuaded, for her good. Thank you, Mr. Sampson. She is better within doors. The bathing place was farther than I thought, to say the truth."
"Miss Nina is very delicate," I observed. He shook his head and drew a deep sigh.
"Very, very, very. You may recollect my saying so. The time that has since intervened has not strengthened her. The gloomy shadow that fell upon her sister so early in life seems, in my anxious eyes, to gather over her, ever darker, ever darker. Dear Margaret, dear Margaret. But we must hope."
The hand-carriage was spinning away before us at a most indecorous pace for an invalid vehicle, and was making most irregular curves upon the sand. Mr. Slinkton, noticing it after he had put his handkerchief to his eyes, said,
"If I may judge from appearances, your friend will be upset, Mr. Sampson."
"It looks probable, certainly," said I.
"The servant must be drunk."
"The servants of old gentlemen will get drunk sometimes," said I.
"The Major draws very light, Mr. Sampson."
"The Major does draw light," said I. By this time, the carriage, much to my relief, was lost in the darkness. We walked on for a little while, side by side over the sand, in silence. After a short while he said, in a voice still affected by the emotion that his niece's state of health had awakened in him,
"Do you stay here long, Mr. Sampson?"
"Why, no. I'm going away tonight."
"So soon? A business always holds you in request. Men like Mr. Sampson are too important to others to be spared to their own need of relaxation and enjoyment."
"I don't know about that," said I. "However, I am going back."
"To London?"
To London."
"I shall be there too, soon after you."
I knew that as well as he did, but I did not tell him so,
any more than I told him what defensive weapon my right hand rested on in my pocket as I walked by his side. Any more than I told him why I did not walk on the sea side of him with the night closing in.
We left the beach and our ways diverged. We exchanged good night, and had parted indeed, when he said, returning,
"Mr. Sampson, may I ask, poor Melton, whom we spoke of, dead yet?"
"Not when I last heard of him. but too broken a man to live long, and hopelessly lost to his old calling. "Dear, dear, dear," said he, with great feeling. "Sad, sad, sad. The world is a grave." And so went his way. It was not his fault if the world were not a grave, but I did not call that observation after him any more than I had mentioned those other things just now enumerated. He went his way, and I went mine with all expedition. This happened, as I have said, either at the end of September or beginning of October. The next time I saw him, and the last time, was late in November. Part 5. I had a very particular engagement to breakfast in the Temple. It was a bitter north-easterly morning, and the sleet and slush lay inches deep in the streets. I could get no conveyance, and was soon wet to the knees. But I should have been true to that appointment, though I had to wade to it up to my neck in the same impediments. The appointment took me to some chambers in the Temple. They were at the top of a lonely corner house overlooking the river. The name, Mr. Alfred Beckwith, was painted on the outer door. On the door opposite, on the same landing, the name Mr. Julius Slinkton. The doors of both sets of chambers stood open, so that anything said aloud in one set could be heard in the other. I have never been in those chambers before. They were dismal, close, unwholesome, and oppressive. The furniture, originally good and not yet old, was faded and dirty. The rooms were in great disorder. There was a strong prevailing smell of opium, brandy, and tobacco. The grate and fire irons were splashed all over with unsightly blotches of rust, and on a sofa by the fire in the room where breakfast had been prepared lay the host, Mr. Beckwith, a man with all the appearances of the worst kind of drunkard, very far advanced upon his shameful way to death. "Slinkton is not come yet," said this creature, staggering up when I went in. "I'll call him. Hello, Julius Caesar! Come and drink!" As he hoarsely roared this out, he beat the poker and tongs together in a mad way, as if that were his usual manner of summoning his associate. The voice of Mr. Slinkton was heard through the clatter from the opposite side of the staircase, and he came in. He had not expected the pleasure of meeting me. I've seen several artful men brought to a stand, but I never saw a man so aghast as he was when his eyes rested on mine. "Julius Caesar!" cried Beckwith, staggering between us. "Mr. Sampson! Mr. Sampson! Julius Caesar! Julius, Mr. Sampson is the friend of my soul. Julius keeps me plied with liquor, morning, noon, and night. Julius is a real benefactor. Julius threw the tea and coffee out of the window when I used to have any. Julius empties all the water jugs of their contents and fills them with spirits. Julius winds me up and keeps me going. Boil the brandy, Julius." There was a rusty and furred saucepan in the ashes. The ashes looked like the accumulation of weeks. Beckwith, rolling and staggering between us as if he were going to plunge headlong into the fire, got the saucepan out and tried to force it into Slinkton's hand. "Boil the brandy, Julius Caesar. Come, do your usual office. Boil the brandy." He became so fierce in his gesticulations with the saucepan that I expected to see him lay open Slinkton's head with it. I therefore put out my hand to check him. He reeled back to the sofa and sat there panting, shaking and red-eyed in his rags of dressing-gown, looking at us both. I noticed then that there was nothing to drink on the table but brandy, and nothing to eat but salted herrings and a hot, sickly, high-peppered stew. "At all events, Mr. Sampson," said Slinkton, offering me this smooth gravel path for the last time, "I thank you for interfering between me and this unfortunate man's violence. However you came here, Mr. Sampson, or with whatever motive you came here, at least I thank you for that." "Boil the brandy," muttered Beckwith. Without gratifying his desire to know how I came there, I said quietly, "How is your niece, Mr. Slinkton?" He looked hard at me, and I looked hard at him.
I'm sorry to say, Mr. Sampson, that my niece has proved treacherous and ungrateful to her best friend. She left me without a word of notice or explanation. She was misled, no doubt, by some designing rascal. Perhaps you may have heard of it.
I did hear that she was misled by a designing rascal. In fact, I have proof of it.
Are you sure of that? Said he.
Quite. Oil the brandy, muttered Beckwith. Company to breakfast, Julius Caesar. Do your usual office. Provide the usual breakfast, dinner, tea, and supper. Boil the brandy. The eyes of Slington looked from him to me, and he said after a moment's consideration,
Mr. Sampson, you're a man of the world, and so am I. I will be plain with you.
Oh, no, you won't, said I, shaking my head.
I tell you, sir, I will be plain with you.
And I tell you, you will not, said I. I know all about you. You plain with anyone? Nonsense, nonsense.
I plainly tell you, Mr. Sampson, he went on with a manner almost composed, that I understand your object. You want to save your funds and escape from your liabilities. Well, these are old tricks of trade with you office gentlemen, but you'll not do it, sir. You will not succeed. You have not an easy adversary to play against when you play against me. We shall have to inquire in due time when and how Mr. Beckworth fell into his present habits. With that remark, sir, I put this poor creature and his incoherent wanderings of speech aside, and wish you a good morning and a better case next time.
While he was saying this, Beckworth had filled a half-pint glass with brandy. At this moment, he threw the brandy at his face and threw the glass after it. Slington put his hands up, half blinded with the spirit, and cut with the glass across the forehead. At the sound of the breakage, a fourth person came into the room, closed the door, and stood at it. He was a very quiet but very keen-looking man, with iron-grey hair and slightly lame. Slington pulled out his handkerchief, assuaged the pain in his smarting eyes, and dabbled the blood on his forehead. He was a long time about it, and I saw that in the doing of it a tremendous change came over him, occasioned by the change in Beckworth, who ceased to pant and tremble, sat upright, and never took his eyes off him. I never in my life saw a face in which abhorrence and determination were so forcibly painted as in Beckworth's then. "Look at me, you villain," said Beckworth, "and see me as I really am. I took these rooms to make them a trap for you. I came into them as a drunkard to bait the trap for you. You fell into the trap, and you will never leave it alive. On the morning when you last went to Mr. Sampson's offices, I had seen him first. Your plot has been known to both of us all along, and you have been counter-plotted all along. What? Having been cajoled into putting that prize of £2,000 in your power, I was to be done to death with brandy, and brandy not proving quick enough, with something quicker? Have I never seen you, when you thought my senses gone, pouring from your little bottle into my glass? Why, you murderer and forger, alone here with you in the dead of night, as I have so often been, I have had my hands upon the trigger of a pistol 20 times to blow your brains out." This sudden starting up of the thing that he had supposed to be his imbecile victim into a determined man with a settled resolution to hunt him down and be the death of him, mercilessly expressed from head to foot, was, in the first shock, too much for him. Without any figure of speech, he staggered under it. But there is no greater mistake than to suppose that a man who is a calculating criminal is, in any phase of his guilt, otherwise than true to himself, and perfectly consistent with his whole character. Such a man commits murder, and murder is the natural culmination of his course. Such a man has to outface murder, and will do it with hardihood and effrontery. It is a sort of fashion to express surprise that any notorious criminal, having such crime upon his conscience, can so brave it out. Do you think that if he had it on his conscience at all, or had a conscience to have it upon, he would ever have committed the crime? Perfectly consistent with himself, as I believe all such monsters to be, this Slington recovered himself, and showed a defiance that was sufficiently cold and quiet. He was white,
He was haggard. He was changed, but only as a sharper who had played for a great stake and been outwitted and lost the game. "Listen to me, you villain," said Beckworth. "Let every word you hear me say be a stab in your wicked heart. When I took these rooms to throw myself in your way and lead you on to the scheme that I knew my appearance and supposed character and habits would suggest to such a devil, how did I know that? Because you were no stranger to me. I knew you well, and I knew you to be the cruel wretch who for so much money had killed one innocent girl while she trusted him implicitly, and who was by inches killing another." Slinkton took out a snuff-box, took a pinch of snuff, and laughed. "But see here," said Beckworth, never looking away, never raising his voice, never relaxing his face, never unclenching his hand. "See what a dull wolf you have been after all. The infatuated drunkard who never drank a 50th part of the liquor you plied him with, but poured it away, here, there, everywhere, almost before your eyes. Who bought over the fellow you set to watch him and to ply him by outbidding you in his bribe before he'd been at his work 3 days, with whom you have observed no caution, yet who was so bent on ridding the earth of you as a wild beast that he would have defeated you if he had been ever so prudent. That drunkard whom you have many a time left on the floor of this room, and who has even let you go out of it alive and undeceived, when you have turned him over with your foot, has almost as often, on the same night, within an hour, within a few minutes, watched you awake, had his hand at your pillow when you were asleep, turned over your papers, taken samples from your bottles and packets of powder, changed their contents, rifled every secret of your life." He had had another pinch of snuff in his hand, but had gradually let it drop from between his fingers to the floor, where he now smoothed it out with his foot, looking down at it the while. "That drunkard," said Beckworth, "who had free access to your rooms at all times, that he might drink the strong drinks that you left in his way and be the sooner ended, holding no more terms with you than he would hold with a tiger, has had his master key for all your locks, his test for all your poisons, his clue to your cipher writing. He can tell you as well as you can tell him how long it took to complete that deed, what doses there were, what intervals, what signs of gradual decay upon mind and body, what distempered fancies were produced, what observable changes, what physical pain. He can tell you, as well as you can tell him, that all this was recorded day by day as a lesson of experience for future service. He can tell you better than you can tell him where that journal is at this moment." Slinkton stopped the action of his foot and looked at Beckworth. "No," said the latter, as if answering a question from him. "Not in the drawer of the writing desk that opens with a spring. It is not there, and it never will be there again." "Then you are a thief," said Slinkton, without any change whatever in the inflexible purpose which it was quite terrific even to me to contemplate, and from the power of which I had always felt convinced it was impossible for this wretch to escape. Beckworth returned. "And I am your niece's shadow, too." With an imprecation, Slinkton put his hand to his head, tore out some hair, and flung it to the ground. It was the end of the smooth walk. He destroyed it in the action, and it will soon be seen that his use for it was past. Beckworth went on. "Whenever you left here, I left here, although I understood that you found it necessary to pause in the completion of that purpose, to avert suspicion. Still I watched you close with the poor confiding girl. When I had the diary and could read it word by word, it was only about the night before your last visit to Scarborough. You remember that night? You slept with a small flat vial tied to your wrist. I sent to Mr. Sampson, who was kept out of view. This is Mr. Sampson's trusty servant, standing by the door. We 3 saved your niece among us." Slinkton looked at us all, took an uncertain step or two from the place where he had stood, returned to it, and glanced about him in a very curious way, as one of the meaner reptiles might, looking for a hole to hide in. I noticed at the same time that a singular change took place in the figure of the man, as if it collapsed within his clothes, and they consequently became ill-shapen and ill-fitting. "You shall know," said Beckworth, "for I hope the knowledge will be bitter and terrible to you, why you have been pursued by one man, and why, when the whole interest that Mr. Sampson represents would have expended any money in hunting you down, you have been tracked to death at a single individual's charge. I hear that you have had the name of Meltham on your lips sometimes. I saw, in addition to those other changes, a sudden stoppage come upon his breathing. When you sent the sweet girl whom you murdered, you know with what artfully made-out surroundings and probabilities you sent her, to Meltham's office, before taking her abroad to originate the transaction that doomed her to the grave, it fell to Meltham's lot to see her and to speak with her. It did not fall to his lot to save her, though I know he would freely have given his own life to have done it. He admired her. I would say he loved her deeply, if I thought it possible that you could understand the word. When she was sacrificed, he was thoroughly assured of your guilt. Having lost her, he had but one object left in life, and that was to avenge her and destroy you. I saw the villain's nostrils rise and fall convulsively, but I saw no moving at the mouth. That man Meltham, Beckworth steadily pursued, was as absolutely certain that you could never elude him in this world if he devoted himself to your destruction with his utmost fidelity and earnestness, and if he divided the sacred duty with no other duty in life, as he was certain that in achieving it he would be a poor instrument in the hands of Providence, and would do well before heaven in striking you out from among living men. I am that man, and I thank God that I have done my work. If Slington had been running for his life from swift-footed savages 12 miles, he could not have shown more emphatic signs of being oppressed at heart and labouring for breath than he showed now, when he looked at the pursuer who had so relentlessly hunted him down. You never saw me under my right name before. You see me under my right name now. You shall see me once again in the body when you are tried for your life. You shall see me once again in the spirit when the cord is around your neck and the crowd are crying against you." When Meltham had spoken these last words, the miscreant suddenly turned away his face and seemed to strike his mouth with his open hand. At the same instant, the room was filled with a new and powerful odour, and almost at the same instant he broke into a crooked run, leapt, I have no name for the spasm, and fell with a dull weight that shook the heavy old doors and windows in their frames. That was the fitting end of him. When we saw that he was dead, we drew away from the room, and Meltham, giving me his hand, said with a weary air, "I have no more work on earth, my friend. I shall see her again elsewhere." It was in vain that I tried to rally him. He might have saved her, he said. He had not saved her, and he reproached himself. He had lost her, and he was broken-hearted. The purpose that sustained me is over, Sampson, and there is nothing now to hold me to life. I am not fit for life. I am weak and spiritless. I have no hope and no object. My day is done. In truth, I could hardly have believed that the broken man who then spoke to me was the man who had so strongly and so differently impressed me when his purpose was before him. I used such entreaties with him as I could, but he still said, and always said, in a patient, undemonstrative way, nothing could avail him. He was broken-hearted. He died early in the next spring. He was buried by the side of the poor young lady for whom he had cherished those tender and unhappy regrets, and he left all he had to her sister. She lived to be a happy wife and mother. She married my sister's son, who succeeded poor Meltham. She is living now, and her children ride about the garden on my walking-stick when I go to see her.
Silver Blaze by Arthur Conan Doyle. Read by Bill Wallace. "I'm afraid, Watson, that I shall have to go," said Holmes, as we sat down together to our breakfast one morning. "Go? Where to?" "To Dartmoor, to King's Pyland." I was not surprised. Indeed, my only wonder was that he had not already been mixed up in this extraordinary case which was the one topic of conversation through the length and breadth of England. For a whole day, my companion had rambled about the room with his chin upon his chest and his brows knitted, charging and recharging his pipe with the strongest black tobacco, and absolutely deaf to any of my questions or remarks. Fresh editions of every paper had been sent up by our newsagent, only to be glanced over and tossed down into a corner. Yet, silent as he was, I knew perfectly well what it was over which he was brooding. There was but one problem before the public which could challenge his powers of analysis, and that was the singular disappearance of the favourite for the Wessex Cup and the tragic murder of its trainer. When, therefore, he suddenly announced his intention of setting out for the scene of the drama, it was only what I had both expected and hoped for. "I should be most happy to go down with you if I should not be in the way," said I. "My dear Watson, you would confer a great favour upon me by coming, and I think that your time will not be misspent, for there are points about the case which promise to make it an absolutely unique one. We have, I think, just time to catch our train at Paddington, and I will go further into the matter upon our journey. You would oblige me by bringing with you your very excellent field glass." And so it happened that an hour or so later I found myself in the corner of a first-class carriage flying along en route for Exeter, while Sherlock Holmes, with his sharp, eager face framed in his ear-flapped travelling cap, dipped rapidly into the bundle of fresh papers which he had procured at Paddington. We had left Reading far behind us before he thrust the last one of them under the seat and offered me his cigar-case. "We are going well," said he, looking out of the window and glancing at his watch. "Our rate at present is 53.5 miles an hour." "I have not observed the quarter-mile posts," said I. "Nor have I, but the telegraph posts upon this line are 60 yards apart, and the calculation is a simple one. I presume that you have looked into this matter of the murder of John Straker and the disappearance of Silver Blaze? I've seen what the Telegraph and the Chronicle have to say. It is one of those cases where the art of the reasoner should be used rather for the sifting of details than for the acquiring of fresh evidence. The tragedy has been so uncommon, so complete, and of such personal importance to so many people, that we are suffering from a plethora of surmise, conjecture, and hypothesis. The difficulty is to detach the framework of fact, of absolute, undeniable fact, from the embellishments of theorists and reporters. Then, having established ourselves upon this sound basis, it is our duty to see what inferences may be drawn and what are the special points upon which the whole mystery turns. On Tuesday evening, I received telegrams from both Colonel Ross, the owner of the horse, and from Inspector Gregory, who is looking after the case, inviting my cooperation." "Tuesday evening?" I exclaimed. "And this is Thursday morning. Why didn't you go down yesterday?" "Because I made a blunder, my dear Watson, which is, I am afraid, a more common occurrence than anyone would think who only knew me through your memoirs. The fact is that I could not believe it possible that the most remarkable horse in England could long remain concealed, especially in so sparsely inhabited a place as the north of Dartmoor. From hour to hour yesterday, I expected to hear that he had been found, and that his abductor was the murderer of John Straker. When, however, another morning had come, and I found that beyond the arrest of young Fitzroy Simpson nothing had been done, I felt that it was time for me to take action. Yet in some ways, I feel that yesterday has not been wasted." "You have formed a theory, then?" "At least I have got a grip of the essential facts of the case. I shall enumerate them to you, for nothing clears up a case so much as stating it to another person, and I can hardly expect your cooperation if I do not show you the position from which we start." I lay back against the cushions, puffing at my cigar, while Holmes, leaning forward with his long, thin forefinger checking off the points upon the palm of his left hand, gave me a sketch of the events which had led to our journey. "Silver Blaze," said he, "is from the Isonomy stock and holds as brilliant a record as his famous ancestor. He is now in his 5th year and has brought in turn each of the prizes of the turf to Colonel Ross, his fortunate owner. Up to the time of the catastrophe, he was the first favourite for the Wessex Cup, the betting being 3-1 on. He has always, however, been a prime favourite with the racing public, and has never yet disappointed them, so that, even at those odds, enormous sums of money have been laid upon him. It is obvious, therefore, that there were many people who had the strongest interest in preventing Silver Blaze from being there at the fall of the flag next Tuesday. The fact was, of course, appreciated at King's Pyland, where the Colonel's training stable is situated. Every precaution was taken to guard the favourite. The trainer, John Straker, is a retired jockey who rode in Colonel Ross's colours before he became too heavy for the weighing chair. He has served the Colonel for 5 years as jockey and for 7 as trainer, and has always shown himself to be a zealous and honest servant. Under him were 3 lads, for the establishment was a small one, containing only 4 horses in all. One of these lads sat up each night in the stable, while the others slept in the loft. All 3 bore excellent characters. John Straker, who is a married man, lived in a small villa about 200 yards from the stables. He has no children, keeps 1 maidservant, and is comfortably off. The country round is very lonely, but about half a mile to the north there is a small cluster of villas which have been built by a Tavistock contractor for the use of invalids and others who may wish to enjoy the pure Dartmoor air. Tavistock itself lies 2 miles to the west, while across the moor, also about 2 miles distant, is the larger training establishment of Mapleton, which belongs to Lord Backwater, and is managed by Silas Brown. In every other direction the moor is a complete wilderness, inhabited only by a few roaming gypsies. Such was the general situation last Monday night when the catastrophe occurred. On that evening the horses had been exercised and watered as usual, and the stables were locked up at 9 o'clock. 2 of the lads walked up to the trainer's house, where they had supper in the kitchen, while the 3rd, Ned Hunter, remained on guard. At a few minutes after 9, the maid, Edith Baxter, carried down to the stables his supper, which consisted of a dish of curried mutton. She took no liquid, as there was a water tap in the stables, and it was the rule that the lad on duty should drink nothing else. The maid carried a lantern with her, as it was very dark, and the path ran across the open moor. Edith Baxter was within 30 yards of the stables when a man appeared out of the darkness and called to her to stop. As he stepped into the circle of yellow light thrown by the lantern, she saw that he was a person of gentlemanly bearing, dressed in a grey suit of tweeds with a cloth cap. He wore gaiters and carried a heavy stick with a knob to it. She was most impressed, however, by the extreme pallor of his face, and by the nervousness of his manner. His age, she thought, would be rather over 30 than under it. "Can you tell me where I am?" he asked. "I had almost made up my mind to sleep on the moor when I saw the light of your lantern." "You are close to the King's Pyland training stables," she said. "Oh, indeed, what a stroke of luck!" he cried. "I understand that a stable boy sleeps there alone every night. Perhaps that is his supper which you are carrying to him. Now I am sure that you would not be too proud to earn the price of a new dress, would you?" He took a piece of white paper folded up out of his waistcoat pocket. "See that the boy has this tonight, and you shall have the prettiest frock that money can buy." She was frightened by the earnestness of his manner, and ran past him to the window through which she was accustomed to hand the meals. It was already opened, and Hunter was seated at the small table inside. She had begun to tell him of what had happened when the stranger came up again. "Good evening," said he, looking through the window. "I wanted to have a word with you." The girl has sworn that, as he spoke, she noticed the corner of the little paper packet protruding from his closed hand. "What business have you here?" asked the lad. "It's business that may put something into your pocket," said the other. "You've 2 horses in for the Wessex Cup, Silver Blaze and Bayard. Let me have the straight tip, and you won't be a loser. Is it a fact that at the weights, Bayard could give the other 100 yards in 5 furlongs, and that the stable have put their money on him?" "So you're one of those damned touts," cried the lad. "I'll show you how we serve them in King's Pyland." He sprang up and rushed across the stable to unloose the dog. The girl fled away to the house, but as she ran, she looked back and saw that the stranger was leaning through the window. A minute later, however, when Hunter rushed out with the hound, he was gone, and though he ran all round the buildings, he failed to find any trace of him. "One moment," I asked. "Did the stable boy, when he ran out with the dog, leave the door unlocked behind him?" "Excellent, Watson, excellent," murmured my companion. The importance of the point struck me so forcibly that I sent a special wire to Dartmoor yesterday to clear the matter up. The boy locked the door before he left it. The window, I may add, was not large enough for a man to get through. Hunter waited until his fellow grooms had returned, when he sent a message up to the trainer and told him what had occurred. Straker was excited at hearing the account, although he does not seem to have quite realized its true significance. It left him, however, vaguely uneasy, and Mrs. Straker, waking at 1 in the morning, found that he was dressing. In reply to her inquiries, he said that he could not sleep on account of his anxiety about the horses, and that he intended to walk down to the stables to see that all was well. She begged him to remain at home, as she could hear the rain pattering against the window, but in spite of her entreaties, he pulled on his large mackintosh and left the house. Mrs. Straker awoke at 7 in the morning to find that her husband had not yet returned. She dressed herself hastily, called the maid, and set off for the stables. The door was open. Inside, huddled together upon a chair, Hunter was sunk in a state of absolute stupor. The favourite's stall was empty, and there were no signs of his trainer. The 2 lads who slept in the chaff-cutting loft above the harness room were quickly aroused. They had heard nothing during the night, for they are both sound sleepers. Hunter was obviously under the influence of some powerful drug, and as no sense could be got out of him, he was left to sleep it off, while the 2 lads and the 2 women ran out in search of the absentees. They still had hopes that the trainer had, for some reason, taken out the horse for early exercise. But on ascending the knoll near the house, from which all the neighbouring moors were visible, they not only could see no signs of the missing favourite, but they perceived something which warned them that they were in the presence of a tragedy. About 1/4 of a mile from the stables, John Straker's overcoat was flapping from a furze bush. Immediately beyond, there was a bowl-shaped depression in the moor, and at the bottom of this was found the dead body of the unfortunate trainer. His head had been shattered by a savage blow from some heavy weapon, and he was wounded on the thigh, where there was a long, clean cut inflicted, evidently by some very sharp instrument. It was clear, however, that Straker had defended himself vigorously against his assailants, for in his right hand he held a small knife which was clotted with blood up to the handle, while in his left he clasped a red and black silk cravat, which was recognized by the maid as having been worn on the preceding evening by the stranger who had visited the stables. Hunter, on recovering from his stupor, was also quite positive as to the ownership of the cravat. He was equally certain that the same stranger had, while standing at the window, drugged his curried mutton and so deprived the stables of their watchman. As to the missing horse, there were abundant proofs in the mud which lay at the bottom of the fatal hollow that he had been there at the time of the struggle. But from that morning he has disappeared, and although a large reward has been offered and all the gypsies of Dartmoor are on the alert, no news has come of him. Finally, an analysis has shown that the remains of his supper left by the stable lad contain an appreciable quantity of powdered opium, while the people at the house partook of the same dish on the same night without any ill effect. Those are the main facts of the case, stripped of all surmise, and stated as boldly as possible. I shall now recapitulate what the police have done in the matter. Inspector Gregory, to whom the case has been committed, is an extremely competent officer. Were he but gifted with imagination, he might rise to great heights in his profession. On his arrival, he promptly found and arrested the man upon whom suspicion naturally rested. There was little difficulty in finding him, for he inhabited one of those villas which I have mentioned. His name, it appears, was Fitzroy Simpson. He was a man of excellent birth and education, who had squandered a fortune upon the turf, and who lived now by doing a little quiet and genteel bookmaking in the sporting clubs of London. An examination of his betting book shows that bets to the amount of £5,000 had been registered by him against the favourite. On being arrested, he volunteered the statement that he had come down to Dartmoor in the hope of getting some information about the King's Pyland horses, and also about Desborough, the second favourite, which was in charge of Silas Brown at the Mapleton stables. He did not attempt to deny that he had acted as described upon the evening before, but declared that he had no sinister designs, and had simply wished to obtain first-hand information. When confronted with his cravat, he turned very pale, and was utterly unable to account for its presence in the hand of the murdered man. His wet clothing showed that he had been out in the storm of the night before, and his stick, which was a Penang lawyer weighted with lead, was just such a weapon as might, by repeated blows, have inflicted the terrible injuries to which the trainer had succumbed. On the other hand, there was no wound upon his person, while the state of Straker's knife would show that one at least of his assailants must bear his mark upon him. There you have it all in a nutshell, Watson, and if you can give me any light, I shall be infinitely obliged to you. I had listened with the greatest interest to the statement which Holmes, with characteristic clearness, had laid before me. Though most of the facts were familiar to me, I had not sufficiently appreciated their relative importance, nor their connection to each other. "Is it not possible," I suggested, "that the incised wound upon Straker may have been caused by his own knife in the convulsive struggles which follow any brain injury?" "It is more than possible. It is probable," said Holmes. "In that case, one of the main points in favour of the accused disappears." "And yet," said I, "even now I fail to understand what the theory of the police can be." "I am afraid that whatever theory we state has very grave objections to it," returned my companion. "The police imagine, I take it, that this Fitzroy Simpson, having drugged the lad, and having in some way obtained a duplicate key, opened the stable door and took out the horse with the intention apparently of kidnapping him altogether. His bridle is missing, so that Simpson must have put this on. Then, having left the door open behind him, he was leading the horse away over the moor when he was either met or overtaken by the trainer. A row naturally ensued. Simpson beat out the trainer's brains with his heavy stick without receiving any injury from the small knife which Straker used in self-defence, and then the thief either led the horse on to some secret hiding-place, or else it may have bolted during the struggle and be now wandering out on the moors. That is the case as it appears to the police, and improbable as it is, all other explanations are more improbable still. However, I shall very quickly test the matter when I am once upon the spot, and until then, I cannot really see how we can get much further than our present position." It was evening before we reached the little town of Tavistock, which lies, like the boss of a shield, in the middle of the huge circle of Dartmoor. Two gentlemen were awaiting us in the station, the one a tall, fair man with lion-like hair and beard and curiously penetrating light blue eyes. The other a small, alert person, very neat and dapper, in a frock coat and gaiters, with trim little side whiskers and an eyeglass. The latter was Colonel Ross, the well-known sportsman. The other, Inspector Gregory, a man who was rapidly making his name in the English detective service. "I am delighted that you have come down, Mr. Holmes," said the Colonel. The inspector here has done all that could possibly be suggested, but I wish to leave no stone unturned in trying to avenge poor Straker, and in recovering my horse." "Have there been any fresh developments?" asked Holmes.
"I am sorry to say that we have made very little progress," said the inspector. "We have an open carriage outside, and as you would no doubt like to see the place before the light fails, we might talk it over as we drive."
A minute later we were all seated in a comfortable landau and were rattling through the quaint old Devonshire town. Inspector Gregory was full of his case and poured out a stream of remarks, while Holmes threw in an occasional question or interjection. Colonel Ross leant back with his arms folded and his hat tilted over his eyes, while I listened with interest to the dialogue of the two detectives. Gregory was formulating his theory, which was almost exactly what Holmes had foretold in the train.
"The net is drawn pretty close round Fitzroy Simpson," he remarked, "and I believe myself that he is our man. At the same time, I recognise that the evidence is purely circumstantial and that some new development may upset it.
How about Straker's knife?"
We have quite come to the conclusion that he wounded himself in his fall."
"My friend Dr. Watson made that suggestion to me as we came down. If so, it would tell against this man Simpson."
"Undoubtedly. He has neither a knife nor any sign of a wound. The evidence against him is certainly very strong. He had a great interest in the disappearance of the favourite. He lies under suspicion of having poisoned the stable boy. He was undoubtedly out in the storm. He was armed with a heavy stick, and his cravat was found in the dead man's hand. I really think we have enough to go before a jury."
Holmes shook his head. "A clever counsel would tear it all to rags," said he. "Why should he take the horse out of the stable? If he wished to injure it, why could he not do it there? Has a duplicate key been found in his possession? What chemist sold him the powdered opium? Above all, where could he, a stranger to the district, hide a horse, and such a horse as this? What is his own explanation as to the paper which he wished the maid to give to the stable boy?"
"He says that it was a £10 note. One was found in his purse.
But your other difficulties are not so formidable as they seem. He is not a stranger to the district. He has twice lodged at Tavistock in the summer. The opium was probably brought from London. The key, having served its purpose, would be hurled away. The horse may be at the bottom of one of the pits or old mines upon the moor."
"What does he say about the cravat?"
"He acknowledges that it is his, and declares that he had lost it. But a new element has been introduced into the case which may account for his leading the horse from the stable."
Holmes pricked up his ears. "We have found traces which show that a party of gypsies encamped on Monday night within a mile of the spot where the murder took place. On Tuesday, they were gone. Now, presuming that there was some understanding between Simpson and these gypsies, might he not have been leading the horse to them when he was overtaken, and may they not have him now?"
"It is certainly possible.
The moor is being scoured for these gypsies. I have also examined every stable and outhouse in Tavistock, and for a radius of 10 miles.
There is another training stable quite close, I understand?"
"Yes, and that is a factor which we must certainly not neglect. As Desborough, their horse, was second in the betting, they had an interest in the disappearance of the favourite. Silas Brown, the trainer, is known to have had large bets upon the event, and he was no friend to poor Straker. We have, however, examined the stables, and there is nothing to connect him with the affair."
"And nothing to connect this man Simpson with the interests of the Mapleton stables?"
"Nothing at all." Holmes leant back in the carriage, and the conversation ceased. A few minutes later our driver pulled up at a neat little red-brick villa with overhanging eaves which stood by the road. Some distance off, across a paddock, lay a long, grey-tiled outbuilding. In every other direction the low curves of the moor, bronze-coloured from the fading ferns, stretched away to the skyline, broken only by the steeples of Tavistock. and by a cluster of houses away to the westward which marked the Mapleton stables. We all sprang out with the exception of Holmes, who continued to lean back with his eyes fixed upon the sky in front of him, entirely absorbed in his own thoughts. It was only when I touched his arm that he roused himself with a violent start and stepped out of the carriage. "Excuse me," said he, turning to Colonel Ross, who had looked at him in some surprise. "I was daydreaming." There was a gleam in his eyes and a suppressed excitement in his manner which convinced me, used as I was to his ways, that his hand was upon a clue, though I could not imagine where he had found it. "Perhaps you would prefer at once to go on to the scene of the crime, Mr. Holmes?" said Gregory. "I think that I should prefer to stay here a little and go into one or two questions of detail. Straker was brought back here, I presume?" "Yes, he lies upstairs. The inquest is tomorrow." "He has been in your service some years, Colonel Ross?" "I've always found him an excellent servant." "I presume that you made an inventory of what he had in his pockets at the time of his death, Inspector?" "I have the things themselves in the sitting-room, if you would care to see them." "I should be very glad." We all filed into the front room and sat round the central table while the inspector unlocked a square tin box and laid a small heap of things before us. There was a box of Vestas, 2 inches of tallow candle, an ADP briarroot pipe, a pouch of sealskin with 1/2 ounce of long-cut Cavendish, a silver watch with a gold chain, 5 sovereigns in gold, an aluminium pencil case, a few papers, and an ivory-handled knife with a very delicate, inflexible blade, marked Weiss & Co., London. "This is a very singular knife," said Holmes, lifting it up and examining it minutely. "I presume, as I see bloodstains upon it, that it is the one which was found in the dead man's grasp. Watson, this knife is surely in your line?" "It is what we call a cataract knife," said I. "I thought so. A very delicate blade devised for very delicate work. A strange thing for a man to carry with him upon a rough expedition, especially as it would not shut in his pocket." "The tip was guarded by a disc of cork, which we found beside his body," said the inspector. "His wife tells us that the knife had lain upon the dressing-table and that he had picked it up as he left the room. It was a poor weapon, but perhaps the best that he could lay his hands on at the moment." "Very possible. How about these papers?" 3 of them are receipted hay dealers' accounts. One of them is a letter of instructions from Colonel Ross. This other is a milliner's account for £37.15, made out by Madame Nasuria of Bond Street to William Derbyshire. Mrs. Straker tells us that Derbyshire was a friend of her husband's, and that occasionally his letters were addressed here. "Madame Derbyshire has somewhat expensive tastes," remarked Holmes, glancing down the account. 22 guineas is rather heavy for a single costume. However, there appears to be nothing more to learn, and we may now go down to the scene of the crime." As we emerged from the sitting-room, a woman, who had been waiting in the passage, took a step forward and laid her hand upon the inspector's sleeve. Her face was haggard and thin and eager, stamped with the print of a recent horror. "Have you got them? Have you found them?" she panted. "No, Mrs. Straker, but Mr. Holmes here has come from London to help us, and we shall do all that is possible." "Surely I met you in Plymouth at a garden party some little time ago, Mrs. Straker," said Holmes. "No, sir. You are mistaken. Dear me, why, I could have sworn to it. You wore a costume of dove-coloured silk with ostrich feather trimming." "I never had such a dress, sir," answered the lady. "Ah, that quite settles it," said Holmes, and with an apology he followed the inspector outside. A short walk across the moor took us to the hollow in which the body had been found. At the brink of it was the furze bush upon which the coat had been hung. "There was no wind that night, I understand," said Holmes. "None. A very heavy rain." In that case, the overcoat was not blown against the furze bush, but placed there. Yes, it was laid across the bush. You fill me with interest. I perceive that the ground has been trampled up a good deal. No doubt many feet have been here since Monday night. A piece of matting has been laid here at the side, and we have all stood upon that. Excellent. In this bag I have one of the boots which Straker wore, one of Fitzroy Simpson's shoes, and a cast horseshoe of silver blaze. My dear Inspector, you surpass yourself. Holmes took the bag, and descending into the hollow he pushed the matting into a more central position. Then, stretching himself upon his face and leaning his chin upon his hands, he made a careful study of the trampled mud in front of him. "Hello," said he suddenly. "What's this?" It was a wax vesta, half burned, which was so coated with mud that it looked at first like a little chip of wood. "I cannot think how I came to overlook it," said the inspector, with an expression of annoyance. "It was invisible, buried in the mud. I only saw it because I was looking for it." "What? You expected to find it?" "I thought it not unlikely." He took the boots from the bag and compared the impressions of each of them with marks upon the ground. Then he clambered up to the rim of the hollow and crawled about among the ferns and bushes. "I am afraid that there are no more tracks," said the inspector. "I have examined the ground very carefully for 100 yards in each direction." "Indeed," said Holmes, rising. "I should not have the impertinence to do it again after what you say. But I should like to take a little walk over the moor before it grows dark, that I may know my ground tomorrow, and I think that I shall put this horseshoe into my pocket for luck." Colonel Ross, who had shown some signs of impatience at my companion's quiet and systematic method of work, glanced at his watch. "I wish you would come back with me, Inspector," said he. "There are several points on which I should like your advice, and especially as to whether we do not owe it to the public to remove our horse's name from the entries for the cup." "Certainly not," cried Holmes with decision. "I should let the name stand." The Colonel bowed. "I am very glad to have had your opinion, sir," said he. "You will find us at poor Straker's house when you have finished your walk, and we can drive together into Tavistock." He turned back with the inspector while Holmes and I walked slowly across the moor. The sun was beginning to sink behind the stables of Mapleton, and the long, sloping plain in front of us was tinged with gold, deepening into rich, ruddy browns where the faded ferns and brambles caught the evening light, but the glories of the landscape were all wasted upon my companion, who was sunk in the deepest thought. "It's this way, Watson," said he at last. "We may leave the question of who killed John Straker for the instant and confine ourselves to finding out what has become of the horse. Now, supposing that he broke away during or after the tragedy, where could he have gone to? The horse is a very gregarious creature. If left to himself, his instincts would have been either to return to King's Pyland or go over to Mapleton. Why should he run wild upon the moor? He would surely have been seen by now, and why should gypsies kidnap him? These people always clear out when they hear of trouble, for they do not wish to be pestered by the police. They could not hope to sell such a horse. They would run a great risk and gain nothing by taking him. Surely that is clear." "Where is he, then?" "I've already said that he must have gone to King's Pyland or to Mapleton. He is not at King's Pyland, therefore he is at Mapleton. Let us take that as a working hypothesis and see what it leads us to. This part of the moor, as the inspector remarked, is very hard and dry, but it falls away towards Mapleton, and you can see from here that there is a long hollow over yonder, which must have been very wet on Monday night. If our supposition is correct, then the horse must have crossed that, and there is the point where we should look for his tracks." We had been walking briskly during this conversation, and a few more minutes brought us to the hollow in question. At Holmes's request, I walked down the bank to the right, and he to the left, but I had not taken 50 paces before I heard him give a shout and saw him waving his hand to me. The track of a horse was plainly outlined in the soft earth in front of him, and the shoe which he took from his pocket exactly fitted the impression. "See the value of imagination?" said Holmes. "It is the one quality which Gregory lacks. We imagined what might have happened, acted upon the supposition, and find ourselves justified. Let us proceed." We crossed the marshy bottom and passed over a quarter of a mile of dry, hard turf. Again the ground sloped, and again we came on the tracks. Then we lost them for half a mile, but only to pick them up once more quite close to Mapleton. It was Holmes who saw them first, and he stood pointing with a look of triumph upon his face. A man's track was visible beside the horse's. "The horse was alone before," I cried. "Quite so. It was alone before. Hello, what is this?" The double track turned sharp off and took the direction of King's Pyland. Holmes whistled, and we both followed along after it. His eyes were on the trail, but I happened to look a little to one side, and saw to my surprise the same tracks coming back again in the opposite direction. "One for you, Watson," said Holmes, when I pointed it out. "You have saved us a long walk, which would have brought us back on our own traces. Let us follow the return track." We had not to go far. It ended at the paving of asphalt which led up to the gates of the Mapleton stables. As we approached, a groom ran out from them. "We don't want any loiterers about here," said he. "I only wished to ask a question," said Holmes, with his finger and thumb in his waistcoat pocket. "Should I be too early to see your master, Mr. Silas Brown, if I were to call at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning?" "Bless you, sir. If anyone is about, he will be, for he's always the first stirring. But here he is, sir, to answer your questions for himself." "No, sir, no. It is as much as my place is worth to let him see me touch your money. Afterwards, if you like." As Sherlock Holmes replaced the half-crown which he had drawn from his pocket, a fierce-looking elderly man strode out from the gate with a hunting crop swinging in his hand. "What's this, Dawson?" he cried. "No gossiping. Go about your business. And you, what the devil do you want here?" "10 minutes' talk with you, my good sir," said Holmes in the sweetest of voices. "I've no time to talk to every gadabout. We want no stranger here. Be off, or you may find a dog at your heels." Holmes leant forward and whispered something in the trainer's ear. He started violently and flushed to the temples. "It's a lie!" he shouted. "An infernal lie!" "Very good. Shall we argue about it here in public or talk it over in your parlour?" "Oh, come in if you wish to." Holmes smiled. "I shall not keep you more than a few minutes, Watson," said he. "Now, Mr. Brown, I am quite at your disposal." It was 20 minutes, and the reds had all faded into greys before Holmes and the trainer reappeared. Never have I seen such a change as had been brought about in Silas Brown in that short time. His face was ashy pale, beads of perspiration shone upon his brow, and his hands shook until the hunting crop wagged like a branch in the wind. His bullying, overbearing manner was all gone too, and he cringed along at my companion's side like a dog with its master. "Your instructions will be done. It shall all be done," said he. "There must be no mistake," said Holmes, looking round at him. The other winced as he read the menace in his eyes. "Oh, no, there shall be no mistake. It shall be there. Should I change it first, or not?" Holmes thought a little and then burst out laughing. "No, don't," said he. "I shall write to you about it. No tricks now, or... Oh, you can trust me, you can trust me." "Yes, I think I can. Well, you shall hear from me tomorrow." He turned upon his heel, disregarding the trembling hand which the other held out to him, and we set off for King's Pyland. A more perfect compound of the bully, coward, and sneak than Master Silas Brown I have seldom met with, remarked Holmes as we trudged along together. He has the horse, then? He tried to bluster out of it, but I described to him so exactly what his actions had been upon that morning that he is convinced that I was watching him. Of course, you observed the peculiarly square toes in the impressions, and that his own boots exactly corresponded to them. Again, of course, no subordinate would have dared to do such a thing. I described to him how, when according to his custom he was the first down, he perceived a strange horse wandering over the moor, and his astonishment at recognizing from the white forehead which has given the favourite its name that chance had put in his power the only horse which could beat the one upon which he had put his money. Then I described how his first impulse had been to lead him back to King's Pyland, and how the devil had shown him how he could hide the horse until the race was over, and how he had led it back and concealed it at Mapleton. When I told him every detail, he gave it up and thought only of saving his own skin. But his stables had been searched. Oh, an old horse-faker like him has many a dodge. But are you not afraid to leave the horse in his power now, since he has every interest in injuring it? My dear fellow, he will guard it as the apple of his eye. He knows that his only hope of mercy is to produce it safe. Colonel Ross did not impress me as a man who would be likely to show much mercy in any case. The matter does not rest with Colonel Ross. I follow my own methods, and tell as much or as little as I choose. That is the advantage of being unofficial. I don't know whether you observed it, Watson, but the Colonel's manner has been just a trifle cavalier to me. I'm inclined now to have a little amusement at his expense. Say nothing to him about the horse? Certainly not, without your permission. And of course this is all quite a minor point compared to the question of who killed John Straker. And you will devote yourself to that? On the contrary. We both go back to London by the night train. I was thunderstruck by my friend's words. We had only been a few hours in Devonshire, and that he should give up an investigation which he had begun so brilliantly was quite incomprehensible to me. Not a word more could I draw from him until we were back at the trainer's house. The Colonel and the Inspector were awaiting us in the parlour. My friend and I returned to town by the night express, said Holmes. We have had a charming little breath of your beautiful Dartmoor air. The Inspector opened his eyes, and the Colonel's lip curled in a sneer. So you despair of arresting the murderer of poor Straker, said he. Holmes shrugged his shoulders. There are certainly grave difficulties in the way, said he. I have every hope, however, that your horse will start upon Tuesday, and I beg that you will have your jockey in readiness. Might I ask for a photograph of Mr. John Straker? The Inspector took one from an envelope in his pocket and handed it to him. My dear Gregory, you anticipate all my wants. If I might ask you to wait here for an instant, I have a question which I should like to put to the maid. I must say that I'm rather disappointed in our London consultant, said Colonel Ross bluntly as my friend left the room. I do not see that we are any further than when he came. At least you have his assurance that your horse will run, said I. Yes, I have his assurance, said the Colonel, with a shrug of his shoulders. I should prefer to have the horse. I was about to make some reply in defence of my friend when he entered the room again. Now, gentlemen, said he, I am quite ready for Tavistock. As we stepped into the carriage, one of the stable lads held the door open for us. A sudden idea seemed to occur to Holmes, for he leant forward and touched the lad upon the sleeve. You have a few sheep in the paddock, he said. Who attends to them? I do, sir. Have you noticed anything amiss with them of late? Well, sir, not of much account, but 3 of them have gone lame, sir. I could see that Holmes was extremely pleased, for he chuckled and rubbed his hands together. "A long shot, Watson, a very long shot," said he, pinching my arm. "Gregory, let me recommend to your attention this singular epidemic among the sheep. Drive on, coachman!" Colonel Ross still wore an expression which showed the poor opinion which he had formed of my companion's ability, but I saw by the inspector's face that his attention had been keenly aroused. "You consider that to be important?" he asked. "Exceedingly so." "Is there any point to which you would wish to draw my attention?" "To the curious incident of the dog in the night time." "The dog did nothing in the night time." "That was the curious incident," remarked Sherlock Holmes. 4 days later, Holmes and I were again in the train bound for Winchester to see the race for the Wessex Cup. Colonel Ross met us by appointment outside the station, and we drove in his drag to the course beyond the town. His face was grave, and his manner was cold in the extreme. "I've seen nothing of my horse." "I suppose that you would know him when you saw him?" asked Holmes. The Colonel was very angry. "I have been on the turf for 20 years and never was asked such a question as that before," said he. "A child would know Silver Blaze, with his white forehead and his mottled-off foreleg." "How is the betting?" "Well, that is the curious part of it. You could have got 15 to 1 yesterday, but the prices become shorter and shorter, until you can hardly get 3 to 1 now." Said Holmes. "Somebody knows something, that is clear." As the drag drew up in the enclosure near the grandstand, I glanced at the card to see the entries. Wessex Plate, it ran 50 solves each, horse and foot, with 1,000 solves added for 4 and 5-year-olds. Second, £300, third, £200. New course, 1 mile and 5 furlongs. Mr. Heath Newton's the Negro, red cap, cinnamon jacket. Colonel Wardlaw's pugilist, pink cap, blue and black jacket. Lord Backwater's Desborough, yellow cap and sleeves. Colonel Ross's Silver Blaze, black cap, red jacket. Duke of Balmoral's Iris, yellow and black stripes. Lord Singleford's Rasper, purple cap, black sleeves. "We scratched our other one, and put all hopes on your word," said the Colonel. "Why? What is that? Silver Blaze favourite?" 5 to 4 against Silver Blaze, roared the ring. 5 to 4 against Silver Blaze. 5 to 15 against Desborough. 5 to 4 on the field. "There are the numbers up," I cried. "They are all 6 there." "All 6 there? Then my horse is running," cried the Colonel in great agitation. "But I don't see him. My colours have not passed." "Only 5 have passed. This must be he." As I spoke, a powerful bay horse swept out from the weighing enclosure and cantered past us, bearing on its back the well-known black and red of the Colonel. "That's not my horse!" cried the owner. "That beast has not a white hair upon its body. What is this that you have done, Mr. Holmes?" Well, let us see how he gets on," said my friend imperturbably. For a few minutes he gazed through my field-glass. "Capital! An excellent start!" he cried suddenly. "There they are, coming round the curve." From our drag we had a superb view as they came up the straight. The 6 horses were so close together that a carpet could have covered them, but halfway up the yellow of the Mapleton stable showed to the front. Before they reached us, however, Desborough's bolt was shot, and the Colonel's horse, coming away with a rush, passed the post a good 6 lengths before its rival, the Duke of Balmoral's Iris, making a bad third. "It's my race, anyhow," gasped the Colonel, passing his hand over his eyes. "I confess that I can make neither head nor tail of it. Don't you think that you have kept up your mystery long enough, Mr. Holmes?" "Certainly, Colonel, you shall know everything. Let us all go round and have a look at the horse together." "Here he is," he continued as we made our way into the weighing enclosure where only owners and their friends find admittance. "You have only to wash his face and his leg in spirits of wine, and you will find that he's the same old Silver Blaze as ever." "You take my breath away. I found him in the hands of a faker." and took the liberty of running him just as he was sent over. My dear sir, you have done wonders. The horse looks very fit and well. It never went better in its life. I owe you 1,000 apologies for having doubted your ability. You have done me a great service by recovering my horse. You would do me a greater still if you could lay your hands on the murderer of John Straker. I have done so, said Holmes quietly. The Colonel and I stared at him in amazement. You've got him? Where is he then? He is here. Here? Where? In my company at the present moment. The Colonel flushed angrily. I quite recognize that I am under obligations to you, Mr. Holmes, said he, but I must regard what you have just said as either a very bad joke or an insult. Sherlock Holmes laughed. I assure you that I have not associated you with the crime, Colonel, said he. The real murderer is standing immediately behind you. He stepped past and laid his hand upon the glossy neck of the thoroughbred. The horse? Cried both the Colonel and myself. Yes, the horse. And it may lessen his guilt if I say that it was done in self-defence, and that John Straker was a man who was entirely unworthy of your confidence. But there goes the bell, and as I stand to win a little on this next race, I shall defer a lengthy explanation until a more fitting time. We had the corner of a Pullman car to ourselves that evening as we whirled back to London, and I fancy that the journey was a short one to Colonel Ross as well as to myself as we listened to our companion's narrative of the events which had occurred at the Dartmoor training stables upon the Monday night, and the means by which he had unravelled them. I confess, said he, that any theories which I had formed from the newspaper reports were entirely erroneous. And yet there were indications there, had they not been overlaid by other details which concealed their true import. I went to Devonshire with the conviction that Fitzroy Simpson was the true culprit, although of course I saw that the evidence against him was by no means complete. It was while I was in the carriage, just as we reached the trainer's house, that the immense significance of the curried mutton occurred to me. You may remember that I was distrait and remained sitting after you had all alighted. I was marvelling in my own mind how I could possibly have overlooked so obvious a clue. I confess, said the Colonel, that even now I cannot see how it helps us. It was the first link in my chain of reasoning. Powdered opium is by no means tasteless. The flavour is not disagreeable, but it is perceptible. Were it mixed with any ordinary dish, the eater would undoubtedly detect it and would probably eat no more. A curry was exactly the medium which would disguise this taste. By no possible supposition could this stranger, Fitzroy Simpson, have caused curry to be served in the trainer's family that night. And it is surely too monstrous a coincidence to suppose that he happened to come along with powdered opium upon the very night when a dish happened to be served which would disguise the flavour. That is unthinkable. Therefore, Simpson becomes eliminated from the case, and our attention centres upon Straker and his wife, the only two people who could have chosen curried mutton for supper that night. The opium was added after the dish was set aside for the stable boy, for the others had the same for supper with no ill effects. Which of them, then, had access to that dish without the maid seeing them? Before deciding that question, I had grasped the significance of the silence of the dog. For one true inference invariably suggests others. The Simpson incident had shown me that a dog was kept in the stables, and yet, though someone had been in and had fetched out a horse, he had not barked enough to arouse the two lads in the loft. Obviously the midnight visitor was someone whom the dog knew well. I was already convinced, or almost convinced, that John Straker went down to the stables in the dead of the night and took out Silver Blaze. For what purpose? For a dishonest one, obviously, or why should he drug his own stable boy? And yet I was at a loss to know why. There have been cases before now where trainers have made sure of great sums of money by laying against their own horses through agents and then preventing them from winning by fraud. Sometimes it is a pulling jockey, sometimes it is some surer and subtler means. What was it here? I hoped that the contents of his pockets might help me to form a conclusion. And they did so. You cannot have forgotten the singular knife which was found in the dead man's hand, a knife which certainly no sane man would choose for a weapon. It was, as Dr. Watson told us, a form of knife which is used for the most delicate operations known in surgery, and it was to be used for a delicate operation that night. You must know, with your wide experience of turf matters, Colonel Ross, that it is possible to make a slight nick upon the tendons of a horse's ham, and to do it subcutaneously, so as to leave absolutely no trace. A horse so treated would develop a slight lameness, which would be put down to a strain in exercise or a touch of rheumatism, but never to foul play. "Villain! Scoundrel!" cried the Colonel. We have here the explanation of why John Straker wished to take the horse out onto the moor. So spirited a creature would have certainly roused the soundest of sleepers when it felt the prick of the knife. It was absolutely necessary to do it in the open air. "I have been blind," cried the Colonel. "Of course that was why he needed the candle and struck the match." "Undoubtedly. But in examining his belongings, I was fortunate enough to discover not only the method of the crime, but even its motives. As a man of the world, Colonel, you know that men do not carry other people's bills about in their pockets. We have most of us quite enough to do to settle our own. I had once concluded that Straker was leading a double life, and keeping a second establishment. The nature of the bill showed that there was a lady in the case, and one who had expensive tastes. Liberal as you are with your servants, one can hardly expect that they can buy 20-guinea walking dresses for their ladies. I questioned Mrs. Straker as to the dress without her knowing it, and having satisfied myself that it had never reached her, I made a note of the milliner's address, and felt that by calling there with Straker's photograph, I could easily dispose of the mythical Derbyshire. From that time on, all was plain. Straker had led up the horse to a hollow where his light would be invisible. Simpson, in his flight, had dropped his cravat, and Straker had picked it up, with some idea, perhaps, that he might use it in securing the horse's leg. Once in the hollow, he had got behind the horse, and had struck a light. But the creature, frightened at the sudden glare, and with the strange instinct of animals feeling that some mischief was intended, had lashed out, and the steel shoe had struck Straker full on the forehead. He had already, in spite of the rain, taken off his overcoat in order to do his delicate task, and so, as he fell, his knife gashed his thigh. Do I make it clear? "Wonderful," cried the Colonel. "Wonderful! You might have been there." My final shot was, I confess, a very long one. It struck me that so astute a man as Straker would not undertake this delicate tendon-nicking without a little practice. What could he practice on? My eyes fell upon the sheep, and I asked a question which, rather to my surprise, showed that my surmise was correct. When I returned to London, I called upon the milliner who had recognized Straker as an excellent customer of the name of Derbyshire, who had a very dashing wife, with a strong partiality for expensive dresses. I have no doubt that this woman had plunged him over head and ears in debt, and so led him into this miserable plot. "You have explained all but one thing," cried the Colonel. "Where was the horse?" It bolted and was cared for by one of your neighbours. We must have an amnesty in that direction, I think. This is Clapham Junction, if I am not mistaken, and we shall be in Victoria in less than 10 minutes. If you care to smoke a cigar in our rooms, Colonel, I shall be happy to give you any other details which might interest you.
Cheating the Gallows by Israel Zangwill. Read by Cornelius Garrett. Chapter 1. A Curious Couple. They say that a union of opposites makes the happiest marriage, and perhaps it is on the same principle that men who chum together are always so oddly assorted. You shall find a man of letters sharing diggings with an auctioneer, and a medical student pigging with a stockbroker's clerk. Perhaps each thus escapes the temptation to talk shop in his hours of leisure, while he supplements his own experiences of life by his companions. There could not be an odder couple than Tom Peters and Everard G. Roxdal. The contrast began with their names and ran through the entire chapter. They had a bedroom and a sitting room in common, but it would not be easy to find what else. To his landlady, worthy Mrs. Seacon, Tom Peters's profession was a little vague, but everybody knew that Roxdal was the manager of the City and Suburban Bank, and it puzzled her to think why a bank manager should live with such a seedy-looking person who smoked clay pipes and sipped whisky and water all the evening when he was at home. For Roxdal was as spruce and erect as his fellow lodger was round-shouldered and shabby. He never smoked, and he confined himself to a small glass of claret at dinner. It is possible to live with a man and see very little of him. Where each of the partners lives in his own life in his own way, with his own circle of friends and external amusements, days may go by without the men having 5 minutes together. Perhaps this explains why these partnerships jog along so much more peaceably than marriages, where the chain is drawn so much tighter and galls the partners rather than links them. Diverse, however, as were the hours and habits of the chums, they often breakfasted together, and they agreed in one thing: they never stayed out at night. For the rest, Peters sought his diversions in the company of journalists and frequented debating rooms, where he propounded the most iconoclastic views, while Roxdal had highly respectable houses open to him in the suburbs, and was in fact engaged to be married to Clara Newell, the charming daughter of a retired corn factor, a widower with no other child. Clara naturally took up a good deal of Roxdal's time, and he often dressed to go to the play with her, while Peters stayed at home in a faded dressing-gown and loose slippers. Mrs. Seacon liked to see gentlemen about the house in evening dress, and made comparisons not favourable to Peters, and this in spite of the fact that he gave her infinitely less trouble than the younger man. It was Peters who first took the apartments, and it was characteristic of his easy-going temperament that he was so openly and naively delighted with the view of the Thames obtainable from the bedroom window that Mrs. Seacon was emboldened to ask 25% more than she had intended. She soon returned to her normal terms, however, when his friend Roxdal called the next day to inspect the rooms and overwhelmed her with a demonstration of their numerous shortcomings. He pointed out that their being on the ground floor was not an advantage, but a disadvantage, since they were nearer the noises of the street. In fact, the house being a corner one, the noises of 2 streets. Roxdal continued to exhibit the same finicking temperament in the petty details of the menage. His shirt fronts were never sufficiently starched, nor his boots sufficiently polished. Tom Peters, having no regard for rigid linen, was always good-tempered and satisfied, and never required the respect of his landlady. He wore blue check shirts and loose ties, even on Sundays. It is true he did not go to church, but slept on till Roxdal returned from morning service, and even then it was difficult to get him out of bed, or to make him hurry up his toilette operations. Often the midday meal would be smoking on the table, while Peters would be still reading in bed, and Roxdal, with his head thrust through the folding doors that separated the bedroom from the sitting room, would be adjuring the sluggard to arise and shake off his slumbers, and threatening to sit down without him, lest the dinner be spoilt. In revenge, Tom was usually up first on weekdays, sometimes at such unearthly hours that Polly had not yet removed the boots from outside the bedroom door, and would bawl down to the kitchen for his shaving water. For Tom, lazy and indolent as he was, shaved with the unfailing regularity of a man to whom shaving has become an instinct. If he had not kept fairly regular hours, Mrs. Seacon would have set him down as an actor, so clean-shaven was he. Roxdal did not shave. He wore a full beard, and being a fine figure of a man to boot, no uneasy investor could look upon him without being reassured as to the stability of the bank he managed so successfully. And thus the two men lived in an economical comradeship, all the firmer, perhaps, for their mutual incongruity. Chapter 2. A Woman's Instinct. It was on a Sunday afternoon in the middle of October, 10 days after Roxdal had settled in his new rooms, that Clara Newell paid her first visit to him there. She enjoyed a good deal of liberty, and did not mind accepting his invitation to tea. The corn factor, himself indifferently educated, had an exaggerated sense of the value of culture, and so Clara, who had artistic tastes without much actual talent, had gone in for painting, and might be seen in pretty toilettes copying pictures in the museum. At one time it looked as if she might be reduced to working seriously at her art, for Satan, who finds mischief still for idle hands to do, had persuaded her father to embark the fruits of years of toil in bubble companies. However, things turned out not so bad as they might have been. A little was saved from the wreck, and the appearance of a suitor in the person of Edward G. Roxdal ensured her a future of competence, if not of the luxury she had been entitled to expect. She had a good deal of affection for Everard, who was unmistakably a clever man as well as a good-looking one. The prospect seemed fair and cloudless. Nothing presaged the terrible storm that was about to break over these two lives. Nothing had ever for a moment come to vex their mutual contentment till this Sunday afternoon. The October sky, blue and sunny with an Indian summer sultriness, seemed an exact image of her life, with its aftermath of a happiness that had once seemed blighted. Everard had always been so attentive, so solicitous, that she was as much surprised as chagrined to find that he had apparently forgotten the appointment. Hearing her astonished interrogation of Polly in the passage, Tom shambled from the sitting-room in his loose slippers and his blue check shirt, with his eternal clay pipe in his mouth, and informed her that Roxdal had gone out suddenly earlier in the afternoon. "Gone out?" stammered poor Clara, all confused. "But he asked me to come to tea." "Oh, you're Miss Newell, I suppose," said Tom. "Yes, I am Miss Newell." "He has told me a great deal about you, but I wasn't able honestly to congratulate him on his choice till now." Clara blushed uneasily under the compliment, and under the ardour of his admiring gaze. Instinctively she distrusted the man. The very first tones of his deep bass voice gave her a peculiar shudder. And then his impoliteness in smoking that vile clay was so gratuitous. "Oh, then you must be Mr. Peters," he said in return. "He has often spoken to me of you." "Ah," said Tom laughingly, "I suppose he's told you all my vices. That accounts for your not being surprised at my Sunday attire." She smiled a little, showing a row of pearly teeth. "Everard describes to you all the virtues," he said. "Now that's what I call a friend," he cried ecstatically. "But won't you come in? He must be back in a moment. He surely would not break an appointment with you." The admiration latent in the accentuation of the last pronoun was almost offensive. She shook her head. She had a just grievance against Everard and would punish him by going away indignantly. "Do let me give you a cup of tea," Tom pleaded. "You must be awfully thirsty this sultry weather. There, I will make a bargain with you. If you will come in now, I promise to clear out the moment Everard returns and not spoil your tete-a-tete." But Clara was obstinate. She did not at all relish this man's society, and besides, she was not going to throw away her grievance against Everard. "I know Everard will slang me dreadfully when he comes in if I let you go," Tom urged. "Tell me at least where he can find you." "I am going to take the bus at Charing Cross, and I'm going straight home," Clara announced determinedly. She put up her parasol in a pet, and went up the street into the Strand. A cold shadow seemed to have fallen over all things. But just as she was getting into the bus, a hansom dashed down Trafalgar Square, and a well-known voice hailed her. The hansom stopped, and Everard got out and held out his hand. "I'm so glad you're a bit late," he said. "I was called out unexpectedly, and have been trying to rush back in time. You wouldn't have found me if you'd been punctual, but I thought," he added, laughing, "I could rely on you as a woman." "I was punctual," Clara said angrily. I was not getting out of this bus, as you seem to imagine, but into it, and was going home. Oh, my darling, he cried remorsefully. 1,000 apologies. The regret on his handsome face soothed her. He took the rose he was wearing in the buttonhole of his fashionably cut coat and gave it to her. Why were you so cruel? He murmured as she nestled against him in the hansom. Think of my despair if I'd come home to hear you'd come and gone. Why didn't you wait a moment? A shudder traversed her frame. Not with that man Peters, he murmured. Not with that man Peters? He echoed sharply. What is the matter with Peter? I don't know, she said. I don't like him. Clara, he said half sternly, half cajolingly, I thought you were above these feminine weaknesses. You are punctual, strive also to be reasonable. Tom is my best friend. From boyhood we've been always together. There's nothing Tom would not do for me, or I for Tom. You must like him, Clara, you must, if only for my sake. I'll try, Clara promised, and then he kissed her in gratitude and broad daylight. You'll be very nice to him at tea, won't you? He said anxiously. I shouldn't like you two to be bad friends. I don't want to be bad friends, Clara protested. Only the moment I saw him, a strange repulsion and mistrust came over me. You're quite wrong about him, quite wrong, he assured her earnestly. When you know him better, you'll find him the best of fellows. Oh, I know, he said suddenly. I suppose he was very untidy, and you women go so much by appearances. Not at all, Clara retorted. 'Tis you men who go by appearances. Yes, you do. That's why you care for me, he said, smiling. She assured him it wasn't, and she didn't care for him so much as he plumed himself, but he smiled on. His smile died away, however, when he entered his rooms and found Tom nowhere. I dare say you've made him run about hunting for me, he grumbled. Perhaps he knew I'd come back and went away to leave us together, he answered. He said he would when you came. And yet you say you don't like him? She smiled reassuringly. Inwardly, however, she felt pleased at the man's absence. Chapter 3. Polly receives a proposal. If Clara Newell could have seen Tom Peters carrying on with Polly in the passage, she might have felt justified in her prejudice against him. It must be confessed, though, that Everard also carried on with Polly. Alas, it is to be feared that men are much of a muchness where women are concerned. Shabby men and smart men, bank managers and journalists, bachelors and semi-detached bachelors. Perhaps it was a mistake after all to say the chums had nothing patently in common. Everard, I am afraid, kissed Polly rather more often than Clara, and although it was because he respected her less, the reason would perhaps not have been sufficiently consoling to his affianced wife. For Polly was pretty, especially on alternate Sunday afternoons, and she liked to receive the homage of real gentlemen, setting her white cap at all indifferently. Thus, just before Clara knocked on that memorable Sunday afternoon, Polly, being confined to the house by the unwritten code regulating the lives of servants, was amusing herself by flirting with Peters. You are fond of me a little bit, the graceless Tom whispered, aren't you? You know how I am, sir, Polly replied. You don't care for anyone else in the house. Oh, no, sir. I wonder how it is, sir, Polly replied ingenuously. And that very evening, when Clara was gone and Tom still out, Polly turned without the faintest atom of scrupulosity, or even jealousy, to the more fascinating Roxdal. If it would seem at first sight that Everard had less excuse for such frivolity than his friend, perhaps the seriousness he showed in this interview may throw a different light upon the complex character of the man. You're quite sure you don't care for anyone but me? He asked earnestly. Of course not, sir, Polly replied indignantly. How could I? But you care for that soldier I saw you out with last Sunday. Oh, no, sir. He's only my young man, she said apologetically. Would you give him up? He hissed suddenly. Polly's pretty face took a look of terror. I couldn't, sir. He'd kill me. He's such a jealous brute, you've no idea. Yes, but suppose I took you away from here, he whispered eagerly. Somewhere where he couldn't find you. South America, Africa, somewhere. Thousands of miles across the sea. Oh, sir, you frighten me, whispered Polly, cowering before his ardent eyes which shone in the dimly lit passage. Would you come with me? He hissed. She did not answer. She shook herself free and ran into the kitchen, trembling with a vague fear. Chapter 4. the crash. One morning, earlier than his earliest hour of demanding his shaving water, Tom rang the bell violently and asked the alarmed Polly what had become of Mr. Roxdal. "How should I know, sir?" she gasped. "Ain't he been in, sir?" "Apparently not," Tom answered anxiously. "He never remains out. We've been here 3 weeks now, and I can't recall a single night he hasn't been home before 12. I can't make it out." All inquiries proved futile. Mrs. Seacon reminded him of a thick fog that had come on suddenly the night before. "What fog?" asked Tom. "Lord, didn't you notice it, sir?" "No, I came in early, smoked, read, and went to bed about 11. I never thought of looking out of the window." "It began about 10, said Mrs. Seacon, "and got thicker and thicker. I couldn't see the lights of the river from my bedroom. The poor gentleman has been and gone and walked into the water." He began to whimper. "Nonsense, nonsense," said Tom, though his expression belied his words. "At the worst, I should think he couldn't find his way home and couldn't get a cab, so put up for the night at some hotel. I dare say it will be all right." He began to whistle as if in restored cheerfulness. At 8 o'clock there came a letter for Roxdal marked immediate. But as he did not turn up for breakfast, Tom went round personally to the City and Suburban Bank. He waited half an hour there, but the manager did not make his appearance. Then he left the letter with the cashier and went away with anxious countenance. That afternoon it was all over London that the manager of the City and Suburban had disappeared, and that many £1,000s of gold and notes had disappeared with him. Scotland Yard opened the letter marked immediate, and noted that there had been a delay in its delivery, for the address had been obscure and an official alteration had been made. It was written in a feminine hand and said, "On second thoughts, I cannot accompany you. Do not try to see me again. Forget me. I shall never forget you." There was no signature. Clara Newell, distracted, disclaimed all knowledge of this letter. Polly deposed that the fugitive had proposed flight to her, and the routes to Africa and South America were especially watched. Some months passed without result. Tom Peters went about overwhelmed with grief and astonishment. The police took possession of all the missing man's effects. Gradually, the hue and cry dwindled, died. Chapter 5. Faith and Unfaith. "At last we meet," cried Tom Peters, while his face lit up in joy. "How are you, dear Miss Newell?" Clara greeted him coldly. Her face had an abiding pallor now. Her lover's flight and shame had prostrated her for weeks. Her soul was the arena of contending instincts. Alone of all the world, she still believed in Everard's innocence, felt that there was something more than met the eye, divined some devilish mystery behind it all. And yet that damning letter from the anonymous lady shook her sadly. Then, too, there was the deposition of Polly. When she heard Peters's voice accosting her, all her old repugnance resurged. It flashed upon her that this man, Roxdal's boon companion, must know far more than he had told to the police. She remembered how Everard had spoken of him, with what affection and confidence. Was it likely he was utterly ignorant of Everard's movements? Mastering her repugnance, she held out her hand. It might be well to keep in touch with him. He was possibly the clue to the mystery. She noticed he was dressed a shade more trimly, and was smoking a meerschaum. He walked along at her side, making no offer to put his pipe out. "You have not heard from Everard?" he asked. She flushed. "Do you think I'm an accessory after the fact?" she cried. "No, no," he said soothingly. "Pardon me, I was thinking he might have written, giving no exact address, of course. Men do sometimes dare to write thus to women. But of course he knows you too well. You would have put the police on his track." "Certainly," he exclaimed indignantly. "Even if he is innocent, he must face the charge." "Do you still entertain the possibility of his innocence?" "I do," she said boldly, and looked him full in the face. His eyelids drooped with a quiver. "Don't you?" "I have hoped against hope," he replied, in a voice faltering with emotion. "Poor old Everard. But I'm afraid there is no room for doubt. Oh, this wicked curse of money, tempting the noblest and the best of us." The weeks rolled on. Gradually, she found herself seeing more and more of Tom Peters, and gradually, strange to say, he grew less repulsive. From the talks they had together, she began to see that there was really no reason to put faith in Everard. His criminality, his faithlessness were too flagrant. Gradually, she grew ashamed of her early mistrust of Peters. Remorse bred esteem, and esteem ultimately ripened into feeling so warm that when Tom gave freer vent to the love that had been visible to Clara from the first, she did not repulse him. It is only in books that love lives forever. Clara, so her father thought, showed herself a sensible girl in plucking out an unworthy affection and casting it from her heart. He invited the new lover to his house and took to him at once. Roxdal's somewhat supercilious manner had always jarred upon the unsophisticated corn factor. With Tom, the old man got on much better. While evidently quite as well informed and cultured as his whilom friend, Tom knew how to impart his superior knowledge with the accent on the knowledge rather than on the superiority, while he had the air of gaining much information in return. Those who are most conscious of defects of early education are most resentful of other people sharing their consciousness. Moreover, Tom's bonhomie was far more to the old fellow's liking than the studied politeness of his predecessor, so that on the whole, Tom made more of a conquest of the father than of the daughter. Nevertheless, Clara was by no means unresponsive to Tom's affection, and when, after one of his visits to the house, the old man kissed her fondly and spoke of the happy turn things had taken, and how, for the second time in their lives, things had mended when they seemed at their blackest, her heart swelled with a gush of gratitude and joy and tenderness, and she fell sobbing into her father's arms. Tom calculated that he made a clear $500 a year by occasional journalism, besides possessing some profitable investments which he had inherited from his mother, so that there was no reason for delaying the marriage. It was fixed for May Day, and the honeymoon was to be spent in Italy. Chapter 6. The Dream and the Awakening. But Clara was not destined to happiness. From the moment she had promised herself to her first love's friend, old memories began to rise up and reproach her. Strange thoughts stirred in the depths of her soul, and in the silent watches of the night she seemed to hear Everard's accents charged with grief and upbraiding. Her uneasiness increased as her wedding day drew near. One night, after a pleasant afternoon spent in being rowed by Tom among the upper reaches of the Thames, she retired to rest full of vague forebodings. And she dreamt a terrible dream. The dripping form of Everard stood by her bedside, staring at her with ghastly eyes. Had he been drowned on the passage to his land of exile? Frozen with horror, she put the question. "I have never left England," the vision answered. Her tongue clove to the roof of her mouth. "Never left England?" she repeated in tones which did not seem to be hers. The wraith's stony eyes stared on, but there was silence. "Where have you been, then?" she asked in her dream. "Very near you," came the answer. "There has been foul play, then," she shrieked. The phantom shook its head in doleful assent. "I knew it!" she shrieked. Tom Peters has done away with you! Is it not he? Speak!" "Yes, it is he, Tom Peters, whom I loved more than all the world." Even in the terrible oppression of the dream she could not resist saying, woman-like, "Did I not warn you against him?" The phantom stared on silently and made no reply. "But what was his motive?" she asked at length. "Love of gold, and you are giving yourself to him," it said sternly. No, Everard. I will not, I swear it. Forgive me." The spirit shook its head sceptically. "You love him. Women are false as men." She strove to protest again, but her tongue refused its office. "If you marry him, I shall always be with you. Beware." The dripping figure vanished as suddenly as it came, and Clara awoke in a cold perspiration. Oh, it was horrible! The man she had learnt to love, the murderer of the man she had learnt to forget. How her original prejudice had been justified. Distracted, shaken to her depths, she would not take counsel even of her father, but inform the police of her suspicions. A raid was made on Tom's rooms, and lo, The stolen notes were discovered in a huge bundle. It was found that he had several banking accounts, with a large, recently deposited amount in each bank. Tom was arrested. Attention was now concentrated on the corpses washed up by the river. It was not long before the body of Roxdal came to shore, the face distorted almost beyond recognition by long immersion, but the clothes patently his, and a pocketbook in the breast pocket removing the last doubt. Mrs. Seacon and Polly and Clara Newell all identified the body. Both juries returned a verdict of murder against Tom Peters, the recital of Clara's dream producing a unique impression in the court and throughout the country, especially in theological and theosophical circles. The theory of the prosecution was that Roxdal had brought home the money, whether to fly alone or to divide it, or whether even for some innocent purpose, as Clara believed, was immaterial. That Peters determined to have it all, that he had gone out for a walk with the deceased, and taking advantage of the fog, had pushed him into the river, and that he was further impelled to the crime by love for Clara Newell, as was evident from his subsequent relations with her. The judge put on the black cap. Tom Peters was duly hung by the neck till he was dead. Chapter 7. A brief resume of the culprit's confession. When you all read this, I shall be dead and laughing at you. I have been hung for my own murder. I am Everard G. Roxdal. I am also Tom Peters. We two were one. When I was a young man, my moustache and beard wouldn't come. I bought false ones to improve my appearance. One day, after I'd become manager of the City and Suburban Bank, I took off my beard and moustache at home, and then the thought crossed my mind that nobody would know me without them. I was another man. Instantly it flashed upon me that if I ran away from the bank, that other man could be left in London, while the police were scouring the world for a non-existent fugitive. But this was only the crude germ of the idea. Slowly I matured my plan. The man who was going to be left in London must be known to a circle of acquaintance beforehand. It would be easy enough to masquerade in the evenings in my beardless condition, with other disguises of dress and voice. But this was not brilliant enough. I conceived the idea of living with him. It was Box and Cox reversed. We shared rooms at Mrs. Seacon's. It was a great strain, but it was only for a few weeks. I had trick clothes in my bedroom like those of quick-change artistes. In a moment I could pass from Roxdal to Peters and from Peters to Roxdal. Polly had to clean 2 pairs of boots a morning, cook 2 dinners, etc., etc. She and Mrs. Seacon saw one or the other of us every moment. It never dawned upon them. They never saw us both together. At meals I would not be interrupted, ate off 2 plates, and conversed with my friend in loud tones. A slight ventriloquial gift enabled me to hold audible conversations with him when he was supposed to be in the bedroom. At other times we dined at different hours. On Sundays he was supposed to be asleep when I was in church. There is no landlady in the world to whom the idea would have occurred that one man was troubling himself to be 2, and to pay for 2, including washing. I worked up the idea of Roxdal's flight, asked Polly to go with me, manufactured that feminine letter that arrived on the morning of my disappearance. As Tom Peters, I mixed with a journalistic set. I had another room where I kept the golden notes till I mistakenly thought the thing had blown over. Unfortunately, returning from here on the night of my disappearance, with Roxdal's clothes in a bundle I intended to drop into the river, it was stolen from me in the fog, and the man into whose possession it ultimately came appears to have committed suicide, so that his body dressed in my clothes was taken for mine. What perhaps ruined me was my desire to keep Clara's love, and to transfer it to the survivor. Everard told her I was the best of fellows. Once married to her, I would not have had much fear. Even if she had discovered the trick, a wife cannot give evidence against her husband, and often does not want to. I made none of the usual slips, but no man can guard against a girl's nightmare after a day up the river and a supper at the Star and Garter. I might have told the judge he was an ass, but then I should have had penal servitude for bank robbery, and that is worse than death. The only thing that puzzles me, though, is whether the law has committed murder or I suicide. What is certain is that I have cheated the gallows.
My First Experience with the Great Logician by Jacques Futrelle, narrated by Stephen R. Thorne. It was once my good fortune to meet in person Professor Augustus S.F.X. Van Dusen, Ph.D., LL.D., F.R.S., M.D., etc. The meeting came about through a singular happening, which was as mystifying as it was dangerous to me. He saved my life, in fact, and in the process of hauling me back from eternity, the edge of that appalling mist which separates life and death, I had full opportunity of witnessing the workings of that marvelously keen, cold brain which has made him the most distinguished scientist and logician of his day. It was some time afterward, however, that Professor Van Dusen was identified in my mind with the thinking machine. I had dined at the Hotel Teutonic, taken a cigar from my pocket, lighted it, and started for a stroll across Boston Common. It was after 8 o'clock on one of those clear, nippy evenings of winter. I was near the center of the Common on one of the many little bypaths which lead toward Beacon Hill, when I became conscious of an acute pain in my chest, a sudden fluttering of my heart, and a constriction in my throat. The lights in the distance began to waver and grow dim, and perspiration broke out all over me from an inward gnawing agony which grew more intense each moment. I felt myself reeling. My cigar dropped from my fingers, and I clutched at a seat to steady myself. There was no one near me. I tried to call, then everything grew dark, and I sank down on the ground. My last recollection was of a figure approaching me. The last words I heard were a petulant, irritable, "Dear me," and then I was lost to consciousness. When I recovered consciousness, I lay on a couch in a strange room. My eyes wandered weakly about, and lingered with a certain childish interest on half a dozen spots, which reflected glitteringly the light of an electric bulb set high up on one side. These bright spots, I came to realize after a moment, were metal parts of various instruments of a laboratory. For a time, I lay helpless, listless, with trembling pulse and eardrums thumping. Then I heard steps approaching, and someone bent over and peered into my face. It was a man, but such a man as I had never seen before. A great shock of straw-yellow hair tumbled about a broad, high forehead, a small, wrinkled, querulous face, the face of an aged child, a pair of watery blue eyes squinting aggressively through thick spectacles, and a thin-lipped mouth, as straight as the mark of a surgeon's knife, save for the drooping corners. My impression then was that it was some sort of hallucination, the distorted vagary of a disordered brain. But gradually my vision cleared, and the grip of slender fingers on my pulse made me realize the actuality of the apparition. "How do you feel?" The thin lips had opened just enough to let out the question. The tone was curt and belligerent, and the voice rasped unpleasantly. At the same time, the squint eyes were focused on mine with a steady, piercing glare that made me uneasy. I tried to answer, but my tongue refused to move. The gaze continued for an instant. Then the man, the thinking machine, turned away and prepared a particularly vile-smelling concoction which he poured into me. Then I was lost again. After a time, it might have been minutes or hours, I felt again the hand on my pulse, and again the thinking machine favored me with a glare. An hour later, I was sitting up on the couch with unclouded brain, and a heartbeat which was nearly normal. It was then I learned why Professor Van Dusen, an eminent man of the sciences, had been dubbed the thinking machine. I understood firsthand how material muddles were so unfailingly dissipated by unadulterated, infallible logic. Remember that I had gone into that room an inanimate thing, inert, unconscious, mentally and physically dead to all practical intents, beyond the point where I might have babbled any elucidating fact. And remember, too, please, that I didn't know, had not the faintest idea, what had happened to me, beyond the fact that I had fallen unconscious. The thinking machine didn't ask questions, yet he supplied all the missing details, together with a host of personal, intimate things of which he could personally have had no knowledge. In other words, I was an abstruse problem, and he solved me. with head tilted back against the cushion of the chair, and such a head. With eyes unwaveringly turned upward and fingertips pressed idly together, he sat there, a strange, grotesque little figure in the midst of his laboratory apparatus. Not for a moment did he display the slightest interest in me, personally. It was all as if I had been written down on a slate, to be wiped off when I was solved. "Did this ever happen to you before?" he asked abruptly. "No," I replied. "What was it?" "You were poisoned," he said. "The poison was a deadly one, corrosive sublimate or bichloride of mercury. The shock was very severe, but you will be all right in—" "Poisoned?" I exclaimed, aghast. "Who poisoned me? Why?" "You poisoned yourself," he replied testily. "It was your own carelessness. 9 out of 10 persons handle poison as if it was candy, and you are like all the rest." "But I couldn't have poisoned myself," I protested. "Why, I have had no occasion to handle poisons, not for I don't know how long." "I do know," he said. "It was nearly a year ago when you handled this, but corrosive sublimate is always dangerous." The tone irritated me. The impassive arrogance of the little man inflamed my reeling brain, and I am not sure that I did not shake my finger in his face. "If I was poisoned," I declared with some heat, "it was not my fault. Somebody gave it to me. Somebody tried to—" "You poisoned yourself," said the thinking machine again, impatiently. "You talk like a child." "How do you know I poisoned myself? How do you know I ever handled a poison? And how do you know it was a year ago if I did?" The thinking machine regarded me coldly for an instant, and then those strange eyes of his wandered upward again. "I know these things," he said, "just as I know your name, address, and profession from cards I found in your pockets, just as I know you smoke, from 6 cigars on you, just as I know that you are wearing those clothes for the first time this winter, just as I know you lost your wife within a few months, that you kept house then, and that your house was infested with insects. I know just as I know everything else by the rules of inevitable logic." My head was whirling. I stared at him in blank astonishment. "But how do you know these things?" I insisted in bewilderment. "The average person of today," replied the scientist, "knows nothing unless it is written down and thrust under his nose. I happen to be a physician. I saw you fall and went to you, my first thought being of heart trouble. Your pulse showed it was not that, and it was obviously not apoplexy. Now, there was no visible reason why you should have collapsed like that. There had been no shot, and there was no wound, therefore, poison. An examination confirmed this first hypothesis. Your symptoms showed that the poison was bichloride of mercury. I put you in a cab and brought you here. From the fact that you were not dead then, I knew that your system had absorbed only a minute quantity of poison, a quantity so small that it demonstrated instantly that there had been no suicidal intent, and indicated, too, that no one else had administered it. If this was true, I knew, I didn't guess, I knew, that the poisoning was accidental. How accidental? My first surmise, naturally, was that the poison had been absorbed through the mouth. I searched your pockets. The only thing I found that you would put into your mouth were the cigars. Were they poisoned? A test showed they were. All of them. With intent to kill? No, not enough poison was used. Was the poison a part of the gum used to bind the cigar? Possible, of course, but not probable. Then what? He lowered his eyes and squinted at me suddenly, aggressively. I shook my head, and as an afterthought closed my gaping mouth. Perhaps you carried corrosive sublimate in your pocket. I didn't find any, but perhaps you once carried it. I tore out the coat pocket in which I found the cigars and subjected it to the test. At some time, there had been corrosive sublimate, in the form of powder or crystals, in the pocket, and in some manner, perhaps because of an imperfection in the package, a minute quantity was loose in your pocket. Here was an answer to every question, and more. Here was how the cigars were poisoned, and in combination with the tailor's tag inside your pocket, a short history of your life. Briefly, it went like this. Once you had corrosive sublimate in your pocket. For what purpose? First thought, to rid your home of insects. Second thought, If you were boarding, married or unmarried, the task of getting rid of the insects would have been left to the servant, and this would possibly have been the case if you had been living at home. So, I assumed for the instant that you were keeping house, and if keeping house, you were married. You bought the poison for use in your own home. Now, without an effort, naturally, I had you married and keeping house. Then what? The tailor's tag with your name and the date your clothing was made 1 year and 3 months ago. It is winter clothing. If you had worn it since the poison was loose in your pocket, the thing that happened to you tonight would have happened to you before, but it never happened before. Therefore, I assume that you had the poison early last spring, when insects began to be troublesome, and immediately after that you laid away the suit until this winter. I know you are wearing the suit for the first time this winter because, again, this thing has not happened before, and because, too, of the faint odor of mothballs. A brand of crepe on your hat, the picture of a young woman in your watch, and the fact that you are now living at your club, as your bill for the last month shows, establish beyond doubt that you are a widower. It's perfectly miraculous, I exclaimed. Logic, 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 snapped the irritable little scientist. You are a lawyer. You ought to know the correlation of facts. You ought to know that 2 and 2 make 4. Not sometimes, but all the time.
The Queen's Necklace by Maurice Leblanc. Read by Cameron Stewart. 2 or 3 times each year, on occasions of unusual importance, such as the balls at the Austrian embassy or the soirees of Lady Billingston, the Countess de Dreux-Soubise wore upon her white shoulders the Queen's Necklace. It was, indeed, the famous necklace, the legendary necklace that Beaumer and Bassange, court jewellers, had made for Madame du Barry, the veritable necklace that the Cardinal de Rohan-Soubise intended to give to Marie Antoinette, Queen of France, and the same that the adventuress Jeanne de Valois, Countess de la Motte, had pulled to pieces one evening in February 1785 with the aid of her husband and their accomplice, Rétaux de Villette. To tell the truth, the mounting alone was genuine. Rétaux de Villette had kept it, whilst the Count de la Motte and his wife scattered to the 4 winds of heaven the beautiful stones so carefully chosen by Beaumer. Later, he sold the mounting to Gaston de Dreux-Soubise, nephew and heir of the Cardinal, who repurchased the few diamonds that remained in the possession of the English jeweller, Jeffreys, supplemented them with other stones of the same size but of much inferior quality, and thus restored the marvellous necklace to the form in which it had come from the hands of Beaumer and Bassange. For nearly a century, the house of Dreux-Soubise had prided itself upon the possession of this historic jewel. Although adverse circumstances had greatly reduced their fortune, they preferred to curtail their household expenses rather than part with this relic of royalty. More particularly, the present Count clung to it as a man clings to the home of his ancestors. As a matter of prudence, he had rented a safety deposit box at the Crédit Lyonnais in which to keep it. He went for it himself on the afternoon of the day on which his wife wished to wear it, and he himself carried it back next morning. On this particular evening, at the reception given at the Palais de Castille, the Countess achieved a remarkable success, and King Christian, in whose honour the fete was given, commented on her grace and beauty. The 1,000 facets of the diamond sparkled and shone like flames of fire about her shapely neck and shoulders, and it is safe to say that none but she could have borne the weight of such an ornament with so much ease and grace. This was a double triumph, and the Count de Dreux was highly elated when they returned to their chamber in the old house of the Faubourg Saint-Germain. He was proud of his wife, and quite as proud, perhaps, of the necklace that had conferred added lustre to his noble house for generations. His wife also regarded the necklace with an almost childish vanity, and it was not without regret that she removed it from her shoulders and handed it to her husband, who admired it as passionately as if he had never seen it before. Then, having placed it in its case of red leather, stamped with the Cardinal's arms, he passed into an adjoining room, which was simply an alcove or cabinet that had been cut off from their chamber, and which could be entered only by means of a door at the foot of their bed. As he had done on previous occasions, he hid it on a high shelf amongst hat boxes and piles of linen. He closed the door and retired. Next morning, he arose about 9 o'clock, intending to go to the Crédit Lyonnais before breakfast. He dressed, drank a cup of coffee, and went to the stables to give his orders. The condition of one of the horses worried him. He caused it to be exercised in his presence. Then he returned to his wife, who had not yet left the chamber. Her maid was dressing her hair. When her husband entered, she asked, "Are you going out?" "Yes, as far as the bank." "Of course. That is wise." He entered the cabinet, but after a few seconds, and without any sign of astonishment, he asked, "Did you take it, my dear?" "What? No, I have not taken anything." "You must have moved it." "Not at all. I have not even opened that door." He appeared at the door, disconcerted, and stammered in a scarcely intelligible voice, "You haven't? It wasn't you? Then—" She hastened to his assistance, and together they made a thorough search, throwing the boxes to the floor and overturning the piles of linen. Then the Count said, quite discouraged, "It is useless to look any more. I put it here, on this shelf." "You must be mistaken." No, it was on this shelf, nowhere else." They lighted a candle, as the room was quite dark, and then carried out all the linen and other articles that the room contained. And when the room was emptied, they confessed, in despair, that the famous necklace had disappeared. Without losing time in vain lamentations, the Countess notified the commissary of police, Monsieur Valorbe, who came at once, and after hearing their story, inquired of the Count, "Are you sure that no one passed through your chamber during the night?" "Absolutely sure, as I am a very light sleeper. Besides, the chamber door was bolted, and I remember unbolting it this morning when my wife rang for her maid." "And there is no other entrance to the cabinet?" "None." "No windows?" "Yes, but it is closed up." "I will look at it." Candles were lighted, and Monsieur Valorbe observed at once that the lower half of the window was covered by a large press, which was, however, so narrow that it did not touch the casement on either side. "On what does this window open?" "A small inner court." "And you have a floor above this?" "Two, but on a level with the servants' floor. There is a close grating over the court. That is why this room is so dark." When the press was moved, they found that the window was fastened, which would not have been the case if anyone had entered that way. "Unless," said the Count, "they went out through our chamber." "In that case, you would have found the door unbolted." The commissary considered the situation for a moment, then asked the Countess, "Did any of your servants know that you wore the necklace last evening?" "Certainly. I didn't conceal the fact, but nobody knew that it was hidden in that cabinet." "No one?" "No one, unless—" "Be quite sure, madam, as it is a very important point." She turned to her husband and said, "I was thinking of Henriette." "Henriette? She didn't know where we kept it." "Are you sure?" "Who is this woman Henriette?" asked Monsieur Valorbe. "A schoolmate, who was disowned by her family for marrying beneath her. After her husband's death, I furnished an apartment in this house for her and her son. She is clever with her needle, and has done some work for me." "What floor is she on?" "Same as ours, at the end of the corridor, and I think the window of her kitchen—" "Opens on this little court, does it not?" "Yes, just opposite ours." Monsieur Valorbe then asked to see Henriette. They went to her apartment. She was sewing, whilst her son, Raoul, about 6 years old, was sitting beside her, reading. The commissary was surprised to see the wretched apartment that had been provided for the woman. It consisted of one room without a fireplace, and a very small room that served as a kitchen. The commissary proceeded to question her. She appeared to be overwhelmed on learning of the theft. Last evening she had herself dressed the Countess and placed the necklace upon her shoulders. "Good God!" she exclaimed. "It can't be possible!" "And you have no idea? Not the least suspicion? Is it possible that the thief may have passed through your room?" She laughed heartily, never supposing that she could be an object of suspicion. "But I have not left my room. I never go out. And perhaps you have not seen." She opened the kitchen window and said, "See, it is at least 3 meters to the ledge of the opposite window." "Who told you that we supposed the theft might have been committed in that way?" "But the necklace was in the cabinet, wasn't it?" "How do you know that?" "Why, I have always known that it was kept there at night. It had been mentioned in my presence." Her face, though still young, bore unmistakable traces of sorrow and resignation, and it now assumed an expression of anxiety as if some danger threatened her. She drew her son toward her. The child took her hand and kissed it affectionately. When they were alone again, the Count said to the commissary, "I do not suppose you suspect Henriette. I can answer for her. She is honesty itself." "I quite agree with you," replied Monsieur Valorbe. "At most, I thought there might have been an unconscious complicity. But I confess that even that theory must be abandoned, as it does not help solve the problem now before us." The commissary of police abandoned the investigation, which was now taken up and completed by the examining judge. He questioned the servants, examined the condition of the bolt, experimented with the opening and closing of the cabinet window, and explored the little court from top to bottom. All was in vain. The bolt was intact. The window could not be opened or closed from the outside. The inquiries especially concerned Henriette, for in spite of everything they always turned in her direction. They made a thorough investigation of her past life and ascertained that, during the last 3 years, she had left the house only 4 times, and her business on those occasions was satisfactorily explained. As a matter of fact, she acted as chambermaid and seamstress to the Countess, who treated her with great strictness and even severity. At the end of a week, the examining judge had secured no more definite information than the commissary of police. The judge said, "Admitting that we know the guilty party, which we do not, we are confronted by the fact that we do not know how the theft was committed. We are brought face to face with 2 obstacles, a door and a window, both closed and fastened. It is thus a double mystery. How could anyone enter, and, moreover, how could anyone escape, leaving behind him a bolted door and a fastened window?" At the end of 4 months, the secret opinion of the judge was that the Count and Countess, being hard-pressed for money, which was their normal condition, had sold the Queen's necklace. He closed the investigation. The loss of the famous jewel was a severe blow to the Drusubis. Their credit being no longer propped up by the reserve fund that such a treasure constituted, they found themselves confronted by more exacting creditors and moneylenders. They were obliged to cut down to the quick, to sell or mortgage every article that possessed any commercial value. In brief, it would have been their ruin, if 2 large legacies from some distant relatives had not saved them. Their pride also suffered a downfall, as if they had lost a quartering from their escutcheon. And strange to relate, it was upon her former schoolmate, Henriette, that the Countess vented her spleen. Toward her, the Countess displayed the most spiteful feelings, and even openly accused her. First, Henriette was relegated to the servants' quarters, and next day, discharged. For some time, the Count and Countess passed an uneventful life. They travelled a great deal. Only one incident of record occurred during that period. Some months after the departure of Henriette, the Countess was surprised when she received and read the following letter, signed by Henriette.
Madame, I do not know how to thank you, for it was it not, who sent me that? It could not have been anyone else. No one but you knows where I live. If I am wrong, excuse me, and accept my sincere thanks for your past favours.
What did the letter mean? The present or past favours of the Countess consisted principally of injustice and neglect. Why, then, this letter of thanks? When asked for an explanation, Henriette replied that she had received a letter, through the mails, enclosing 2 banknotes of 1,000 francs each. The envelope, which she enclosed with her reply, bore the Paris postmark and was addressed in a handwriting that was obviously disguised. Now, whence came those 2,000 francs? Who had sent them? And why had they sent them? Henriette received a similar letter and a like sum of money 12 months later, and a third time, and a fourth, and each year for a period of 6 years, with this difference, that in the 5th and 6th years the sum was doubled. There was another difference. The post office authorities, having seized one of the letters under the pretext that it was not registered, the last 2 letters were duly sent according to the postal regulations, the first dated from Saint-Germain, the other from Suresnes. The writer signed the first one Anquety and the other Péchard. The addresses that he gave were false. At the end of 6 years, Henriette died, and the mystery remained unsolved. All these events are known to the public. The case was one of those which excite public interest, and it was a strange coincidence that this necklace, which had caused such a great commotion in France at the close of the 18th century, should create a similar commotion a century later. But what I am about to relate is known only to the parties directly interested and a few others from whom the Count exacted a promise of secrecy. As it is probable that some day or other that promise will be broken, I have no hesitation in rending the veil and thus disclosing the key to the mystery, the explanation of the letter published in the morning papers 2 days ago, an extraordinary letter which increased, if possible, the mists and shadows that envelop this inscrutable drama. 5 days ago, a number of guests were dining with the Count de Dreux-Soubise. There were several ladies present, including his 2 nieces and his cousin, and the following gentlemen: the President of Esseville, the Deputy Bochat, the Chevalier Floriani, whom the Count had known in Sicily, and General Marquis de Rouzières, an old club friend. After the repast, coffee was served by the ladies, who gave the gentlemen permission to smoke their cigarettes, provided they would not desert the salon. The conversation was general, and finally one of the guests chanced to speak of celebrated crimes. And that gave the Marquis de Rouzières, who delighted to tease the Count, an opportunity to mention the affair of the Queen's necklace, a subject that the Count detested. Each one expressed his own opinion of the affair, and of course their various theories were not only contradictory, but impossible. "And you, monsieur," said the Countess to the Chevalier Floriani, "what is your opinion?" "Oh, I have no opinion, madame." All the guests protested, for the Chevalier had just related in an entertaining manner various adventures in which he had participated with his father, a magistrate at Palermo, and which established his judgment and taste in such matters. "I confess," said he, "I have sometimes succeeded in unravelling mysteries that the cleverest detectives have renounced, yet I do not claim to be Sherlock Holmes. Moreover, I know very little about the affair of the Queen's necklace." Everybody now turned to the Count, who was thus obliged, quite unwillingly, to narrate all the circumstances connected with the theft. The Chevalier listened, reflected, asked a few questions, and said, "It is very strange. At first sight, the problem appears to be a very simple one. The Count shrugged his shoulders. The others drew closer to the Chevalier, who continued, in a dogmatic tone, "As a general rule, in order to find the author of a crime or a theft, it is necessary to determine how that crime or theft was committed, or at least how it could have been committed. In the present case, nothing is more simple, because we are face to face not with several theories, but with one positive fact. That is to say, the thief could only enter by the chamber door or the window of the cabinet. Now, a person cannot open a bolted door from the outside. Therefore, he must have entered through the window." "But it was closed and fastened, and we found it fastened afterward," declared the Count. "In order to do that," continued Floriani, without heeding the interruption, "he had simply to construct a bridge, a plank or a ladder, between the balcony of the kitchen and the ledge of the window, and as the jewel case—" "But I repeat that the window was fastened," exclaimed the Count impatiently. This time, Floriani was obliged to reply. He did so with the greatest tranquillity, as if the objection was the most insignificant affair in the world. "I will admit that it was, but is there not a transom in the upper part of the window?" "How do you know that?" "In the first place, that was customary in houses of that date, and in the second place, without such a transom, the theft cannot be explained." "Yes, there is one, but it was closed, the same as the window. Consequently, we did not pay attention to it." "That was a mistake, for if you had examined it, you would have found that it had been opened." "But how?" "I presume that, like all others, it opens by means of a wire with a ring on the lower end." "Yes, but I do not see—" "Now, through a hole in the window, a person could, by the aid of some instrument, let us say a poker with a hook at the end, grip the ring, pull down, and open the transom." The Count laughed and said, "Excellent, excellent! Your scheme is very cleverly constructed, but you overlook one thing, monsieur. There is no hole in the window." "There was a hole." "Nonsense, we would have seen it." "In order to see it, you must look for it, and no one has looked. The hole is there. It must be there, at the side of the window, in the putty. In a vertical direction, of course." The Count arose. He was greatly excited. He paced up and down the room 2 or 3 times in a nervous manner, then, approaching Floriani, said, "Nobody has been in that room since. Nothing has been changed." "Very well, monsieur. You can easily satisfy yourself that my explanation is correct." "It does not agree with the facts established by the examining judge. You have seen nothing, and yet you contradict all that we have seen and all that we know." Floriani paid no attention to the Count's petulance. He simply smiled and said, "Mon Dieu, monsieur, I submit my theory. That is all. If I am mistaken, you can easily prove it." "I will do so at once. I confess that your assurance—" The Count muttered a few more words, then suddenly rushed to the door and passed out. Not a word was uttered in his absence, and this profound silence gave the situation an air of almost tragic importance. Finally, the Count returned. He was pale and nervous. He said to his friends in a trembling voice, "I beg your pardon. The revelations of the Chevalier were so unexpected. I should never have thought—" His wife questioned him eagerly. "Speak, what is it?" He stammered, "The hole is there, at the very spot, at the side of the window." He seized the Chevalier's arm and said to him, in an imperious tone, "Now, monsieur, proceed. I admit that you are right so far, but now that is not all. Go on. Tell us the rest of it." Floriani disengaged his arm gently, and after a moment continued. "Well, in my opinion, this is what happened. The thief, knowing that the Countess was going to wear the necklace that evening, had prepared his gangway or bridge during your absence. He watched you through the window and saw you hide the necklace. Afterward, he cut the glass and pulled the ring. Ah, but the distance was so great that it would be impossible for him to reach the window fastening through the transom. Well then, if he could not open the window by reaching through the transom, he must have crawled through the transom. Impossible. It is too small. No man could crawl through it. Then it was not a man, declared Floriani. What? If the transom is too small to admit a man, it must have been a child. A child? Did you not say that your friend Henriette had a son? Yes, a son named Raoul. Then, in all probability, it was Raoul who committed the theft. What proof have you of that? What proof? Plenty of it. For instance, he stopped and reflected for a moment, then continued, for instance, that gangway or bridge. It is improbable that the child could have brought it in from outside the house and carried it away again without being observed. He must have used something close at hand. In the little room used by Henriette as a kitchen, were there not some shelves against the wall on which she placed her pans and dishes? 2 shelves, to the best of my memory. Are you sure that those shelves are really fastened to the wooden brackets that support them? For if they are not, we could be justified in presuming that the child removed them, fastened them together, and thus formed his bridge. Perhaps also, since there was a stove, we might find the bent poker that he used to open the transom. Without saying a word, the Count left the room, and this time those present did not feel the nervous anxiety they had experienced the first time. They were confident that Floriani was right, and no one was surprised when the Count returned and declared, "It was the child. Everything proves it." "You have seen the shelves and the poker?" "Yes. The shelves have been unnailed, and the poker is there yet." But the Countess exclaimed, "You had better say it was his mother. Henriette is the guilty party. She must have compelled her son." "No," declared the Chevalier. "The mother had nothing to do with it." "Nonsense! They occupied the same room. The child could not have done it without the mother's knowledge." "True. They lived in the same room, but all this happened in the adjoining room during the night, while the mother was asleep." "And the necklace?" said the Count. "It would have been found amongst the child's things." "Pardon me. He had been out. That morning on which you found him reading, he had just come from school, and perhaps the commissary of police, instead of wasting his time on the innocent mother, would have been better employed in searching the child's desk amongst his schoolbooks." "But how do you explain those 2,000 francs that Henriette received each year? Are they not evidence of her complicity?" "If she had been an accomplice, would she have thanked you for that money? And then was she not closely watched? But the child, being free, could easily go to a neighbouring city, negotiate with some dealer, and sell him 1 diamond or 2 diamonds as he might wish, upon condition that the money should be sent from Paris, and that proceeding could be repeated from year to year." An indescribable anxiety oppressed the Drosubis and their guests. There was something in the tone and attitude of Floriani, something more than the Chevalier's assurance which, from the beginning, had so annoyed the Count. There was a touch of irony that seemed rather hostile than sympathetic. But the Count affected to laugh as he said, "All that is very ingenious and interesting, and I congratulate you upon your vivid imagination." "No, not at all," replied Floriani, with the utmost gravity. "I imagine nothing. I simply describe the events as they must have occurred." "But what do you know about them?" "What you yourself have told me. I picture to myself the life of the mother and child down there in the country, the illness of the mother, the schemes of and inventions of the child to sell the precious stones in order to save his mother's life, or at least soothe her dying moments. Her illness overcomes her. She dies. Years roll on. The child becomes a man, and then, and now I will give my imagination a free rein, let us suppose that the man feels a desire to return to the home of his childhood, that he does so, and that he meets there certain people who suspect and accuse his mother. Do you realize the sorrow and anguish of such an interview in the very house wherein the original drama was played? His words seemed to echo for a few seconds in the ensuing silence, and one could read upon the faces of the Count and Countess de Dreux a bewildered effort to comprehend his meaning, and, at the same time, the fear and anguish of such a comprehension. The Count spoke at last, and said, "Who are you, monsieur?" "I? The Chevalier Floriani, whom you met at Palermo, and whom you have been gracious enough to invite to your house on several occasions." "Then what does this story mean?" "Oh, nothing at all. It is simply a pastime, so far as I am concerned. I endeavour to depict the pleasure that Henriette's son, if he still lives, would have in telling you that he was the guilty party, and that he did it because his mother was unhappy, as she was on the point of losing the place of a servant by which she lived, and because the child suffered at sight of his mother's sorrow." He spoke with suppressed emotion, rose partially, and inclined toward the Countess. There could be no doubt that the Chevalier Floriani was Henriette's son. His attitude and words proclaimed it. Besides, was it not his obvious intention and desire to be recognized as such? The Count hesitated. What action would he take against the audacious guest? Ring? Provoke a scandal? Unmask the man who had once robbed him? But that was a long time ago. And who would believe that absurd story about the guilty child? No, better far to accept the situation and pretend not to comprehend the true meaning of it. So the Count, turning to Floriani, exclaimed, "Your story is very curious, very entertaining. I enjoyed it much. But what do you think has become of this young man, this model son? I hope he has not abandoned the career in which he made such a brilliant debut." "Oh, certainly not." "After such a debut, to steal the Queen's necklace at 6 years of age, the celebrated necklace that was coveted by Marie Antoinette." "And to steal it," remarked Floriani, falling in with the Count's mood, "without costing him the slightest trouble, without anyone thinking to examine the condition of the window, or to observe that the windowsill was too clean, that windowsill which he had wiped in order to efface the marks he had made in the thick dust. We must admit that it was sufficient to turn the head of a boy at that age. It was all so easy. He had simply to desire the thing and reach out his hand to get it." "And he reached out his hand?" "Both hands," replied the Chevalier, laughing. His companions received a shock. What mystery surrounded the life of the so-called Floriani? How wonderful must have been the life of that adventurer, a thief at 6 years of age, and who, today, in search of excitement, or at most, to gratify a feeling of resentment, had come to brave his victim in her own house, audaciously, foolishly, and yet with all the grace and delicacy of a courteous guest. He arose and approached the Countess to bid her adieu. She recoiled unconsciously. He smiled. "Oh, madame, you are afraid of me. Did I pursue my role of parlour magician a step too far?" She controlled herself, and replied, with her accustomed ease, "Not at all, monsieur. The legend of that dutiful son interested me very much, and I am pleased to know that my necklace had such a brilliant destiny. But do you not think that the son of that woman, that Henriette, was the victim of hereditary influence in the choice of his vocation?" He shuddered, feeling the point, and replied, "I am sure of it, and moreover, his natural tendency to crime must have been very strong, or he would have been discouraged." "Why so?" "Because, as you must know, the majority of the diamonds were false. The only genuine stones were the few purchased from the English jeweller, the others having been sold one by one to meet the cruel necessities of life. "It was still the Queen's necklace, monsieur," replied the Countess, haughtily, "and that is something that he, Henriette's son, could not appreciate." "He was able to appreciate, madame, that whether true or false, the necklace was nothing more than an object of parade, an emblem of senseless pride." The Count made a threatening gesture, but his wife stopped him. "Monsieur," she said, "if the man to whom you allude has the slightest sense of honour—" She stopped, intimidated by Floriani's cool manner. "If that man has the slightest sense of honour," he repeated. She felt that she would not gain anything by speaking to him in that manner, and in spite of her anger and indignation, trembling as she was from humiliated pride, she said to him, almost politely, "Monsieur, the legend says that Rétaux de Villette, when in possession of the Queen's necklace, did not disfigure the mounting. He understood that the diamonds were simply the ornament, the accessory, and that the mounting was the essential work, the creation of the artist, and he respected it accordingly. Do you think that this man had the same feeling?" "I have no doubt that the mounting still exists. The child respected it." "Well, monsieur, if you should happen to meet him, will you tell him that he unjustly keeps possession of a relic that is the property and pride of a certain family, and that although the stones have been removed, the Queen's necklace still belongs to the house of Dreux-Soubise. It belongs to us as much as our name or our honour." The Chevalier replied, simply, "I shall tell him, madame." He bowed to her, saluted the Count and the other guests, and departed. 4 days later, the Countess de Dreux found upon her table in her chamber a red leather case bearing the Cardinal's arms. She opened it, and found the Queen's necklace. But, as all things must, in the life of a man who strives for unity and logic converge toward the same goal, and as a little advertising never does any harm, on the following day the Echo de France published these sensational lines. "The Queen's necklace, the famous historical jewellery stolen from the family of Dreux-Soubise, has been recovered by Arsène Lupin, who hastened to restore it to its rightful owner. We cannot too highly commend such a delicate and chivalrous act."
The York Mystery by Baroness Orczy, read by Sarah Lefebvre. The man in the corner looked quite cheerful that morning. He had had 2 glasses of milk and had even gone to the extravagance of an extra cheesecake. Polly knew that he was itching to talk police and murders, for he cast furtive glances at her from time to time, produced a bit of string, tied and untied it into scores of complicated knots, and finally, bringing out his pocket-book, he placed 2 or 3 photographs before her. "Do you know who that is?" he asked, pointing to one of these. The girl looked at the face on the picture. It was that of a woman, not exactly pretty, but very gentle and childlike, with a strange, pathetic look in the large eyes which was wonderfully appealing. "That was Lady Arthur Skelmerton," he said, and in a flash there flitted before Polly's mind the weird and tragic history which had broken this loving woman's heart. Lady Arthur Skelmerton. That name recalled one of the most bewildering, most mysterious passages in the annals of undiscovered crimes. "Yes, it was sad, wasn't it?" he commented, in answer to Polly's thoughts. "Another case which, but for idiotic blunders on the part of the police, must have stood clear as daylight before the public and satisfied general anxiety. Would you object to my recapitulating its preliminary details?" She said nothing, so he continued without waiting further for a reply. "It all occurred during the York Racing Week, a time which brings to the quiet cathedral city its quota of shady characters who congregate wherever money and wits happen to fly away from their owners. Lord Arthur Skelmerton, a very well-known figure in London society and in racing circles, had rented one of the fine houses which overlook the racecourse, He had entered Peppercorn by Saint-Amand-Notre-Dame for the Great Ebor Handicap. Peppercorn was the winner of the Newmarket, and his chances for the Ebor were considered a practical certainty. If you have ever been to York, you will have noticed the fine houses which have their drive and front entrances in the road called the Mount, and the gardens of which extend as far as the racecourse, commanding a lovely view over the entire track. It was one of these houses, called the Elms, which Lord Arthur Skelmerton had rented for the summer. Lady Arthur came down some little time before the racing week with her servants. She had no children, but she had many relatives and friends in York, since she was the daughter of old Sir John Etty, the cocoa manufacturer, a rigid Quaker, who, it was generally said, kept the tightest possible hold on his own purse strings, and looked with marked disfavour upon his aristocratic son-in-law's fondness for gaming tables and betting books. As a matter of fact, Maud Etty had married the handsome young lieutenant in the Hussars quite against her father's wishes. But she was an only child, and after a good deal of demur and grumbling, Sir John, who idolised his daughter, gave way to her whim, and a reluctant consent to the marriage was wrung from him. But as a Yorkshireman, he was far too shrewd a man of the world not to know that love played but a very small part in persuading a duke's son to marry the daughter of a cocoa manufacturer, and as long as he lived he determined that since his daughter was being wed because of her wealth, that wealth should at least secure her own happiness. He refused to give Lady Arthur any capital, which, in spite of the most carefully worded settlements, would inevitably, sooner or later, have found its way into the pockets of Lord Arthur's racing friends. But he made his daughter a very handsome allowance, amounting to over £3,000 a year, which enabled her to keep up an establishment befitting her new rank. A great many of these facts, intimate enough as they are, leaked out, you see, during that period of intense excitement which followed the murder of Charles Lavender, and when the public eye was fixed searchingly upon Lord Arthur Skelmerton, probing all the inner details of his idle, useless life. It soon became a matter of common gossip that poor little Lady Arthur continued to worship her handsome husband in spite of his obvious neglect, and not having as yet presented him with an heir, she settled herself down into a life of humble apology for her plebeian existence, atoning for it by condoning all his faults and forgiving all his vices, even to the extent of cloaking them before the prying eyes of Sir John, who was persuaded to look upon his son-in-law as a paragon of all the domestic virtues and a perfect model of a husband. Among Lord Arthur Skelmerton's many expensive tastes, there was certainly that for horseflesh and cards. After some successful betting at the beginning of his married life, he had started a racing stable which it was generally believed, as he was very lucky, was a regular source of income to him. Peppercorn, however, after his brilliant performances at Newmarket, did not continue to fulfil his master's expectations. His collapse at York was attributed to the hardness of the course and to various other causes, but its immediate effect was to put Lord Arthur Skelmerton in what is popularly called a tight place, for he had backed his horse for all he was worth, and must have stood to lose considerably over £5,000 on that one day. The collapse of the favourite and the grand victory of King Cole, a rank outsider, on the other hand, had proved a golden harvest for the bookmakers, and all the York hotels were busy with dinners and suppers given by the confraternity of the turf to celebrate the happy occasion. The next day was Friday, one of few important racing events, after which the brilliant and the shady throng which had flocked into the venerable city for the week would fly to more congenial climes, and leave it, with its fine old minster and its ancient walls, as sleepy, as quiet as before. Lord Arthur Skelmerton also intended to leave York on the Saturday, and on the Friday night he gave a farewell bachelor dinner party at the Elms, at which Lady Arthur did not appear. After dinner, the gentlemen settled down to bridge, with pretty stiff points, you may be sure. It had just struck 11 at the Minster Tower, when Constables McNaught and Murphy, who were patrolling the racecourse, were startled by loud cries of "Murder!" and "Police!" Quickly ascertaining whence these cries proceeded, they hurried on at a gallop and came up quite close to the boundary of Lord Arthur Skelmerton's grounds upon a group of 3 men, 2 of whom seemed to be wrestling vigorously with one another, whilst the third was lying face downwards on the ground. As soon as the constables drew near, one of the wrestlers shouted more vigorously, and with a certain tone of authority, "Here, you fellows! Hurry up, sharp! The brute is giving me the slip!" But the brute did not seem inclined to do anything of the sort. He certainly extricated himself with a violent jerk from his assailant's grasp, but made no attempt to run away. The constables had quickly dismounted, whilst he who had shouted for help originally added more quietly, "My name is Skelmerton. This is the boundary of my property. I was smoking a cigar at the pavilion over there with a friend when I heard loud voices followed by a cry and a groan. I hurried down the steps and saw this poor fellow lying on the ground with a knife sticking between his shoulder blades, and his murderer," he added, pointing to the man who stood quietly by with Constable McNaught's firm grip upon his shoulder, "still stooping over the body of his victim. I was too late, I fear, to save the latter, but just in time to grapple with the assassin." "It's a lie!" here interrupted the man hoarsely. "I didn't do it, Constable. I swear I didn't do it. I saw him fall. I was coming along a couple of 100 yards away, and I tried to see if the poor fellow was dead. I swear I didn't do it." "You'll have to explain that to the inspector presently, my man," was Constable McNaught's quiet comment, and still vigorously protesting his innocence, the accused allowed himself to be led away, and the body was conveyed to the station pending fuller identification. The next morning the papers were full of the tragedy. A column and a half of the York Herald was devoted to an account of Lord Arthur Skelmerton's plucky capture of the assassin. The latter had continued to declare his innocence, but had remarked, it appears with grim humour, that he quite saw he was in a tight place, out of which, however, he would find it easy to extricate himself. He had stated to the police that the deceased's name was Charles Lavender, a well-known bookmaker, which fact was soon verified, for many of the murdered man's pals were still in the city. So far, the most pushing of newspaper reporters had been unable to glean further information from the police. No one doubted, however, but that the man in charge, who gave his name as George Higgins, had killed the bookmaker for purposes of robbery. The inquest had been fixed for the Tuesday after the murder. Lord Arthur had been obliged to stay in York a few days, as his evidence would be needed. That fact gave the case perhaps a certain amount of interest as far as York and London society were concerned. Charles Lavender, moreover, was well known on the turf, but no bombshell exploding beneath the walls of the ancient cathedral city could more have astonished its inhabitants than the news which, at about 5 in the afternoon on the day of the inquest, spread like wildfire throughout the town. That news was that the inquest had concluded at 3 o'clock with a verdict of wilful murder against some person or persons unknown, and that 2 hours later the police had arrested Lord Arthur Skelmerton at his private residence, the Elms, and charged him on a warrant with the murder of Charles Lavender, the bookmaker. The capital charge. The police, it appears, instinctively feeling that some mystery lurked around the death of the bookmaker and his supposed murderer's quiet protestations of innocence, had taken a very considerable amount of trouble in collecting all the evidence they could for the inquest, which might throw some light upon Charles Lavender's life previous to his tragic end. Thus it was that a very large array of witnesses was brought before the coroner, chief among whom was, of course, Lord Arthur Skelmerton. The first witnesses called were the 2 constables, who deposed that just as the church clocks in the neighbourhood were striking 11, they had heard the cries for help, had ridden to the spot whence the sounds proceeded, and had found the prisoner in the tight grasp of Lord Arthur Skelmerton, who at once accused the man of murder and gave him in charge. Both constables gave the same version of the incident, and both were positive as to the time when it occurred. Medical evidence went to prove that the deceased had been stabbed from behind, between the shoulder blades whilst he was walking, that the wound was inflicted by a large hunting knife, which was produced, and which had been left sticking in the wound. Lord Arthur Skelmerton was then called, and substantially repeated what he had already told the constables. He stated, namely, that on the night in question he had some gentlemen friends to dinner, and afterwards bridge was played. He himself was not playing much, and at a few minutes before 11 he strolled out with a cigar as far as the pavilion at the end of his garden. He then heard the voices, the cry and the groan previously described by him, and managed to hold the murderer down until the arrival of the constables. At this point the police proposed to call a witness, James Terry by name and a bookmaker by profession, who had been chiefly instrumental in identifying the deceased, a pal of his. It was his evidence which first introduced that element of sensation into the case, which culminated in the wildly exciting arrest of a duke's son upon a capital charge. It appears that on the evening after the Ebor, Terry and Lavender were in the bar of the Black Swan Hotel having drinks. "I'd done pretty well over Peppercorn's fiasco," he explained, "but poor old Lavender was very much down in the dumps. He had held only a few very small bets against the favourite, and the rest of the day had been a poor one with him. I asked him if he had had any bets with the owner of Peppercorn, and he told me that he only held one for less than £500. I laughed and said that if he held one for £5,000 it would make no difference, as from what I had heard from the other fellows, Lord Arthur Skelmerton must be about stumped. Lavender seemed terribly put out at this, and swore he would get that £500 out of Lord Arthur if no one else got another penny from him. "It's the only money I've made today," he says to me. "I mean to get it." "You won't," I says. "I will," he says. "You will have to look pretty sharp about it then," I says, "for everyone will be wanting to get something, and first come, first served." "Oh, he'll serve me right enough, never you mind," says Lavender to me with a laugh. "If he don't pay up willingly, I've got that in my pocket which will make him sit up and open my lady's eyes and Sir John Essie's too about their precious noble lord." Then he seemed to think he had gone too far, and wouldn't say anything more to me about that affair. I saw him on the course the next day. I asked him if he had got his £500. He said, "No, but I shall get it today." Lord Arthur Skelmerton, after having given his own evidence, had left the court. It was therefore impossible to know how he would take this account, which threw so serious a light upon an association with a dead man, of which he himself had said nothing. Nothing could shake James Terry's account of the facts he had placed before the jury, and when the police informed the coroner that they proposed to place George Higgins himself in the witness box, as his evidence would prove, as it were, a complement and corollary of that of Terry, the jury very eagerly assented. If James Terry, the bookmaker, loud, florid, vulgar, was an unprepossessing individual, certainly George Higgins, who was still under the accusation of murder, was 10,000 times more so. None too clean, slouchy, obsequious yet insolent, he was the very personification of the cad who haunts the racecourse, and who lives not so much by his own wits as by the lack of them in others. He described himself as a turf commission agent, whatever that may be. He stated that at about 6 o'clock on the Friday afternoon, when the racecourse was still full of people all hurrying after the day's excitements, he himself happened to be standing close to the hedge which marks the boundary of Lord Arthur Skelmerton's grounds. There is a pavilion there at the end of the garden, he explained, on slightly elevated ground, and he could hear and see a group of ladies and gentlemen having tea. Some steps lead down a little to the left of the garden onto the course, and presently he noticed at the bottom of these steps Lord Arthur Skelmerton and Charles Lavender standing talking together. He knew both gentlemen by sight, but he could not see them very well, as they were both partly hidden by the hedge. He was quite sure that the gentleman had not seen him, and he could not help overhearing some of their conversation. "That's my last word, Lavender," Lord Arthur was saying very quietly. "I haven't got the money, and I can't pay you now. You'll have to wait." "Wait? I can't wait," said old Lavender in reply. "I've got my engagements to meet, same as you. I'm not going to risk being posted up as a defaulter while you hold £500 of my money. You better give it to me now, or—" But Lord Arthur interrupted him very quietly and said, "Yes, my good man. Or I'll let Sir John have a good look at that little bill I had of yours a couple of years ago. If you'll remember, my lord, it has got at the bottom of it Sir John's signature in your handwriting. Perhaps Sir John, or perhaps my lady, would pay me something for that little bill. If not, the police can have a squint at it. I've held my tongue long enough, and—" "Look here, Lavender," said Lord Arthur, "do you know what this little game of yours is called in law?" "Yes, and I don't care," says Lavender. "If I don't have that £500, I am a ruined man. If you ruin me, I'll do for you, and we shall be quits. That's my last word." He was talking very loudly, and I thought some of Lord Arthur's friends up in the pavilion must have heard. He thought so too, I think, for he said quickly, "If you don't hold your confounded tongue, I'll give you in charge for blackmail this instant." "You wouldn't dare," says Lavender, and he began to laugh. But just then a lady from the top of the steps said, "Your tea is getting cold." And Lord Arthur turned to go, but just before he went, Lavender says to him, "I'll come back tonight. You'll have the money then." George Higgins, it appears, after he had heard this interesting conversation, pondered as to whether he could not turn what he knew into some sort of profit. Being a gentleman who lives entirely by his wits, this type of knowledge forms his chief source of income. As a preliminary to future moves, he decided not to lose sight of Lavender for the rest of the day. "Lavender went and had dinner at the Black Swan," explained Mr. George Higgins, "and I, after I had had a bite myself, waited outside till I saw him come out. At about 10 o'clock I was rewarded for my trouble. He told the hall porter to get him a fly, and he jumped into it. I could not hear what direction he gave the driver, but the fly certainly drove off towards the racecourse. Now, I was interested in this little affair," continued the witness, "and I couldn't afford a fly. I started to run. Of course, I couldn't keep up with it, but I thought I knew which way my gentleman had gone. I made straight for the racecourse and for the edge at the bottom of Lord Arthur Skelmerton's grounds. It was rather a dark night, and there was a slight drizzle. I couldn't see more than about 100 yards before me. All at once it seemed to me as if I heard Lavender's voice talking loudly in the distance. I hurried forward and suddenly saw a group of 2 figures. Mere blurs in the darkness, for one instant, at a distance of about 50 yards from where I was. The next moment, one figure had fallen forward and the other had disappeared. I ran to the spot, only to find the body of the murdered man lying on the ground. I stooped to see if I could be of any use to him, and immediately I was collared from behind by Lord Arthur himself. You may imagine, said the man in the corner, how keen was the excitement of that moment in court. Coroner and jury alike literally hung breathless on every word that shabby, vulgar individual uttered. You see, by itself his evidence would have been worth very little, but coming on the top of that given by James Terry, its significance, more, its truth, had become glaringly apparent. Closely cross-examined, he adhered strictly to his statement, and having finished his evidence, George Higgins remained in charge of the constables, and the next witness of importance was called up. This was Mr. Chips, the senior footman in the employment of Lord Arthur Skelmerton. He deposed that at about 10:30 on the Friday evening, a party drove up to the Elms in a fly and asked to see Lord Arthur. On being told that his lordship had company, he seemed terribly put out. "I asked the party to give me his card," continued Mr. Chipps, "as I didn't know, perhaps, that his lordship might wish to see him, but I kept him standing at the hall door, as I didn't altogether like his looks. I took the card in. His lordship and the gentleman was playing cards in the smoking room, and as soon as I could do so without disturbing his lordship, I give him the party's card." "What name was there on the card?" here interrupted the coroner. "I couldn't say now, sir," replied Mr. Chipps. "I don't really remember. It was a name I had never seen before, but I see so many visiting cards one way and the other in his lordship's hall that I can't remember all the names." "Then, after a few minutes' waiting, you gave the lordship the card. What happened then?" "His lordship didn't seem at all pleased," said Mr. Chipps with much guarded dignity. "But finally he said, 'Show him to the library, Chipps, I'll see him.' And he got up from the card table, saying to the gentleman, 'Go on without me, I'll be back in a minute or two.' I was about to open the door for his lordship when my lady came into the room, and then his lordship suddenly changed his mind like and said to me, 'Tell that man I'm busy and can't see him,' and he sat down again at the card table. I went back to the hall and told the party his lordship wouldn't see him. He said, 'Oh, it doesn't matter,' and went away quite quiet-like." "Do you recollect at all what time that was?" asked one of the jury. "Yes, sir. While I was waiting to speak to his lordship, I looked at the clock, sir. It was 10:20, sir." There was one more significant fact in connection with the case, which tended still more to excite the curiosity of the public at the time, and still further to bewilder the police later on, and that fact was mentioned by Chipps in his evidence. The knife, namely with which Charles Lavender had been stabbed, and which, remember, had been left in the wound, was now produced in court. After a little hesitation, Chipps identified it as the property of his master, Lord Arthur Skelmerton. Can you wonder, then, that the jury absolutely refused to bring in a verdict against George Higgins? There was really, beyond Lord Arthur Skelmerton's testimony, not one particle of evidence against him, whilst as the day wore on and witness after witness was called up, suspicion ripened in the minds of all those present that the murderer could be no other than Lord Arthur Skelmerton himself. The knife was, of course, the strongest piece of circumstantial evidence, and no doubt the police hoped to collect a great deal more now that they held a clue in their hands. Directly after the verdict, therefore, which was guardedly directed against some person unknown, the police obtained a warrant, and later on arrested Lord Arthur in his own house. The sensation, of course, was tremendous. Hours before he was brought up before the magistrate, the approach to the court was thronged. His friends, mostly ladies, were all eager, you see, to watch the dashing society man in so terrible a position. There was universal sympathy for Lady Arthur, who was in a very precarious state of health. Her worship of her worthless husband was well known. Small wonder that his final and awful misdeed had practically broken her heart. The latest bulletin issued just after his arrest stated that her ladyship was not expected to live. She was then in a comatose condition, and all hope had perforce to be abandoned. At last the prisoner was brought in. He looked very pale, perhaps, but otherwise kept up the bearing of a high-bred gentleman. He was accompanied by his solicitor, Sir Marmaduke Ingersoll, who was evidently talking to him in quiet, reassuring tones. Mr. Buchanan prosecuted for the Treasury, and certainly his indictment was terrific. According to him, but one decision could be arrived at, namely, that the accused in the dock had, in a moment of passion and perhaps of fear, killed the blackmailer who threatened him with disclosures which might forever have ruined him socially, and having committed the deed and fearing its consequences, probably realizing that the patrolling constables might catch sight of his retreating figure, he had availed himself of George Higgins's presence on the spot to loudly accuse him of the murder. Having concluded his able speech, Mr. Buchanan called his witnesses, and the evidence which on second hearing seemed more damning than ever was all gone through again. Sir Marmaduke had no question to ask of the witnesses for the prosecution. He stared at them placidly through his gold-rimmed spectacles. Then he was ready to call his own for the defence. Colonel Mackintosh, R.A., was the first. He was present at the bachelor's party given by Lord Arthur the night of the murder. His evidence tended at first to corroborate that of Chips the footman with regard to Lord Arthur's orders to show the visitor into the library, and his counter-order as soon as his wife came into the room. "Did you not think it strange, Colonel," asked Mr. Buchanan, "that Lord Arthur should so suddenly have changed his mind about seeing his visitor?" "Well, not exactly strange," said the Colonel, a fine, manly, soldierly figure who looked curiously out of his element in the witness box. "I don't think that it is a very rare occurrence for a racing man to have certain acquaintances whom they would not wish their wives to know anything about." "Then it did not strike you that Lord Arthur Skelmerton had some reason for not wishing his wife to know of that particular visitor's presence in his house?" "I don't think that I gave the matter the slightest serious consideration," was the Colonel's guarded reply. Mr. Buchanan did not press the point, and allowed the witness to conclude his statements. "I had finished my turn at bridge," he said, "and went out into the garden to smoke a cigar. Lord Arthur Skelmerton joined me a few minutes later, and we were sitting in the pavilion when I heard a loud and, as I thought, threatening voice from the other side of the hedge. I did not catch the words, but Lord Arthur said to me, 'There seems to be a row down there. I'll go and have a look and see what it is.' I tried to dissuade him, and certainly made no attempt to follow him, but not more than half a minute could have elapsed before I heard a cry and a groan, then Lord Arthur's footsteps hurrying down the wooden stairs which lead on to the racecourse. You may imagine," said the man in the corner, "what severe cross-examination the gallant colonel had to undergo in order that his assertions might in some way be shaken by the prosecution. But with military precision and frigid calm he repeated his important statements amidst a general silence, through which you could have heard the proverbial pin. He had heard the threatening voice, while sitting with Lord Arthur Skelmerton, then came the cry and groan, and after that Lord Arthur's steps down the stairs. He himself thought of following to see what had happened, but it was a very dark night, and he did not know the grounds very well. While trying to find his way to the garden steps, he heard Lord Arthur's cry for help, the tramp of the patrolling constable's horses, and subsequently the whole scene between Lord Arthur, the man Higgins, and the constables. When he finally found his way to the stairs, Lord Arthur was returning in order to send a groom for police assistance. The witness stuck to his points as he had to his guns at Beckfontein a year ago. Nothing could shake him, and Sir Marmaduke looked triumphantly across at his opposing colleague. With the gallant colonel's statements, the edifice of the prosecution certainly began to collapse. You see, there was not a particle of evidence to show that the accused had met and spoken to the deceased after the latter's visit to the front door of the Elms. He told Chips that he wouldn't see the visitor, and Chips went into the hall directly and showed Lavender out the way he came. No assignation could have been made, no hint could have been given by the murdered man to Lord Arthur that he would go round to the back entrance and wished to see him there. Two other guests of Lord Arthur's swore positively that after Chips had announced the visitor, their host stayed at the card table until 11:15, when evidently he went out to join Colonel Mackintosh in the garden. Sir Marmaduke's speech was clever in the extreme. Bit by bit he demolished that tower of strength, the case against the accused, basing his defence entirely upon the evidence of Lord Arthur Skelmerton's guests that night. Until 10:45, Lord Arthur was playing cards. A quarter of an hour later, the police were on the scene, and the murder had been committed. In the meanwhile, Colonel Mackintosh's evidence proved conclusively that the accused had been sitting with him, smoking a cigar. It was obvious, therefore, clear as daylight, concluded the great lawyer, that his client was entitled to a full discharge. Nay, more, he thought that the police should have been more careful before they harrowed up public feeling by arresting a high-born gentleman on such insufficient evidence as they had brought forward. The question of the knife remained, certainly, but Sir Marmaduke passed over it with guarded eloquence, placing that strange question in the category of those inexplicable coincidences which tend to puzzle the ablest detectives, and cause them to commit such unpardonable blunders as the present one had been. After all, the footman may have been mistaken. The pattern of that knife was not an exclusive one, and he, on behalf of his client, flatly denied that it had ever belonged to him. Well, continued the man in the corner, with the chuckle peculiar to him in moments of excitement, the noble prisoner was discharged. Perhaps it would be invidious to say that he left the court without a stain on his character, for I dare say you know from experience that the crime known as the York Mystery has never been satisfactorily cleared up. Many people shook their heads dubiously when they remembered that, after all, Charles Lavender was killed with a knife which one witness had sworn belonged to Lord Arthur. Others, again, reverted to the original theory that George Higgins was the murderer, that he and James Terry had concocted the story of Lavender's attempt at blackmail on Lord Arthur, and that the murder had been committed for the sole purpose of robbery. Be that as it may, the police have not so far been able to collect sufficient evidence against Higgins or Terry, and the crime has been classed by press and public alike in the category of so-called impenetrable mysteries. A broken-hearted woman. The man in the corner called for another glass of milk, and drank it down slowly before he resumed. Now Lord Arthur lives mostly abroad, he said. His poor suffering wife died the day after he was liberated by the magistrate. She never recovered consciousness even sufficiently to hear the joyful news that the man she loved so well was innocent after all. Mystery, he added, as if in answer to Polly's own thoughts. The murder of that man was never a mystery to me. I cannot understand how the police could have been so blind when every one of the witnesses, both for the prosecution and defence, practically pointed all the time to one guilty person. What do you think of it all yourself? I think the whole case so bewildering, she replied, that I do not see one single clear point in it. You don't? He said excitedly, while the bony fingers fidgeted again with that inevitable bit of string. You don't see that there is one point clear which to me was the key of the whole thing? Lavender was murdered, wasn't he? Lord Arthur did not kill him. He had, at least in Colonel Mackintosh, an unimpeachable witness to prove that he could not have committed that murder. And yet, he added with slow, excited emphasis, marking each sentence with a knot, and yet he deliberately tries to throw the guilt upon a man who obviously was also innocent. Now, why? He may have thought him guilty. Or wished to shield or cover the retreat of one he knew to be guilty. I don't understand. Think of someone, he said excitedly, someone whose desire would be as great as that of Lord Arthur to silence a scandal round that gentleman's name. Someone who, unknown perhaps to Lord Arthur, had overheard the same conversation which George Higgins related to the police and the magistrate. Someone who, whilst Chips was taking Lavender's card into his master, had a few minutes' time wherein to make an assignation with Lavender, promising him money, no doubt, in exchange for the compromising bills. Surely you don't mean— gasped Polly. Point number 1, he interrupted quietly, utterly missed by the police. George Higgins in his deposition stated that at the most animated stage of Lavender's conversation with Lord Arthur, and when the bookmaker's tone of voice became loud and threatening, a voice from the top of the steps interrupted that conversation, saying, "Your tea is getting cold." "Yes, but," she argued, "wait a moment, for there is point number 2. That voice was a lady's voice. Now, I did exactly what the police should have done, but did not do. I went to have a look from the racecourse side at those garden steps, which to my mind are such important factors in the discovery of this crime. I found only about a dozen rather low steps. Anyone standing on the top must have heard every word Charles Lavender uttered the moment he raised his voice. Even then— "Very well, you grant that," he said excitedly. "Then there was the all-important point which, oddly enough, the prosecution never for a moment took into consideration. When Chips, the footman, first told Lavender that Lord Arthur could not see him, the bookmaker was terribly put out. Chips then goes to speak to his master, a few minutes elapse, and when the footman once again tells Lavender that his lordship won't see him, the latter says, 'Very well,' and seems to treat the matter with complete indifference. Obviously, therefore, something must have happened in between to alter the bookmaker's frame of mind. Well, what had happened? Think over all the evidence, and you will see that one thing only had occurred in the interval, namely Lady Arthur's advent into the room. In order to go into the smoking room, she must have crossed the hall. She must have seen Lavender. In that brief interval, she must have realized that the man was persistent and therefore a living danger to her husband. Remember, women have done strange things. They are a far greater puzzle to the student of human nature than the sterner, less complex sex has ever been. As I argued before, as the police should have argued all along, why did Lord Arthur deliberately accuse an innocent man of murder if not to shield the guilty one? Remember, Lady Arthur may have been discovered. The man George Higgins may have caught sight of her before she had time to make good her retreat. His attention, as well as that of the constables, had to be diverted. Lord Arthur acted on the blind impulse of saving his wife at any cost. "She may have been met by Colonel Mackintosh," argued Polly. "Perhaps she was," he said. "Who knows? The gallant colonel had to swear to his friend's innocence. He could do that in all conscience. After that, his duty was accomplished. No innocent man was suffering for the guilty. The knife which had belonged to Lord Arthur would always save George Higgins. For a time it had pointed to the husband, fortunately never to the wife. Poor thing, she died probably of a broken heart. But women, when they love, think only of one object on earth, the one who is beloved. To me, the whole thing was clear from the very first. When I read the account of the murder, the knife, stabbing, bah, don't I know enough of English crime not to be certain at once that no Englishman, be he ruffian from the gutter or be he duke's son, ever stabs his victim in the back. Italians, French, Spaniards do it, if you will, and women of most nations. An Englishman's instinct is to strike and not to stab. George Higgins or Lord Arthur Skelmerton would have knocked their victim down. The woman only would lie in wait till the enemy's back was turned. She knows her weakness, and she does not mean to miss. Think it over. There is not one flaw in my argument, but the police never thought the matter out. Perhaps in this case it was as well. He had gone, and left Miss Polly Burton still staring at the photograph of a pretty, gentle-looking woman, with a decided, wilful curve round the mouth, and a strange, unaccountable look in the large, pathetic eyes. And the little journalist felt quite thankful that in this case the murder of Charles Lavender the bookmaker, cowardly, wicked as it was, had remained a mystery to the police and the public.
The Detector by O. Henry. Read by John Chancer. I was walking in Central Park with Avery Knight. The great New York burglar, highwayman, and murderer. But my dear Knight, said I, it sounds incredible. You have undoubtedly performed some of the most wonderful feats in your profession known to modern crime. You have committed some marvelous deeds under the very noses of the police. You have boldly entered the homes of millionaires and held them up with an empty gun while you made free with their silver and jewels. You have sandbagged citizens in the glare of Broadway's electric lights. You have killed and robbed with superb openness and absolute impunity. But when you boast that within 48 hours after committing a murder, you can run down and actually bring me face to face with the detective assigned to apprehend you, I must beg leave to express my doubts. Remember, you are in New York. Avery Knight smiled indulgently. You pique my professional pride, Doctor, he said in a nettled tone. I will convince you. About 12 yards in advance of us, a prosperous-looking citizen was rounding a clump of bushes where the walk curved. Knight suddenly drew a revolver and shot the man in the back. His victim fell and lay without moving. The great murderer went up to him leisurely and took from his clothes his money, watch, and a valuable ring and cravat pin. He then rejoined me smiling calmly, and we continued our walk. 10 steps, and we met a policeman running toward the spot where the shot had been fired. Avery Knight stopped him. I have just killed a man, he announced seriously, and robbed him of his possessions. Go on, said the policeman angrily, or I'll run yez in. Want your name in the papers, don't yez? I never knew the cranks to come around so quick after a shooting before. Out of the park now for yours, or I'll fan yez. What you have done, I said argumentatively, as Knight and I walked on, was easy. But when you come to the task of hunting down the detective that they send upon your trail, you will find that you have undertaken a difficult feat. Perhaps so, said Knight lightly. I will admit that my success depends in a degree upon the sort of man they start after me. If it should be an ordinary plain-clothes man, I might fail to gain a sight of him. If they honor me by giving the case to some one of their celebrated sleuths, I do not fear to match my cunning and powers of induction against his. On the next afternoon, Knight entered my office with a satisfied look on his keen countenance. How goes the mysterious murder? I asked. As usual, said Knight, smilingly. I have put in the morning at the police station and at the inquest. It seems that a card case of mine containing cards with my name and address was found near the body. They have 3 witnesses who saw the shooting and gave a description of me. The case has been placed in the hands of Shamrock Jones, the famous detective. He left headquarters at 11:30 on the assignment. I waited at my address until 2, thinking he might call there. I laughed tauntingly. You will never see Jones, I continued, until this murder has been forgotten 2 or 3 weeks from now. I had a better opinion of your shrewdness, Knight. During the 3 hours and a half that you waited, he has got out of your ken. He is after you on true induction theories now, and no wrongdoer has yet been known to come upon him while thus engaged. I advise you to give it up. Doctor, said Knight, with a sudden glint in his keen gray eye and a squaring of his chin. In spite of the record your city holds of something like a dozen homicides without a subsequent meeting of the perpetrator and the sleuth in charge of the case, I will undertake to break that record. Tomorrow I will take you to Shamrock Jones. I will unmask him before you, and prove to you that it is not an impossibility for an officer of the law and a manslayer to stand face to face in your city. Do it, said I, and you'll have the sincere thanks of the police department. On the next day, Knight called for me in a cab. I have been on 1 or 2 false scents, Doctor, he admitted. I know something of detectives' methods, and I followed out a few of them, expecting to find Jones at the other end. The pistol being a .45 caliber, I thought surely I would find him at work on the clue in 45th Street. Then again, I looked for the detective at the Columbia University, as the man's being shot in the back naturally suggested hazing. But I could not find a trace of him. Nor will you, I said emphatically. Not by ordinary methods, said Knight. I might walk up and down Broadway for a month without success, but you have aroused my pride, Doctor. And if I fail to show you Shamrock Jones this day, I promise you, I will never kill or rob in your city again. Nonsense, man, I replied. When our burglars walk into our houses and politely demand thousands of dollars worth of jewels and then dine and bang the piano an hour or two before leaving, how do you, a mere murderer, expect to come in contact with the detective that is looking for you? Avery Knight sat lost in thought for a while. At length he looked up brightly. "Doc," said he, "I have it. Put on your hat and come with me. In half an hour I guarantee that you shall stand in the presence of Shamrock Jones." I entered a cab with Avery Knight. I did not hear his instructions to the driver, but the vehicle set out at a smart pace up Broadway, turning presently into Fifth Avenue and proceeding northward again. It was with a rapidly beating heart that I accompanied this wonderful and gifted assassin, whose analytical genius and superb self-confidence had prompted him to make me the tremendous promise of bringing me into the presence of a murderer and the New York detective in pursuit of him simultaneously. Even yet I could not believe it possible. "Are you sure that you are not being led into some trap?" I asked. "Suppose that your clue, whatever it is, should bring us only into the presence of the Commissioner of Police and a couple of dozen cops." "My dear Doctor," said Knight, a little stiffly, "I would remind you that I am no gambler." "I beg your pardon," said I, "but I do not think you will find Jones." The cab stopped before one of the handsomest residences on the avenue. Walking up and down in front of the house was a man with long red whiskers, with a detective's badge showing on the lapel of his coat. Now and then the man would remove his whiskers to wipe his face, and then I would recognize at once the well-known features of the great New York detective. Jones was keeping a sharp watch upon the doors and windows of the house. "Well, Doctor," said Knight, unable to repress a note of triumph in his voice, "have you seen?" "It is wonderful." "Wonderful!" I could not help exclaiming as our cab started on its return trip. "But how did you do it?" "By what process of induction?" "My dear Doctor," interrupted the great murderer, "the inductive theory is what the detectives use. My process is more modern. I call it the saltatorial theory. Without bothering with the tedious mental phenomena necessary to the solution of a mystery from slight clues, I jump at once to a conclusion. I will explain to you the method I employed in this case. In the first place, I argued that as the crime was committed in New York City in broad daylight, in a public place, and under peculiarly atrocious circumstances, and that as the most skillful sleuth available was let loose upon the case, the perpetrator would never be discovered. Do you not think my postulation justified by precedent? Perhaps so, I replied doggedly. But if Big Bill Stop that, interrupted Knight with a smile. I've heard that several times. It's too late now. I will proceed. If homicides in New York went undiscovered, I reasoned, although the best detective talent was employed to ferret them out, it must be true that the detectives went about their work in the wrong way. And not only in the wrong way, but exactly opposite from the right way. That was my clue. I slew the man in Central Park. Now, let me describe myself to you. I am tall, with a black beard, and I hate publicity. I have no money to speak of. I do not like oatmeal, and it is the one ambition of my life to die rich. I am of a cold and heartless disposition, I do not care for my fellow men, and I never give a cent to beggars or charity. Now, my dear doctor, that is the true description of myself, the man whom that shrewd detective was to hunt down. You, who are familiar with the history of crime in New York of late, should be able to foretell the result. When I promised you to exhibit to your incredulous gaze the sleuth who was set upon me, you laughed at me, because you said that detectives and murderers never met in New York. I have demonstrated to you that the theory is possible. But how did you do it? I asked again. It was very simple, replied the distinguished murderer. I assumed that the detective would go exactly opposite to the clues he had. I have given you a description of myself. Therefore, he must necessarily set to work and trail a short man with a white beard who likes to be in the papers, who is very wealthy, is fond of oatmeal, wants to die poor, and is of an extremely generous and philanthropic disposition. When thus far is reached, the mind hesitates no longer. I conveyed you at once to the spot where Shamrock Jones was piping off Andrew Carnegie's residence. Knight, said I, you're a wonder. If there was no danger of your reforming, what a roundsman you'd make for the 19th Precinct.
The Blue Cross by G.K. Chesterton. Read by John Telfer. Between the silver ribbon of morning and the green glittering ribbon of sea, the boat touched Harwich and let loose a swarm of folk like flies, among whom the man we must follow was by no means conspicuous, nor wished to be. There was nothing notable about him, except a slight contrast between the holiday gaiety of his clothes and the official gravity of his face. His clothes included a slight pale grey jacket, a white waistcoat, and a silver straw hat with a grey-blue ribbon. His lean face was dark by contrast, and ended in a curt black beard that looked Spanish and suggested an Elizabethan ruff. He was smoking a cigarette with the seriousness of an idler. There was nothing about him to indicate the fact that the grey jacket covered a loaded revolver, that the white waistcoat covered a police card, or that the straw hat covered one of the most powerful intellects in Europe. For this was Valentin himself, the head of the Paris police and the most famous investigator of the world, and he was coming from Brussels to London to make the greatest arrest of the century. Flambeau was in England. The police of 3 countries had tracked the great criminal at last from Ghent to Brussels, from Brussels to the Hook of Holland, and it was conjectured that he would take some advantage of the unfamiliarity and confusion of the Eucharistic Congress then taking place in London. Probably he would travel as some minor clerk or secretary connected with it. But of course Valentin could not be certain. Nobody could be certain about Flambeau. It is many years now since this colossus of crime suddenly ceased keeping the world in a turmoil, and when he ceased, as they said after the death of Roland, there was a great quiet upon the earth. But in his best days, I mean of course his worst, Flambeau was a figure as statuesque and international as the Kaiser. Almost every morning the daily paper announced that he had escaped the consequences of one extraordinary crime by committing another. He was a Gascon of gigantic stature and bodily daring, and the wildest tales were told of his outbursts of athletic humour, how he turned the juge d'instruction upside down and stood him on his head to clear his mind, how he ran down the Rue de Rivoli with a policeman under each arm. It is due to him to say that his fantastic physical strength was generally employed in such bloodless, though undignified scenes. His real crimes were chiefly those of ingenious and wholesale robbery, but each of his thefts was almost a new sin, and would make a story by itself. It was he who ran the great Tyrolean Dairy Company in London, with no dairies, no cows, no carts, no milk, but with some 1,000 subscribers. These he served by the simple operation of moving the little milk cans outside people's doors, to the doors of his own customers. It was he who had kept up an unaccountable and close correspondence with a young lady whose whole letter bag was intercepted by the extraordinary trick of photographing his messages infinitesimally small upon the slides of a microscope. A sweeping simplicity, however, marked many of his experiments. It is said that he once repainted all the numbers in a street in the dead of night merely to divert one traveller into a trap. It is quite certain that he invented a portable pillar box, which he put up at corners in quiet suburbs, on the chance of strangers dropping postal orders into it. Lastly, he was known to be a startling acrobat. Despite his huge figure, he could leap like a grasshopper and melt into the treetops like a monkey. Hence, the great Valentin, when he set out to find Flambeau, was perfectly aware that his adventures would not end when he had found him. But how was he to find him? On this, the great Valentin's ideas were still in process of settlement. There was one thing which Flambeau, with all his dexterity of disguise, could not cover, and that was his singular height. If Valentin's quick eye had caught a tall applewoman, a tall grenadier, or even a tolerably tall duchess, he might have arrested them on the spot. But all along his train there was nobody that could be a disguised Flambeau, any more than a cat could be a disguised giraffe. About the people on the boat he had already satisfied himself, and the people picked up at Harwich or on the journey limited themselves with certainty to 6. There was a short railway official travelling up to the terminus, 3 fairly short market gardeners picked up 2 stations afterwards, 1 very short widow lady going up from a small Essex town, and a very short Roman Catholic priest going up from a small Essex village. When it came to the last case, Valentin gave it up and almost laughed. The little priest was so much the essence of those eastern flats. He had a face as round and dull as a Norfolk dumpling. He had eyes as empty as the North Sea. He had several brown paper parcels, which he was quite incapable of collecting. The Eucharistic Congress had doubtless sucked out of their local stagnation many such creatures, blind and helpless, like moles disinterred. Valentin was a sceptic in the severe style of France, and could have no love for priests, but he could have pity for them, and this one might have provoked pity in anybody. He had a large, shabby umbrella which constantly fell on the floor. He did not seem to know which was the right end of his return ticket. He explained, with a mooncalf simplicity, to everybody in the carriage that he had to be careful because he had something made of real silver with blue stones in one of his brown paper parcels. His quaint blending of Essex flatness with saintly simplicity continuously amused the Frenchman till the priest arrived, somehow, at Tottenham with all his parcels, and came back for his umbrella. When he did the last, Valentin even had the good nature to warn him not to take care of the silver by telling everybody about it. But to whomever he talked, Valentin kept his eye open for someone else. He looked out steadily for anyone, rich or poor, male or female, who was well up to 6 feet. For Flambeau was 4 inches above it. He alighted at Liverpool Street, however, quite conscientiously secure that he had not missed the criminal so far. He then went to Scotland Yard to regularise his position and arrange for help in case of need. He then lit another cigarette and went for a long stroll in the streets of London. As he was walking in the streets and squares beyond Victoria, he paused suddenly and stood. It was a quaint, quiet square, very typical of London, full of an accidental stillness. The tall, flat houses round looked at once prosperous and uninhabited. The square of shrubbery in the centre looked as deserted as a green Pacific islet. One of the 4 sides was much higher than the rest, like a dais, and the line of this side was broken by one of London's admirable accidents, a restaurant that looked as if it had strayed from Soho. It was an unreasonably attractive object, with dwarf plants in pots and long striped blinds of lemon yellow and white. It stood specially high above the street, and in the usual patchwork way of London, A flight of steps from the street ran up to meet the front door almost as a fire escape might run up to a first-floor window. Valentin stood and smoked in front of the yellow-white blinds, and considered them long. The most incredible thing about miracles is that they happen. A few clouds in heaven do come together into the staring shape of one human eye. A tree does stand up in the landscape of a doubtful journey in the exact and elaborate shape of a note of interrogation. I have seen both these things myself within the last few days. Nelson does die in the instant of victory, and a man named Williams does quite accidentally murder a man named Williamson. It sounds like a sort of infanticide. In short, there is in life an element of elfin coincidence, which people reckoning on the prosaic may perpetually miss. As it has been well expressed in the paradox of Poe, wisdom should reckon on the unforeseen. Aristide Valentin was unfathomably French, and the French intelligence is intelligence specially and solely. He was not a thinking machine, for that is a brainless phrase of modern fatalism and materialism. A machine only is a machine because it cannot think. But he was a thinking man and a plain man at the same time. All his wonderful successes that looked like conjuring had been gained by plodding logic, by clear and commonplace French thought. The French electrify the world not by starting any paradox. They electrify it by carrying out a truism. They carry a truism so far, as in the French Revolution, but exactly because Valentin understood reason, he understood the limits of reason. Only a man who knows nothing of motors talks of motoring without petrol. Only a man who knows nothing of reason talks of reasoning without strong, undisputed first principles. Here, he had no strong first principles. Flambeau had been missed at Harwich, and if he was in London at all, he might be anything from a tall tramp on Wimbledon Common to a tall toastmaster at the Hotel Metropole. In such a naked state of nescience, Valentin had a view and a method of his own. In such cases, he reckoned on the unforeseen. In such cases, when he could not follow the train of the reasonable, he coldly and carefully followed the train of the unreasonable. Instead of going to the right places, banks, police stations, rendezvous, he systematically went to the wrong places, knocked at every empty house, turned down every cul-de-sac, went up every lane blocked with rubbish, went round every crescent that led him uselessly out of the way. He defended this crazy course quite logically. He said that if one had a clue, this was the worst way, but if one had no clue at all, it was the best, because there was just the chance that any oddity that caught the eye of the pursuer might be the same that had caught the eye of the pursued. Somewhere a man must begin, and it had better be just where another man might stop. Something about that flight of steps up to the shop, something about the quietude and quaintness of the restaurant roused all the detective's rare romantic fancy, and made him resolve to strike at random. He went up the steps, and sitting down at a table by the window, asked for a cup of black coffee. It was halfway through the morning, and he had not breakfasted. The slight litter of other breakfasts stood about on the table to remind him of his hunger, and, adding a poached egg to his order, he proceeded musingly to shake some white sugar into his coffee, thinking all the time about Flambeau. He remembered how Flambeau had escaped, once by a pair of nail scissors, and once by a house on fire, once by having to pay for an unstamped letter, and once by getting people to look through a telescope at a comet that might destroy the world. He thought his detective brain was as good as the criminal's, which was true, but he fully realized the disadvantage. The criminal is the creative artist, the detective only the critic, he said with a sour smile, and lifted his coffee cup to his lips slowly, and put it down very quickly. He had put salt in it. He looked at the vessel from which the silvery powder had come. It was certainly a sugar basin, as unmistakably meant for sugar as a champagne bottle for champagne. He wondered why they should keep salt in it. He looked to see if there were any more orthodox vessels. Yes, there were 2 salt cellars quite full. Perhaps there was some specialty in the condiment in the salt cellars. He tasted it. It was sugar. Then he looked round at the restaurant with a refreshed air of interest to see if there were any other traces of that singular artistic taste which puts sugar in the salt cellars and the salt in the sugar basin. Except for an odd splash of some dark fluid on one of the white-papered walls, the whole place appeared neat, cheerful, and ordinary. He rang the bell for the waiter. When that official hurried up, fuzzy-haired and somewhat blear-eyed at that early hour, the detective, who was not without an appreciation of the simpler forms of humour, asked him to taste the sugar and see if it was up to the high reputation of the hotel. The result was that the waiter yawned suddenly and woke up. "Do you play this delicate joke on your customers every morning?" inquired Valentin. "Does changing the salt and sugar never pall on you as a jest?" The waiter, when this irony grew clearer, stammeringly assured him that the establishment had certainly no such intention. It must be a most curious mistake. He picked up the sugar basin and looked at it. He picked up the salt cellar and looked at that, his face growing more and more bewildered. At last he abruptly excused himself and, hurrying away, returned in a few seconds with the proprietor. The proprietor also examined the sugar basin and then the salt cellar. The proprietor also looked bewildered. Suddenly, the waiter seemed to grow inarticulate with a rush of words. "I think," he stuttered eagerly, "I think it is those 2 clergymen." "What 2 clergymen?" "The 2 clergymen," said the waiter, "that threw soup at the wall." "Threw soup at the wall?" repeated Valentin, feeling sure this must be some singular Italian metaphor. "Yes, yes," said the attendant excitedly, and pointed at the dark splash on the white paper. "Threw it over there on the wall." Valentin looked his query at the proprietor, who came to his rescue with fuller reports. "Yes, sir," he said. "It's quite true, though I don't suppose it has anything to do with the sugar and salt. 2 clergymen came in and drank soup here very early, as soon as the shutters were taken down. They were both very quiet, respectable people. One of them paid the bill and went out. The other, who seemed a slower coach altogether, was some minutes longer getting his things together, but he went at last. Only, the instant before he stepped into the street, he deliberately picked up his cup, which he had only half emptied, and threw the soup, slap, on the wall. I was in the back room myself, and so was the waiter, so I could only rush out in time to find the wall splashed and the shop empty. It don't do any particular damage, but it was confounded cheek, and I tried to catch the men in the street. They were too far off, though. I only noticed they went round the next corner into Carstairs Street." The detective was on his feet, hat settled and stick in hand. He had already decided that in the universal darkness of his mind he could only follow the first odd finger that pointed. And this finger was odd enough. Paying his bill and clashing the glass doors behind him, he was soon swinging round into the other street. It was fortunate that even in such fevered moments his eye was cool and quick. Something in a shop front went by him like a mere flash, yet he went back to look at it. The shop was a popular greengrocer and fruiterer's, an array of goods set out in the open air and plainly ticketed with their names and prices. In the 2 most prominent compartments were 2 heaps, of oranges and of nuts, respectively. On the heap of nuts lay a scrap of cardboard on which was written in bold blue chalk, "Best tangerine oranges, 2 a penny." On the oranges was the equally clear and exact description, "Finest Brazil nuts, 4d. a pound." Monsieur Valentin looked at these 2 placards and fancied he had met this highly subtle form of humour before, and that somewhat recently. He drew the attention of the red-faced fruiterer, who was looking rather sullenly up and down the street, to this inaccuracy in his advertisements. The fruiterer said nothing, but sharply put each card into its proper place. The detective, leaning elegantly on his walking cane, continued to scrutinize the shop. At last he said, "Pray excuse my apparent irrelevance, my good sir, but I should like to ask you a question in experimental psychology and the association of ideas." The red-faced shopman regarded him with an eye of menace, but he continued gaily, swinging his cane. "Why," he pursued, "why are 2 tickets wrongly placed in a greengrocer's shop like a shovel hat that has come to London for a holiday? Or, in case I do not make myself clear, what is the mystical association which connects the idea of nuts marked as oranges with the idea of 2 clergymen, one tall and the other short?" The eyes of the tradesman stood out of his head like a snail's. He really seemed for an instant likely to fling himself upon the stranger. At last he stammered angrily, "I don't know what you have to do with it, but if you're one of their friends, you can tell them from me that I'll knock their silly heads off, parsons or no parsons, if they upset my apples again." "Indeed?" asked the detective with great sympathy. "Did they upset your apples?" "One of them did," said the heated shopman. "Rode them all over the street. I'd have caught the fool but for having to pick 'em up." "Which way did these parsons go?" asked Valentin. "Up that second road on the left-hand side, and then across the square," said the other promptly. "Thanks," replied Valentin, and vanished like a fairy. On the other side of the second square he found a policeman and said, "This is urgent, constable. Have you seen 2 clergymen in shovel hats?" The policeman began to chuckle heavily. "I have, sir, and if you ask me, one of them was drunk. He stood in the middle of the road, that bewildered, that—" "Which way did they go?" snapped Valentin. They took one of them yellow buses over there," answered the man. "Them that go to Hampstead." Valentin produced his official card and said very rapidly, "Call up 2 of your men to come with me in pursuit," and crossed the road with such contagious energy that the ponderous policeman was moved to almost agile obedience. In a minute and a half, the French detective was joined on the opposite pavement by an inspector and a man in plain clothes. "Well, sir," began the former with smiling importance, "and what may—" Valentin pointed suddenly with his cane. "I'll tell you on the top of that omnibus," he said, and was darting and dodging across the tangle of the traffic. When all 3 sank, panting on the top seats of the yellow vehicle, the inspector said, "We could go 4 times as quick in a taxi." "Quite true," replied their leader placidly, "if we only had an idea of where we were going." "Well, where are you going?" asked the other, staring. Valentin smoked frowningly for a few seconds, then, removing his cigarette, he said, "If you know what a man's doing, get in front of him. But if you want to guess what he's doing, keep behind him. Stray when he strays, stop when he stops. Travel as slowly as he. Then you may see what he saw and may act as he acted. All we can do is to keep our eyes skinned for a queer thing." "What sort of queer thing do you mean?" asked the inspector. "Any sort of queer thing," answered Valentin, and relapsed into obstinate silence. The yellow omnibus crawled up the northern roads for what seemed like hours on end. The great detective would not explain further, and perhaps his assistants felt a silent and growing doubt of his errand. Perhaps also they felt a silent and growing desire for lunch, for the hours crept long past the normal luncheon hour, and the long roads of the North London suburbs seemed to shoot out into length after length like an infernal telescope. It was one of those journeys on which a man perpetually feels that now at last he must have come to the end of the universe, and then finds he has only come to the beginnings of Tufnell Park. London died away in draggled taverns and dreary scrubs, and then was unaccountably born again in blazing high streets and blatant hotels. It was like passing through 13 separate vulgar cities, all just touching each other. But though the winter twilight was already threatening the road ahead of them, the Parisian detective still sat silent and watchful, eyeing the frontage of the streets that slid by on either side. By the time they had left Camden Town behind, the policemen were nearly asleep. At least they gave something like a jump as Valentin leapt erect, struck a hand on each man's shoulder and shouted to the driver to stop. They tumbled down the steps into the road without realizing why they had been dislodged. When they looked around for enlightenment, they found Valentin triumphantly pointing his finger towards a window on the left side of the road. It was a large window, forming part of the long facade of a gilt and palatial public house. It was the part reserved for respectable dining and labelled restaurant. This window, like all the rest along the frontage of the hotel, was of frosted and figured glass, but in the middle of it was a big black smash, like a star in the ice. "Ah, clue at last!" cried Valentin, waving his stick. "The place with the broken window." "What window? What cue?" asked his principal assistant. "Why, what proof is there that this has anything to do with them?" Valentin almost broke his bamboo stick with rage. "Proof!" he cried. "Good God! The man is looking for proof. Why, of course, the chances are 20 to 1 that it has nothing to do with them. But what else can we do? Don't you see we must either follow one wild possibility or else go home to bed?" He banged his way into the restaurant, followed by his companions, and they were soon seated at a late luncheon at a little table, and looked at the star of smashed glass from the inside. Not that it was very informative to them even then. "Got your window broken, I see," said Valentin to the waiter as he paid the bill. "Yes, sir," answered the attendant, bending busily over the change, to which Valentin silently added an enormous tip. The waiter straightened himself with mild but unmistakable animation. "Ah, yes, sir," he said. "Very odd thing, that, sir." "Indeed? Tell us about it," said the detective with careless curiosity. "Well, 2 gents in black came in," said the waiter. "2 of those foreign parsons that are running about. They had a cheap and quiet little lunch, and one of them paid for it and went out. The other was just going out to join him when I looked at my change again and found he'd paid me more than 3 times too much. 'Here,' I says to the chap who was nearly out of the door, 'you've paid too much.' 'Oh,' he says, very cool. 'Have we?' 'Yes,' I says, and picked up the bill to show him. Well, that was a knockout." "What do you mean?" asked his interlocutor. "Well, I'd have sworn on 7 Bibles that I'd put 4 shillings on that bill, but now I saw I'd put 14 shillings as plain as paint." "Well," cried Valentin, moving slowly, but with burning eyes. "And then?" "The parson at the door, he says all serene, 'Sorry to confuse your accounts, but it'll pay for the window.' 'What window?' I says. 'The one I'm going to break,' he says, and smashed that blessed pane with his umbrella." All 3 inquirers made an exclamation, and the inspector said under his breath, "Are we after escaped lunatics?" The waiter went on with some relish for the ridiculous story. "Well, I was so knocked silly for a second I couldn't do anything. The man marched out of the place and joined his friend just round the corner. Then they went so quick up Bullock Street that I couldn't catch them, though I ran round the bars to do it." "Bullock Street," said the detective, and shot up that thoroughfare as quickly as the strange couple he pursued. Their journey now took them through bare brick ways like tunnels, streets with few lights and even with few windows, streets that seemed built out of the blank backs of everything and everywhere. Dusk was deepening, and it was not easy even for the London policeman to guess in what exact direction they were treading. The inspector, however, was pretty certain that they would eventually strike some part of Hampstead Heath. Abruptly, one bulging gas-lit window broke the blue twilight like a bull's-eye lantern, and Valentin stopped an instant before a little garish sweetstuff shop. After an instant's hesitation, he went in. He stood amid the gaudy colours of the confectionery with entire gravity, and bought 13 chocolate cigars with a certain care. He was clearly preparing an opening, but he did not need one. An angular, elderly, young woman in the shop had regarded his elegant appearance with a merely automatic inquiry, but when she saw the door behind him blocked with the blue uniform of the inspector, her eyes seemed to wake up. "Oh," she said, "if you've come about that parcel, I've sent it off already." "Parcel?" repeated Valentin, and it was his turn to look inquiring. "I mean the parcel the gentleman left, the clergyman gentleman." For goodness sake, said Valentine, leaning forward with his first real confession of eagerness. For heaven's sake, tell us what happened exactly. Well, said the woman a little doubtfully, the clergyman came in about half an hour ago and bought some peppermints and talked a bit and then went off towards the heath. But a second after, one of them runs back into the shop and says, "Have I left a parcel?" I looked everywhere and couldn't see one, so he says, "Never mind, but if it should turn up, please post it to this address." And he left me the address and a shilling for my trouble. And sure enough, though I thought I'd looked everywhere, I found he'd left a brown paper parcel, so I posted it to the place he said. I can't remember the address now. It was somewhere in Westminster. But as the thing seemed so important, I thought perhaps the police had come about it.
So they have, said Valentine shortly. Is Hampstead Heath near here?
Straight on for 15 minutes, said the woman, and you'll come out on the open.
Valentine sprang out of the shop and began to run. The other detectives followed him at a reluctant trot.
The street they threaded was so narrow and shut in by shadows that when they came out unexpectedly into the void, common, and vast sky, they were startled to find the evening still so light and clear. A perfect dome of peacock green sank into gold amid the blackening trees and the dark violet distances. The glowing green tint was just deep enough to pick out in points of crystal 1 or 2 stars. All that was left of the daylight lay in a golden glitter across the edge of Hampstead and that popular hollow which is called the Vale of Health. The holiday-makers who roam this region had not wholly dispersed. A few couples sat shapelessly on benches, and here and there a distant girl still shrieked in one of the swings. The glory of heaven deepened and darkened around the sublime vulgarity of man, and standing on the slope and looking across the valley, Valentine beheld the thing which he sought. Among the black and breaking groups in that distance was one especially black, which did not break, a group of 2 figures, clerically clad. Though they seemed as small as insects, Valentine could see that one of them was much smaller than the other. Though the other had a student's stoop and an inconspicuous manner, he could see that the man was well over 6 feet high. He shut his teeth and went forward, whirling his stick impatiently. By the time he had substantially diminished the distance and magnified the 2 black figures as in a vast microscope, he had perceived something else, something which startled him, and yet which he had somehow expected. Whoever was the tall priest, there could be no doubt about the identity of the short one. It was his friend of the Harwich train, the stumpy little curé of Essex, whom he had warned about his brown paper parcels. Now, so far as this went, everything fitted in finally and rationally enough. Valentine had learned by his inquiries that morning that a Father Brown from Essex was bringing up a silver cross with sapphires, a relic of considerable value, to show some of the foreign priests at the Congress. This undoubtedly was the silver with blue stones, and Father Brown undoubtedly was the little greenhorn in the train. Now, there was nothing wonderful about the fact that what Valentine had found out, Flambeau had also found out. Flambeau found out everything. Also, there was nothing wonderful in the fact that when Flambeau heard of a sapphire cross, he should try to steal it. That was the most natural thing in all natural history. And most certainly there was nothing wonderful about the fact that Flambeau should have it all his own way with such a silly sheep as the man with the umbrella and the parcels. He was the sort of man whom anybody could lead on a string to the North Pole. It was not surprising that an actor like Flambeau, dressed as another priest, could lead him to Hampstead Heath. So far, the crime seemed clear enough, and while the detective pitied the priest for his helplessness, he almost despised Flambeau for condescending to so gullible a victim. But when Valentine thought of all that had happened in between, of all that had led him to his triumph, he racked his brains for the smallest rhyme or reason in it. What had the stealing of a blue and silver cross from a priest from Essex to do with chucking soup at wallpaper?
had it to do with calling nuts oranges, or with paying for windows first and breaking them afterwards? He had come to the end of his chase, yet somehow he had missed the middle of it. When he failed, which was seldom, he had usually grasped the clue, but nevertheless missed the criminal. Here he had grasped the criminal, but still he could not grasp the clue. The two figures that they followed were crawling like black flies across the huge green contour of a hill. They were evidently sunk in conversation and perhaps did not notice where they were going, but they were certainly going to the wilder and more silent heights of the heath. As their pursuers gained on them, the latter had to use the undignified attitudes of the deerstalker, to crouch behind clumps of trees, and even to crawl prostrate in deep grass. By these ungainly ingenuities, the hunters even came close enough to the quarry to hear the murmur of the discussion, but no word could be distinguished except the word reason, recurring frequently in a high and almost childish voice. Once, over an abrupt dip of land and a dense tangle of thickets, the detectives actually lost the two figures they were following. They did not find the trail again for an agonizing 10 minutes, and then it led round the brow of a great dome of hill overlooking an amphitheatre of rich and desolate sunset scenery. Under a tree in this commanding yet neglected spot was an old ramshackle wooden seat. On this seat sat the two priests, still in serious speech together. The gorgeous green and gold still clung to the darkening horizon, but the dome above was turning slowly from peacock green to peacock blue, and the stars detached themselves more and more like solid jewels. Mutely motioning to his followers, Valentin contrived to creep up behind the big branching tree and, standing there in deathly silence, heard the words of the strange priests for the first time. After he had listened for a minute and a half, he was gripped by a devilish doubt. Perhaps he had dragged the two English policemen to the wastes of a nocturnal heath on an errand no saner than seeking figs on its thistles. For the two priests were talking exactly like priests, piously, with learning and leisure, about the most aerial enigmas of theology. The little Essex priest spoke the more simply, with his round face turned to the strengthening stars. The other talked with his head bowed as if he were not even worthy to look at them. But no more innocently clerical conversation could have been heard in any white Italian cloister or black Spanish cathedral. The first he heard was the tale of one of Father Brown's sentences, which ended, "What they really meant in the Middle Ages by the heavens being incorruptible." The taller priest nodded his bowed head and said, "Ah, yes, these modern infidels appeal to their reason, but who can look at these millions of worlds and not feel that there may be wonderful universes above us where reason is utterly unreasonable?" "No," said the other priest. "Reason is always reasonable, even in the last limbo, in the last borderland of things. I know that people charge the church with lowering reason, but it is just the other way. Alone on earth, the church makes reason really supreme. Alone on earth, the church affirms that God himself is bound by reason." The other priest raised his austere face to the spangled sky and said, "Yet who knows if in that infinite universe—" "Only infinite physically," said the little priest, turning sharply in his seat. "Not infinite in the sense of escaping from the laws of truth." Valentin, behind his tree, was tearing his fingernails with silent fury. He seemed almost to hear the sniggers of the English detectives whom he had brought so far on a fantastic guess, only to listen to the metaphysical gossip of two mild old parsons. In his impatience, he lost the equally elaborate answer of the tall cleric, and when he listened again, it was again Father Brown who was speaking. "Reason and justice grip the remotest and the loneliest star. Look at those stars. Don't they look as if they were single diamonds and sapphires? Well, you can imagine any mad botany or geology you please. Think of forests of adamant with leaves of brilliance. think the moon is a blue moon, a single elephantine sapphire. But don't fancy that all that frantic astronomy would make the smallest difference to the reason and justice of conduct. On plains of opal, under cliffs cut out of pearl, you would still find a notice board, "Thou shalt not steal." Valentin was just in the act of rising from his rigid and crouching attitude and creeping away as softly as might be, felled by the one great folly of his life. But something in the very silence of the tall priest made him stop until the latter spoke. When at last he did speak, he said simply, his head bowed and his hands on his knees, "Well, I think that other worlds may perhaps rise higher than our reason. The mystery of heaven is unfathomable, and I for one can only bow my head." Then, with brow yet bent, and without changing by the faintest shade his attitude or voice, he added, "Just hand over that sapphire cross of yours, will you? We are all alone here, and I could pull you to pieces like a straw doll." The utterly unaltered voice and attitude added a strange violence to that shocking change of speech, but the guarder of the relic only seemed to turn his head by the smallest section of the compass. He seemed still to have a somewhat foolish face turned to the stars. Perhaps he had not understood, or perhaps he had understood, and sat rigid with terror. "Yes," said the tall priest in the same low voice and in the same still posture. "Yes, I am Flambeau." Then after a pause he said, "Come, will you give me that cross?" "No," said the other, and the monosyllable had an odd sound. Flambeau suddenly flung off all his pontifical pretensions. The great robber leaned back in his seat and laughed low but long. "No," he cried, "you won't give it me, you proud prelate. You won't give it me, you little celibate simpleton. Shall I tell you why you won't give it me? Because I've got it already in my own breast pocket." The small man from Essex turned what seemed to be a dazed face in the dusk, and said, with the timid eagerness of the private secretary, Are you sure?" Flambeau yelled with delight. "Really? You're as good as a 3-act farce," he cried. "Yes, you turnip. I am quite sure. I had the sense to make a duplicate of the right parcel, and now, my friend, you've got the duplicate, and I've got the jewels. An old dodge, Father Brown, a very old dodge." "Yes," said Father Brown, and passed his hand through his hair with the same strange vagueness of manner. "Yes, I've heard of it before." The colossus of crime leaned over to the little rustic priest with a sort of sudden interest. "You have heard of it?" he asked. "Where have you heard of it?" "Well, I mustn't tell you his name, of course," said the little man simply. "He was a penitent, you know. He had lived prosperously for about 20 years, entirely on duplicate brown paper parcels. And so, you see, when I began to suspect you, I thought of this poor chap's way of doing it at once." "Began to suspect me?" repeated the outlaw with increased intensity. "Did you really have the gumption to suspect me just because I brought you up to this bare part of the heath?" No, said Brown with an air of apology. "You see, I suspected you when we first met. It's that little bulge up the sleeve where you people have the spiked bracelet." "How in Tartarus!" cried Flambeau. "Did you ever hear of the spiked bracelet?" "Oh, one's little flock, you know," said Father Brown, arching his eyebrows rather blankly. "When I was a curate in Hartlepool, there were 3 of them with spiked bracelets. So, as I suspected you from the first, don't you see, I made sure that the cross should go safe, anyhow. I'm afraid I watched you, you know. So at last I saw you change the parcels. Then, don't you see, I changed them back again. And then I left the right one behind." "Left it behind?" repeated Flambeau. And for the first time there was another note in his voice beside his triumph. "Well, it was like this," said the little priest, speaking in the same unaffected way. "I went back to that sweet shop, and asked if I'd left a parcel, and gave them a particular address if it turned up. Well, I knew I hadn't, but when I went away again, I did. So, instead of running after me with that valuable parcel, they have sent it flying to a friend of mine in Westminster. Then he added rather sadly, I learnt that, too, from a poor fellow in Hartlepool. He used to do it with handbags he stole at railway stations, but he's in a monastery now. Oh, one gets to know, you know, he added, rubbing his head again with the same sort of desperate apology. We can't help being priests. People come and tell us these things. Flambeau tore a brown paper parcel out of his inner pocket and rent it in pieces. There was nothing but paper and sticks of lead inside it. He sprang to his feet with a gigantic gesture and cried, I don't believe you. I don't believe a bumpkin like you could manage all that. I believe you've still got this stuff on you, and if you don't give it up, why, we're all alone, and I'll take it by force. No, said Father Brown simply, and stood up also. You won't take it by force. First, because I really haven't still got it, and second, because we are not alone. Flambeau stopped in his stride forward. Behind that tree, said Father Brown, pointing, are 2 strong policemen and the greatest detective alive. How did they come here, do you ask? Why, I brought them, of course. How did I do it? Why, I'll tell you if you like. Lord bless you, we have to know 20 such things when we work among the criminal classes. Well, I wasn't sure you were a thief, and it would never do to make a scandal against one of our own clergy, so I just tested you to see if anything would make you show yourself. A man generally makes a small scene if he finds salt in his coffee. If he doesn't, he has some reason for keeping quiet. I changed the salt and sugar, and you kept quiet. A man generally objects if his bill is 3 times too big. If he pays it, he has some motive for passing unnoticed. I altered your bill, and you paid it. The world seemed waiting for Flambeau to leap like a tiger, but he was held back as by a spell. He was stunned with the utmost curiosity. Well, went on Father Brown, with lumbering lucidity, as you wouldn't leave any tracks for the police, of course somebody had to. At every place we went to, I took care to do something that would get us talked about for the rest of the day. I didn't do much harm. A splashed wall, spilt apples, a broken window. But I saved the cross, as the cross will always be saved. It is at Westminster by now. I rather wonder you didn't stop it with the donkey's whistle. With the what? Asked Flambeau. I'm glad you've never heard of it, said the priest, making a face. It's a foul thing. I'm sure you're too good a man for a whistler. I couldn't have counted it even with the spots myself. I'm not strong enough in the legs. What on earth are you talking about? Asked the other. Well, I did think you'd know the spots, said Father Brown, agreeably surprised. Oh, you can't have gone so very wrong yet. How in the blazes do you know all these horrors? Cried Flambeau. The shadow of a smile crossed the round, simple face of his clerical opponent. Oh, by being a celibate simpleton, I suppose, he said. Has it never struck you that a man who does next to nothing but hear men's real sins is not likely to be wholly unaware of human evil? But as a matter of fact, another part of my trade, too, made me sure you weren't a priest. What? Asked the thief, almost gaping. You attacked reason, said Father Brown. It's bad theology. And even as he turned away to collect his property, the 3 policemen came out from under the twilight trees. Flambeau was an artist and a sportsman. He stepped back and swept Valentin a great bow. Do not bow to me, mon ami, said Valentin with silver clearness. Let us both bow to our master. And they both stood an instant uncovered, while the little Essex priest blinked about for his umbrella.
The Second Bullet. by Anna Catherine Green. Read by Catherine Fenton.
You must see her.
No.
She's a most unhappy woman. Husband and child both taken from her in a moment, and now all means of living as well, unless some happy thought of yours, some inspiration of your genius, shows us a way of re-establishing her claims to the policy voided by this cry of suicide.
But the small, wise head of Violet Strange continued its slow shake of decided refusal.
I'm sorry, she protested, but it's quite out of my province. I'm too young to meddle with so serious a matter.
Not when you can save a bereaved woman the only possible compensation left her by untoward fate?
Let the police try their hand at that.
They have had no success with the case.
Or you?
Nor I either.
And you expect—
Yes, Miss Strange. I expect you to find the missing bullet which will settle the fact that murder and not suicide ended George Hammond's life. If you cannot, then a long litigation awaits this poor widow, ending, as such litigation usually does, in favor of the stronger party. There's the alternative. If you once saw her—
But that's what I'm not willing to do. If I once saw her, I should yield to her importunities and attempt the seemingly impossible. My instincts bid me say no. Give me something easier.
Easier things are not so remunerative. There's money in this affair. If the insurance company is forced to pay up, I can offer you—
What?
There was eagerness in the tone despite her effort at nonchalance. The other smiled imperceptibly and briefly named the sum. It was larger than she had expected. This her visitor saw by the way her eyelids fell and the peculiar stillness which, for an instant, held her vivacity in check.
And you think I can earn that?
Her eyes were fixed on his in an eagerness as honest as it was unrestrained. He could hardly conceal his amazement. Her desire was so evident and the cause of it so difficult to understand. He knew she wanted money. That was her avowed reason for entering into this uncongenial work. But to want it so much— He glanced at her person. It was simply clad but very expensively. How expensively? It was his business to know. Then he took in the room in which they sat. Simplicity again, but the simplicity of high art, the drawing-room of one rich enough to indulge in the final luxury of a highly cultivated taste. Videlicet? Unostentatious elegance, and the subjection of each carefully chosen ornament to the general effect. What did this favored child of fortune lack that she could be reached by such a plea, when her whole being revolted from the nature of the task he offered her? It was a question not new to him, but one he had never heard answered, and was not likely to hear answered now. But the fact remained that the consent he had thought dependent upon sympathetic interest could be reached much more readily by the promise of large emolument, and he owned to a feeling of secret disappointment, even while he recognized the value of the discovery. But his satisfaction in the latter, if satisfaction it were, was of very short duration. Almost immediately he observed a change in her. The sparkle which had shone in the eye whose depths he had never been able to penetrate had dissipated itself in something like a tear, and she spoke up in that vigorous tone no one but himself had ever heard, as she said,
No, the sum is a good one, and I could use it. But I will not waste my energy on a case I do not believe in. The man shot himself. He was a speculator, and probably had good reason for his act. Even his wife acknowledges that he has lately had more losses than gains.
See her. She has something to tell you which never got into the papers.
You say that? You know that?
On my honor, Miss Strange.
Violet pondered, then suddenly succumbed.
Let her come then, prompt to the hour. I will receive her at 3.
Later, I have a tea and 2 party calls to make. Her visitor rose to leave. He had been able to subdue all evidence of his extreme gratification, and now took on a formal air. In dismissing a guest, Miss Strange was invariably the society belle, and that only. This he had come to recognize. The case, well known at the time, was, in the fewest possible words, as follows. On a sultry night in September, a young couple living in one of the large apartment houses in the extreme upper portion of Manhattan were so annoyed by the incessant crying of a child in the adjoining suite that they got up, he to smoke and she to sit in the window for a possible breath of cool air. They were congratulating themselves upon the wisdom they had shown in thus giving up all thought of sleep, for the child's crying had not ceased, when, it may have been 2 o'clock, it may have been a little later, there came from somewhere near the sharp and somewhat peculiar detonation of a pistol shot. He thought it came from above, she from the rear, and they were staring at each other in the helpless wonder of the moment when they were struck by the silence. The baby had ceased to cry. All was as still in the adjoining apartment as in their own. Too still. Much too still. Their mutual stare turned to one of horror. "It came from there," whispered the wife. "Some accident has occurred to Mr. or Mrs. Hammond. We ought to go." Her words, very tremulous ones, were broken by a shout from below. They were standing in their window and had evidently been seen by a passing policeman. "Anything wrong up there?" they heard him cry. Mr. Saunders immediately looked out. "Nothing wrong here," he called down. They were but 2 stories from the pavement. "But I'm not so sure about the rear apartment. We thought we heard a shot. Hadn't you better come up, officer? My wife is nervous about it. I'll meet you at the stairhead and show you the way." The officer nodded and stepped in. The young couple hastily donned some wraps, and by the time he appeared on their floor, they were ready to accompany him. Meanwhile, no disturbance was apparent anywhere else in the house until the policeman rang the bell of the Hammond apartment. Then voices began to be heard, and doors to open above and below, but not the one before which the policeman stood. Another ring, and this time an insistent one, and still no response. The officer's hand was rising for the 3rd time when there came a sound of fluttering from behind the panels against which he had laid his ear, and finally a choked voice uttering unintelligible words. Then a hand began to struggle with the lock, and the door, slowly opening, disclosed a woman clad in a hastily donned wrapper and giving every evidence of extreme fright. "Oh!" she exclaimed, seeing only the compassionate faces of her neighbors. "You heard it too! A pistol shot! From there! There! My husband's room! I have dared not go! Oh, have mercy and see if anything is wrong! It's so still! So still! And only a moment ago the baby was crying! Mrs. Saunders, why is it so still?" She had fallen into her neighbor's arms. The hand with which she had pointed out a certain door had sunk to her side, and she appeared to be on the verge of collapse. The officer eyed her sternly while noting her appearance, which was that of a woman hastily risen from bed. "Where were you?" he asked. "Not with your husband or child, or you would know what had happened there." "I was sleeping down the hall," she managed to gasp out. "I'm not well. Oh, why do you all stand still and do nothing? My baby's in there. Go, go!" And with sudden energy, she sprang upright, her eyes wide open and burning, her small, well-featured face white as the linen she sought to hide. The officer demurred no longer. In another instant, he was trying the door at which she was again pointing. It was locked. Glancing back at the woman, Now cowering almost to the floor, he pounded at the door and asked the man inside to open. No answer came back. With a sharp turn, he glanced again at the wife. "You say that your husband is in this room?" She nodded, gasping faintly. "And the child?" He turned back, listened, then beckoned to Mr. Saunders. "We shall have to break our way in," said he. "Put your shoulder well to the door. Now!" The hinges of the door creaked, the lock gave way. This special officer weighed 275, as he found out next day, and a prolonged and sweeping crash told the rest. Mrs. Hammond gave a low cry, and, straining forward from where she crouched in terror on the floor, searched the faces of the two men for some hint of what they saw in the dimly lighted space beyond. Something dreadful, something which made Mr. Saunders come rushing back with a shout. "Take her away! Take her to our apartment, Jenny! She must not see—" Not see! He realized the futility of his words as his gaze fell on the young woman who had risen up at his approach and now stood gazing at him without speech, without movement, but with a glare of terror in her eyes which gave him his first realization of human misery. His own glance fell before it. If he had followed his instinct, he would have fled the house rather than answer the question of her look and the attitude of her whole frozen body. Perhaps in mercy to his speechless terror, perhaps in mercy to herself, she was the one who at last found the word which voiced their mutual anguish. "Dead?" No answer. None was needed. "And my baby?" Oh, that cry! It curdled the hearts of all who heard it. It shook the souls of men and women both inside and outside the apartment. Then all was forgotten in the wild rush she made. The wife and mother had flung herself upon the scene, and side by side with the not unmoved policeman, stood looking down upon the desolation made in one fatal instant in her home and heart. They lay there together, both past help, both quite dead. The child had simply been strangled by the weight of his father's arm, which lay directly across the upturned little throat. But the father was a victim of the shot they had heard. There was blood on his breast, and a pistol in his hand. Suicide. The horrible truth was patent. No wonder they wanted to hold the young widow back. Her neighbor, Mrs. Saunders, crept in on tiptoe and put her arms about the swaying, fainting woman. But there was nothing to say. Absolutely nothing. At least, they thought not. But when they saw her throw herself down, not by her husband, but by the child, and drag it out from under that strangling arm and hug and kiss it and call out wildly for a doctor, the officer endeavored to interfere, and yet could not find the heart to do so, though he knew the child was dead and should not, according to all the rules of the coroner's office, be moved before that official arrived. Yet, because no mother could be convinced of a fact like this, he let her sit with it on the floor and try all her little arts to revive it, while he gave orders to the janitor and waited himself for the arrival of doctor and coroner. She was still sitting there in wide-eyed misery, alternately fondling the little body and drawing back to consult its small set features for some sign of life, when the doctor came, and, after one look at the child, drew it softly from her arms and laid it quietly in the crib from which its father had evidently lifted it but a short time before. Then he turned back to her and found her on her feet, upheld by her two friends. She had understood his action, and without a groan had accepted her fate. Indeed, she seemed incapable of any further speech or action. She was staring down at her husband's body, which she, for the first time, seemed fully to see. Was her look one of grief, or of resentment for the part he had played so unintentionally in her child's death? It was hard to tell, and when, with slowly rising finger, she pointed to the pistol so tightly clutched in the other outstretched hand, no one there, and by this time the room was full, could foretell what her words would be when her tongue regained its usage and she could speak. What she did say was this: "Is there a bullet gone? Did he fire off that pistol?" A question so manifestly one of delirium that no one answered it, which seemed to surprise her, though she said nothing till her glance had passed all around the walls of the room to where a window stood open to the night, its lower sash being entirely raised. "There! Look there!" she cried, with a commanding accent, and throwing up her hands, sank a dead weight into the arms of those supporting her. No one understood, but naturally more than one rushed to the window. An open space was before them. Here lay the fields not yet parcelled out into lots and built upon. But it was not upon these they looked, but upon the strong trellis which they found there, which, if it supported no vine, formed a veritable ladder between this window and the ground. Could she have meant to call attention to this fact? And were her words expressive of another idea than the obvious one of suicide? If so, to what lengths a woman's imagination can go, or so their combined looks seemed to proclaim, when to their utter astonishment they saw the officer, who had presented a calm appearance up till now, shift his position, and with a surprised grunt direct their eyes to a portion of the wall just visible beyond the half-drawn curtains of the bed. The mirror hanging there showed a star-shaped breakage, such as follows the sharp impact of a bullet or a fiercely projected stone. "He fired 2 shots. One went wild, the other straight home." It was the officer delivering his opinion. Mr. Saunders, returning from the distant room where he had assisted in carrying Mrs. Hammond, cast a look at the shattered glass and remarked forcibly, "I heard but one, and I was sitting up, disturbed by that poor infant. Jenny, did you hear more than one shot?" he asked, turning toward his wife. "No," she answered, but not with the readiness he had evidently expected. "I heard only one, but that was not quite usual in its tone. I'm used to guns," she explained, turning to the officer. "My father was an army man, and he taught me very early to load and fire a pistol. There was a prolonged sound to this shot, something like an echo of itself, following close upon the first ping. Didn't you notice that, Warren?" "I remember something of the kind," her husband allowed. "He shot twice and quickly," interposed the policeman sententiously. "We shall find a spent bullet back of that mirror." But when, upon the arrival of the coroner, an investigation was made of the mirror and the wall behind, no bullet was found either there or anywhere else in the room, save in the dead man's breast. Nor had more than one been shot from his pistol, as 5 full chambers testified. The case, which seemed so simple, had its mysteries, but the assertion made by Mrs. Saunders no longer carried weight, nor was the evidence offered by the broken mirror considered as indubitably establishing the fact that a second shot had been fired in the room. Yet, it was equally evident that the charge which had entered the dead speculator's breast had not been delivered at the close range of the pistol found clutched in his hand. There were no powder marks to be discerned on his pajama jacket, or on the flesh beneath. Thus anomaly confronted anomaly, leaving open but one other theory: that the bullet found in Mr. Hammond's breast came from the window, and the one he shot went out of it. But this would necessitate his having shot his pistol from a point far removed from where he was found, and his wound was such as made it difficult to believe that he would stagger far, if at all, after its infliction. Yet, because the coroner was both conscientious and alert, he caused a most rigorous search to be made of the ground overlooked by the above-mentioned window, a search in which the police joined, but which was without any result, save that of rousing the attention of people in the neighborhood, and leading to a story being circulated of a man seen some time the night before crossing the fields in a great hurry. But as no further particulars were forthcoming, and not even a description of the man to be had, no emphasis would have been laid upon this story had it not transpired that the moment a report of it had come to Mrs. Hammond's ears— why is there always someone to carry these reports? She roused from the torpor into which she had fallen, and in wild fashion exclaimed, "I knew it! I expected it! He was shot through the window, and by that wretch! He never shot himself!" Violent declarations which trailed off into the one continuous wail. "Oh, my baby! My poor baby!" Such words, even though the fruit of delirium, merited some sort of attention, or so this good coroner thought, and as soon as opportunity offered and she was sufficiently sane and quiet to respond to his questions, he asked her whom she had meant by that wretch, and what reason she had, or thought she had, of attributing her husband's death to any other agency than his own disgust with life. And then it was that his sympathies, although greatly roused in her favor, began to wane. She met the question with a cold stare, followed by a few ambiguous words out of which he could make nothing. Had she said wretch? She did not remember. They must not be influenced by anything she might have uttered in her first grief. She was well nigh insane at the time. But of one thing they might be sure. Her husband had not shot himself. He was too much afraid of death for such an act. Besides, he was too happy. Whatever folks might say, he was too fond of his family to wish to leave it. Nor did the coroner, or any other official, succeed in eliciting anything further from her. Even when she was asked, with cruel insistence, how she explained the fact that the baby was found lying on the floor instead of in its crib, her only answer was, "His father was trying to soothe it. The child was crying dreadfully, as you have heard from those who were kept awake by him that night, and my husband was carrying him about when the shot came which caused George to fall and overlay the baby in his struggles." "Carrying a baby about with a loaded pistol in his hand?" came back in stern retort. She had no answer for this. She admitted, when informed that the bullet extracted from her husband's body had been found to correspond exactly with those remaining in the 5 chambers of the pistol taken from his hand, that he was not only the owner of this pistol, but was in the habit of sleeping with it under his pillow. But beyond that, nothing. And this reticence, as well as her manner, which was cold and repellent, told against her. A verdict of suicide was rendered by the coroner's jury, and the life insurance company, in which Mr. Hammond had but lately insured himself for a large sum, taking advantage of the suicide clause embodied in the policy, announced its determination of not paying the same. Such was the situation, as known to Violet Strange and the general public, on the day she was asked to see Mrs. Hammond and learn what might alter her opinion as to the justice of this verdict, and the stand taken by the Schuler Life Insurance Company. The clock on the mantel in Miss Strange's rose-colored boudoir had struck 3, and Violet was gazing in some impatience at the door, when there came a gentle knock upon it, and the maid, one of the elderly, not youthful kind, ushered in her expected visitor. "You are Mrs. Hammond?" she asked, in natural awe of the 2 black figure outlined so sharply against the deep pink of the seashell room. The answer was a slow lifting of the veil which shadowed the features she knew only from the cuts she had seen in newspapers. "You are Miss Strange?" stammered her visitor. "The young lady who—" "I am," chimed in a voice as ringing as it was sweet. "I am the person you have come here to see, and this is my home. But that does not make me less interested in the unhappy, or less desirous of serving them. Certainly, you have met with the 2 greatest losses which can come to a woman, I know your story well enough to say that. But what have you to tell me in proof that you should not lose your anticipated income as well? Something vital, I hope, else I cannot help you. Something which you should have told the coroner's jury, and did not. The flush, which was the sole answer these words called forth, did not take from the refinement of the young widow's expression, but rather added to it. Violet watched it in its ebb and flow, and, seriously affected by it, why, she did not know, for Mrs. Hammond had made no other appeal either by look or gesture, pushed forward a chair and begged her visitor to be seated. "We can converse in perfect safety here," she said. "When you feel quite equal to it, let me hear what you have to communicate. It will never go any further. I could not do the work I do if I felt it necessary to have a confidant." "But you are so young and so inexperienced, you would say, and so evidently a member of what New Yorkers call society. Do not let that trouble you. My inexperience is not likely to last long, and my social pleasures are more apt to add to my efficiency than to detract from it." With this, Violet's face broke into a smile. It was not the brilliant one so often seen upon her lips, but there was something in its quality which carried encouragement to the widow, and led her to say with obvious eagerness, "You know the facts?" "I have read all the papers." "I was not believed on the stand." "It was your manner." "I could not help my manner. I was keeping something back, and, being unused to deceit, I could not act quite naturally." "Why did you keep something back? When you saw the unfavorable impression made by your reticence, why did you not speak up and frankly tell your story?" "Because I was ashamed. Because I thought it would hurt me more to speak than to keep silent. I do not think so now, but I did then, and so made my great mistake. You must remember not only the awful shock of my double loss, but the sense of guilt accompanying it. For my husband and I had quarreled that night, quarreled bitterly. That was why I had run away into another room, and not because I was feeling ill and impatient of the baby's fretful cries." "So people have thought." In saying this, Miss Strange was perhaps cruelly emphatic. "You wish to explain that quarrel? You think it will be doing any good to your cause to go into that matter with me now?" "I cannot say. But I must first clear my conscience, and then try to convince you that, quarrel or no quarrel, he never took his own life. He was not that kind. He had an abnormal fear of death. I do not like to say it, but he was a physical coward. I have seen him turn pale at the least hint of danger. He could no more have turned that muzzle upon his own breast than he could have turned it upon his baby. Some other hand shot him, Miss Strange. Remember the open window? The shattered mirror? And I think I know that hand." Her head had fallen forward on her breast. The emotion she showed was not so eloquent of grief as of deep personal shame. "You think you know the man?" In saying this, Violet's voice sunk to a whisper. It was an accusation of murder she had just heard. "To my great distress, yes. When Mr. Hammond and I were married," the widow now proceeded in a more determined tone, "there was another man, a very violent one, who vowed even at the church door that George and I should never live out 2 full years together. We have not. Our second anniversary would have been in November. But, let me say this. The quarrel of which I speak was not serious enough to occasion any such act of despair on his part. A man would be mad to end his life on account of so slight a disagreement. It was not even on account of the person of whom I've just spoken, though that person had been mentioned between us earlier in the evening, Mr. Hammond having come across him face to face that very afternoon in the subway. Up to this time, neither of us had seen or heard of him since our wedding day. And you think this person whom you barely mentioned, so mindful of his old grudge that he sought out your domicile, and, with the intention of murder, climbed the trellis leading to your room and turned his pistol upon the shadowy figure which was all he could see in the semi-obscurity of a much-lowered gas jet. A man in the dark does not need a bright light to see his enemy when he is intent upon revenge. Miss Strange altered her tone. And your husband? You must acknowledge that he shot off his pistol whether the other did or not. It was in self-defense. He would shoot to save his own life, or the baby's. Then he must have heard or seen a man at the window, and would have shot there, or tried to. Tried to? Yes, the other shot first. Oh, I've thought it all out, causing my husband's bullet to go wild. It was his which broke the mirror. Violet's eyes, bright as stars, suddenly narrowed. And what happened then? She asked. Why cannot they find the bullet? Because it went out of the window, glanced off and went out of the window. Mrs. Hammond's tone was triumphant, her look spirited and intense. Violet eyed her compassionately. Would a bullet glancing off from a mirror, however hung, be apt to reach a window so far on the opposite side? I don't know. I only know that it did, was the contradictory, almost absurd reply. What was the cause of the quarrel you speak of between your husband and yourself? You see, I must know the exact truth, and all the truth to be of any assistance to you. It was about the care I gave, or didn't give the baby. I feel awfully to have to say it, but George did not think I did my full duty by the child. He said there was no need of its crying so, that if I gave it the proper attention, it would not keep the neighbors and himself awake half the night. And I got angry, and insisted that I did the best I could, that the child was naturally fretful, and that if he wasn't satisfied with my way of looking after it, he might try his. All of which was very wrong and unreasonable on my part, as witness the awful punishment which followed. And what made you get up and leave him? The growl he gave me in reply. When I heard that, I bounded out of bed and said I was going to the spare room to sleep. And if the baby cried, he might just try what he could do himself to stop it. And he answered, This, just this. I shall never forget his words as long as I live. If you go, you need not expect me to let you in again, no matter what happens. He said that, and locked the door after me. You see, I could not tell all that. It might have been better if you had. It was such a natural quarrel and so unprovocative of actual tragedy. Mrs. Hammond was silent. It was not difficult to see that she had no very keen regrets for her husband personally, but then he was not a very estimable man, nor in any respect her equal. You were not happy with him, Violet ventured to remark. I was not a fully contented woman. But for all that, he had no cause to complain of me, except for the reason I have mentioned. I was not a very intelligent mother. But if the baby were living now, oh, if he were living now, with what devotion I should care for him! She was on her feet. Her arms were raised, her face impassioned with feeling. Violet, gazing at her, heaved a little sigh. It was perhaps in keeping with the situation, perhaps extraneous to it, but whatever its source, it marked a change in her manner. With no further check upon her sympathy, she said very softly, It is well with the child. The mother stiffened, swayed, and then burst into wild weeping. But not with me, she cried. Not with me!
I am desolate and bereft. I have not even a home in which to hide my grief, and no prospect of one."
"But," interposed Violet, "surely your husband left you something. You cannot be quite penniless."
"My husband left nothing,"
was the answer, uttered without bitterness but with all the hardness of fact.
"He had debts. I shall pay those debts. When these and other necessary expenses are liquidated, there will be but little left. He made no secret of the fact that he lived close up to his means. That is why he was induced to take on a life insurance. Not a friend of his, but knows his improvidence. I have not even jewels. I have only my determination and an absolute conviction as to the real nature of my husband's death."
"What is the name of the man you secretly believe to have shot your husband from the trellis?" Mrs. Hammond told her. It was a new one to Violet. She said so, and then asked, "What else can you tell me about him?"
"Nothing, but that he is a very dark man, and has a club foot."
"Oh, what a mistake you've made."
"Mistake? Yes, I acknowledge that."
"I mean in not giving this last bit of information at once to the police. A man can be identified by such a defect. Even his footsteps can be traced. He might have been found that very day. Now, what have we to go upon?"
"You are right. But not expecting to have any difficulty about the insurance money, I thought it would be generous in me to keep still. Besides, this is only surmise on my part. I feel certain that my husband was shot by another hand than his own, but I know no way of proving it. Do you?"
Then Violet talked seriously with her, explaining how their only hope lay in the discovery of a second bullet in the room, which had already been ransacked for this very purpose, and without the shadow of a result. A tea, a musicale, and an evening dance kept Violet Strange in a whirl for the remainder of the day. No brighter eye nor more contagious wit lent brilliance to these occasions, but with the passing of the midnight hour, no one who had seen her in the blaze of electric lights would have recognized this favored child of fortune in the earnest figure sitting in the obscurity of an uptown apartment, studying the walls, the ceilings, and the floors by the dim light of a lowered gas jet. Violet Strange in society was a very different person from Violet Strange under the tension of her secret and peculiar work. She had told them at home that she was going to spend the night with a friend, but only her old coachman knew who that friend was. Therefore, a very natural sense of guilt mingled with her emotions at finding herself alone on a scene whose gruesome mystery she could only solve by identifying herself with the place and the man who had perished there. Dismissing from her mind all thought of self, she strove to think as he thought and act as he acted on the night when he found himself, a man of but little courage, left in this room with an ailing child. At odds with himself, his wife, and possibly with the child screaming away in its crib, what would he be apt to do in his present emergency? Nothing at first, but as the screaming continued, he would remember the old tales of fathers walking the floor at night with crying babies and hasten to follow suit. Violet, in her anxiety to reach his inmost thought, crossed to where the crib had stood, and, taking that as a start, began pacing the room in search of the spot from which a bullet, if shot, would glance aside from the mirror in the direction of the window. Not that she was ready to accept this theory of Mrs. Hammond, but that she did not wish to entirely dismiss it without putting it to the test. She found it in an unexpected quarter of the room and much nearer the bedhead than where his body was found. This, which might seem to confuse matters, served, on the contrary, to remove from the case one of its most serious difficulties. Standing here, he was within reach of the pillow under which his pistol lay hidden, and if startled, as his wife believed him to have been by a noise at the other end of the room, had but to crouch and reach behind him in order to find himself armed and ready for a possible intruder. Imitating his action in this as in other things, she had herself crouched low at the bedside and was on the point of withdrawing her hand from under the pillow when a new surprise checked her movement and held her fixed in her position, with eyes staring straight at the adjoining wall. She had seen there what he must have seen in making this same turn, the dark bars of the opposite window frame outlined in the mirror, and understood at once what had happened. In the nervousness and terror of the moment, George Hammond had mistaken this reflection of the window for the window itself, and shot impulsively at the man he undoubtedly saw covering him from the trellis without. But while this explained the shattering of the mirror, how about the other and still more vital question of where the bullet went afterward? Was the angle at which it had been fired acute enough to send it out of a window diagonally opposed? No, even if the pistol had been held closer to the man firing it than she had reason to believe, the angle would still be oblique enough to carry it on to the further wall. But no sign of any such impact had been discovered on this wall. Consequently, the force of the bullet had been expended before reaching it, and when it fell, here, her glance, slowly traveling along the floor, impetuously paused. It had reached the spot where the two bodies had been found, and unconsciously her eyes rested there, conjuring up the picture of the bleeding father and the strangled child. How piteous and how dreadful it all was! If she could only understand! Suddenly, she rose straight up, staring and immovable in the dim light. Had the idea, the explanation, the only possible explanation covering the whole phenomena, come to her at last? It would seem so, for as she so stood, a look of conviction settled over her features, and with this look, evidences of a horror which for all her fast accumulating knowledge of life and its possibilities made her appear very small and very helpless. A half-hour later, when Mrs. Hammond, in her anxiety at hearing nothing more from Miss Strange, opened the door of her room, it was to find, lying on the edge of the sill, the little detective's card, with these words hastily written across it. I do not feel as well as I could wish, and so have telephoned to my own coachman to come and take me home. I will either see or write you within a few days, but do not allow yourself to hope. I pray you do not allow yourself the least hope. The outcome is still very problematical. When Violet's employer entered his office the next morning, it was to find a veiled figure awaiting him, which he at once recognized as that of his little deputy. She was slow in lifting her veil, and when it finally came free, he felt a momentary doubt as to his wisdom in giving her just such a matter as this to investigate. He was quite sure of his mistake when he saw her face. It was so drawn and pitiful. You have failed, said he. Of that you must judge, she answered, and drawing near, she whispered in his ear. No, he cried in his amazement. Think, she murmured, think. Only so all the facts can be accounted for. I will look into it. I will certainly look into it, was his earnest reply. If you are right, but never mind that. Go home and take a horseback ride in the park. When I have news in regard to this, I will let you know. Till then, forget it all. Hear me? I charge you to forget everything but your balls and your parties. And Violet obeyed him. Some few days after this, the following statement appeared in all the papers. Owing to some remarkable work done by the firm of Blank & Blank, the well-known private detective agency, the claim made by Mrs. George Hammond against the Schuler Life Insurance Company is likely to be allowed without further litigation. As our readers will remember, the contestant has insisted from the first that the bullet causing her husband's death came from another pistol than the one found clutched in his own hand. But while reasons were not lacking to substantiate this assertion, the failure to discover more than the disputed track of a second bullet led to a verdict of suicide and a refusal of the company to pay. But now that bullet has been found. And where? In the most startling place in the world. Videlicet? In the larynx of the child, found lying dead upon the floor beside his father, strangled, as was supposed, by the weight of that father's arm. The theory is, and there seems to be none other, that the father, hearing a suspicious noise at the window, set down the child he was endeavoring to soothe and made for the bed and his own pistol, and mistaking a reflection of the assassin for the assassin himself, sent his shot sideways at a mirror just as the other let go the trigger which drove a similar bullet into his breast. The course of the one was straight and fatal, and that of the other deflected. Striking the mirror at an oblique angle, the bullet fell to the floor where it was picked up by the crawling child and, as was most natural, thrust at once into his mouth. Perhaps it felt hot to the little tongue. Perhaps the child was simply frightened by some convulsive movement of the father, who evidently spent his last moment in an endeavor to reach the child. But, whatever the cause, in the quick gasp it gave, the bullet was drawn into the larynx, strangling him. That the father's arm, in his last struggle, should have fallen directly across the little throat is one of those anomalies which confounds reason and misleads justice by stopping investigation at the very point where truth lies and mystery disappears. Mrs. Hammond is to be congratulated that there are detectives who do not give too much credence to outward appearances. We expect soon to hear of the capture of the man who sped home the death-dealing bullet.
Naboth's Vineyard by Melville Davisson Post. Read by Robert Fass. One hears a good deal about the sovereignty of the people in this republic, and many persons imagine it is a sort of fiction and wonder where it lies, who are the guardians of it, and how they would exercise it if the forms and agents of the law were removed. I am not one of those who speculate upon this mystery, for I have seen this primal ultimate authority naked at its work, and having seen it, I know how mighty and how dread a thing it is, and I know where it lies, and who are the guardians of it, and how they exercise it when the need arises. There was a great crowd, for the whole country was in the courtroom. It was a notorious trial. Elihu Marsh had been shot down in his house. He had been found lying in a room with a hole through his body that one could put his thumb in. He was an irascible old man, the last of his family, and so lived alone. He had rich lands, but only a life estate in them. The remainder was to some foreign heirs. A girl from a neighboring farm came now and then to bake and put his house in order, and he kept a farmhand about the premises. Nothing had been disturbed in the house when the neighbors found Marsh. No robbery had been attempted, for the man's money, a considerable sum, remained on him. There was not much mystery about the thing because the farmhand had disappeared. This man was a stranger in the hills. He had come from over the mountains some months before and gone to work for Marsh. He was a big blond man, young and good-looking. Of better blood, one would say, than the average laborer. He gave his name as Taylor, but he was not communicative, and little else about him was known. The country was raised, and this man was overtaken in the foothills of the mountains. He had his clothes tied into a bundle and a long-barreled fowling piece on his shoulder. The story he told was that he and Marsh had settled that morning, and he had left the house at noon, but that he had forgotten his gun and had gone back for it, had reached the house about 4 o'clock, gone into the kitchen, got his gun down from the dogwood forks over the chimney, and at once left the house. He had not seen Marsh, and did not know where he was. He admitted that this gun had been loaded with a single huge lead bullet. He had so loaded it to kill a dog that sometimes approached the house, but not close enough to be reached with a load of shot. He affected surprise when it was pointed out that the gun had been discharged. He said that he had not fired it, and had not until then noticed that it was empty. When asked why he had so suddenly determined to leave the country, he was silent. He was carried back and confined in the county jail, and now he was on trial at the September term of the Circuit Court. The court sat early. Although the judge, Simon Kilrail, was a landowner and lived on his estate in the country some half-dozen miles away, he rode to the courthouse in the morning and home at night, with his legal papers in his saddle pockets. It was only when the court sat that he was a lawyer. At other times he harvested his hay and grazed his cattle, and tried to add to his lands like any other man in the hills, and he was as hard in a trade and as hungry for an acre as any. It was the sign and insignia of distinction in Virginia to own land. Mr. Jefferson had annulled the titles that George III had granted, and the land alone remained as a patent of nobility. The judge wished to be one of these landed gentry, and he had gone a good way to accomplish it. But when the court convened, he became a lawyer, and sat upon the bench with no heart in him, and a cruel tongue like the English judges. I think everybody was at this trial. My Uncle Abner and the strange old doctor, Storm, sat on a bench near the center aisle of the courtroom, and I sat behind them, for I was a half-grown lad and permitted to witness the terrors and severities of the law. The prisoner was the center of interest. He sat with a stolid countenance like a man careless of the issues of life. But not everybody was concerned with him, for my Uncle Abner and Storm watched the girl who had been accustomed to bake for Marsh and redd up his house. She was a beauty of her type, dark-haired and dark-eyed like a gypsy, and with an April nature of storm and sun. She sat among the witnesses with a little handkerchief clutched in her hands. She was nervous to the point of hysteria, and I thought that was the reason the old doctor watched her. She would be taken with a gust of tears, and then throw up her head with a fine defiance, and she kneaded and knotted and worked the handkerchief in her fingers. It was a time of stress, and many witnesses were unnerved, and I think I should not have noticed this girl but for the whispering of Storm and my Uncle Abner. The trial went forward, and it became certain that the prisoner would hang. His stubborn refusal to give any reason for his hurried departure had but one meaning, and the circumstantial evidence was conclusive. The motive only remained in doubt, and the judge had charged on this with so many cases in point, and with so heavy a hand, that any virtue in it was removed. The judge was hard against this man, and indeed there was little sympathy anywhere, for it was a foul killing, the victim an old man, and no hot blood to excuse it. In all trials of great public interest, where the evidences of guilt overwhelmingly assemble against a prisoner, there comes a moment when all the people in the courtroom, as one man, and without a sign of the common purpose, agree upon a verdict. There is no outward or visible evidence of this decision, but one feels it, and it is a moment of the tensest stress. The trial of Taylor had reached this point, and there lay a moment of deep silence, when this girl, sitting among the witnesses, suddenly burst into a very hysteria of tears. She stood up shaking with sobs, her voice choking in her throat, and the tears gushing through her fingers. What she said was not heard at the time by the audience in the courtroom, but it brought the judge to his feet and the jury crowding about her, and it broke down the silence of the prisoner and threw him into a perfect fury of denials. We could hear his voice rise above the confusion, and we could see him struggling to get to the girl and stop her. But what she said was presently known to everybody, for it was taken down and signed, and it put the case against Taylor, to use a lawyer's term, out of court. The girl had killed Marsh herself, and this was the manner and the reason of it. She and Taylor were sweethearts and were to be married. But they had quarreled the night before Marsh's death, and the following morning Taylor had left the country. The point of the quarrel was some remark that Marsh had made to Taylor touching the girl's reputation. She had come to the house in the afternoon, and finding her lover gone, and maddened at the sight of the one who had robbed her of him, had taken the gun down from the chimney and killed Marsh. She had then put the gun back into its place and left the house. This was about 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and about an hour before Taylor returned for his gun. There was a great veer of public feeling with a profound sense of having come at last upon the truth, for the story not only fitted to the circumstantial evidence against Taylor, but it fitted also to his story, and it disclosed the motive for the killing. It explained, too, why he had refused to give the reason for his disappearance. That Taylor denied what the girl said and tried to stop her in her declaration meant nothing except that the prisoner was a man and would not have the woman he loved make such a sacrifice for him. I cannot give all the forms of legal procedure with which the closing hours of the court were taken up, but nothing happened to shake the girl's confession. Whatever the law required was speedily got ready, and she was remanded to the care of the sheriff in order that she might come before the court in the morning. Taylor was not released, but was also held in custody, although the case against him seemed utterly broken down. The judge refused to permit the prisoner's counsel to take a verdict. He said that he would withdraw a juror and continue the case, but he seemed unwilling to release any clutch of the law until someone was punished for this crime. It was on our way, and we rode out with the judge that night. He talked with Abner and Storm about the pastures and the price of cattle, but not about the trial, as I hoped he would do, except once only, and then it was to inquire why the prosecuting attorney had not called either of them as witnesses, since they were the first to find Marsh, and Storm had been among the doctors who examined him. And Storm had explained how he had mortally offended the prosecutor in his canvass by his remark that only a gentleman should hold office. He did but quote Mr. Hamilton, Storm said, but the man had received it as a deadly insult, and thereby proved the truth of Mr. Hamilton's expression, Storm added. And Abner said that as no circumstance about Marsh's death was questioned, and others arriving about the same time had been called, the prosecutor doubtless considered further testimony unnecessary. The judge nodded, and the conversation turned to other questions. At the gate, after the common formal courtesy of the country, the judge asked us to ride in, and, to my astonishment, Abner and Storm accepted his invitation. I could see that the man was surprised, and I thought annoyed, but he took us into his library. I could not understand why Abner and Storm had stopped here, until I remembered how from the first they had been considering the girl, and it occurred to me that they thus sought the judge in the hope of getting some word to him in her favor. A great sentiment had leaped up for this girl. She had made a staggering sacrifice, and with a headlong courage, and it was like these men to help her if they could. And it was to speak of the woman that they came, but not in her favor. And while Simon Kilrail listened, they told this extraordinary story. They had been of the opinion that Taylor was not guilty when the trial began, but they had suffered it to proceed in order to see what might develop. The reason was that there were certain circumstantial evidences overlooked by the prosecutor indicating the guilt of the woman and the innocence of Taylor. When Storm examined the body of Marsh, he discovered that the man had been killed by poison and was dead when the bullet was fired into his body. This meant that the shooting was a fabricated evidence to direct suspicion against Taylor. The woman had baked for Marsh on this morning, and the poison was in the bread which he had eaten at noon. Abner was going on to explain something further when a servant entered and asked the judge what time it was. The man had been greatly impressed, and he now sat in a profound reflection. He took his watch out of his pocket and held it in his hand. Then he seemed to realize the question and replied that his watch had run down. Abner gave the hour and said that perhaps his key would wind the watch. The judge gave it to him, and he wound it and laid it on the table. Storm observed my uncle with what I thought a curious interest, but the judge paid no attention. He was deep in his reflection and oblivious to everything. Finally, he roused himself and made his comment. "This clears the matter up," he said. "The woman killed Marsh from the motive which she gave in her confession, and she created this false evidence against Taylor because he had abandoned her. She thereby avenged herself desperately in two directions. It would be like a woman to do this, and then regret it and confess." He then asked my uncle if he had anything further to tell him, and although I was sure that Abner was going on to say something further when the servant entered, he replied now that he had not, and asked for the horses, The judge went out to have the horses brought, and we remained in silence. My uncle was calm, as with some consuming idea, but Storm was as nervous as a cat. He was out of his chair when the door was closed and hopping about the room looking at the law books standing on the shelves in their leather covers. Suddenly he stopped and plucked out a little volume. He whipped through it with his forefinger, smothered a great oath, and shot it into his pocket. Then he crooked his finger to my uncle, and they talked together in a recess of the window until the judge returned. We rode away. I was sure that they intended to say something to the judge in the woman's favor, for guilty or not, it was a fine thing she had done to stand up and confess. But something in the interview had changed their purpose. Perhaps when they had heard the judge's comment, they saw it would be of no use. They talked closely together as they rode, but they kept before me and I could not hear. It was of the woman they spoke, however, for I caught a fragment. "But where's the motive?" said Storm. And my uncle answered, "In the 21st chapter of the Book of Kings." We were early at the county seat, and it was a good thing for us because the courtroom was crowded to the doors. My uncle had got a big record book out of the county clerk's office as he came in, and I was glad of it, for he gave it to me to sit on, and it raised me up so I could see. Storm was there too, and, in fact, every man of any standing in the county. The sheriff opened the court. The prisoners were brought in, and the judge took his seat on the bench. He looked haggard, like a man who had not slept, as in fact one could hardly have done who had so cruel a duty before him. Here was every human feeling pressing to save a woman, and the law to hang her. But for all his hag-ridden face, when he came to act, the man was adamant. He ordered the confession read and directed the girl to stand up. Taylor tried again to protest, but he was forced down into his chair. The girl stood up bravely, but she was white as plaster, and her eyes dilated. She was asked if she still adhered to her confession and understood the consequences of it, and although she trembled from head to toe, she spoke out distinctly. There was a moment of silence, and the judge was about to speak, when another voice filled the courtroom. I turned about on my book to find my head against my Uncle Abner's legs. "I challenge the confession," he said. The whole courtroom moved. Every eye was on the two tragic figures standing up, the slim, pale girl and the big, somber figure of my uncle. The judge was astounded. "On what ground?" he said. "On the ground," replied my uncle, "that the confession is a lie." One could have heard a pin fall anywhere in the whole room. The girl caught her breath in a little gasp, and the prisoner, Taylor, half rose and then sat down as though his knees were too weak to bear him. The judge's mouth opened, but for a moment or two he did not speak, and I could understand his amazement. Here was Abner assailing a confession which he himself had supported before the judge, and speaking for the innocence of a woman whom he himself had shown to be guilty, and taking one position privately and another publicly. What did the man mean? And I was not surprised that the judge's voice was stern when he spoke. "This is irregular," he said. "It may be that this woman lulled Marsh, or it may be that Taylor killed him and there is some collusion between these persons, as you appear to suggest. And you may know something to throw light on the matter, or you may not. However that may be, this is not the time for me to hear you. You will have ample opportunity to speak when I come to try the case." "But you will never try this case," said Abner. I cannot undertake to describe the desperate interest that lay on the people in the courtroom. They were breathlessly silent. One could hear the voices from the village outside, and the sounds of men and horses that came up through the open windows. No one knew what hidden thing Abner drove at, but he was a man who meant what he said, and the people knew it. The judge turned on him with a terrible face. "What do you mean?" he said. "I mean," replied Abner, and it was in his deep, hard voice, "that you must come down from the bench." The judge was in a heat of fury. "You are in contempt," he roared. "I order your arrest. Sheriff," he called. But Abner did not move. He looked the man calmly in the face. "You threaten me," he said, "but God Almighty threatens you." And he turned about to the audience. "The authority of the law," he said, "is in the hands of the electors of this county. Will they stand up?" I shall never forget what happened then, for I have never in my life seen anything so deliberate and impressive. Slowly, in silence and without passion, as though they were in a church of God, men began to get up in the courtroom. Randolph was the first. He was a justice of the peace, vain and pompous, proud of the abilities of an ancestry that he did not inherit, and his superficialities were the annoyance of my Uncle Abner's life. But whatever I may have to say of him hereafter, I want to say this thing of him here, that his bigotry and his vanities were builded on the foundations of a man. He stood up as though he stood alone, with no glance about him to see what other men would do, and he faced the judge calmly above his great black stock. And I learned then that a man may be a blusterer and a lion. Hiram Arnold got up, and Rockford, and Armstrong, and Alkire, and Koopman, and Monroe, and Elnathan Stone, and my father, Lewis, and Dayton, and Ward, and Madison from beyond the mountains, and it seemed to me that the very hills and valleys were standing up. It was a strange and instructive thing to see. The loudmouthed and the reckless were in that courtroom, men who would have shouted in a political convention or run howling with a mob, but they were not the persons who stood up when Abner called upon the authority of the people to appear. Men rose whom one would not have looked to see, the blacksmith, the saddler, and old Asa Divers, and I saw that law and order and all the structure that civilization had builded up rested on the sense of justice that certain men carried in their breasts, and that those who possessed it not, in the crisis of necessity, did not count. Father Donovan stood up. He had a little flock beyond the Valley River, and he was as poor and almost as humble as his master, but he was not afraid. And Bronson, who preached Calvin, and Adam Ryder, who traveled a Methodist circuit. No one of them believed in what the other taught, but they all believed in justice, and when the line was drawn, there was but one side for them all. The last man up was Nathaniel Davisson, but the reason was that he was very old and he had to wait for his sons to help him. He had been time and again in the Assembly of Virginia, at a time when only a gentleman and a landowner could sit there. He was a just man, and honorable, and unafraid. The judge, his face purple, made a desperate attempt to enforce his authority. He pounded on his desk and ordered the sheriff to clear the courtroom. But the sheriff remained standing apart. He did not lack for courage, and I think he would have faced the people if his duty had been that way. His attitude was firm, and one could mark no uncertainty upon him, but he took no step to obey what the judge commanded. The judge cried out at him in a terrible voice, "I am the representative of the law here. Go on!" The sheriff was a plain man, and unacquainted with the nice expressions of Mr. Jefferson, but his answer could not have been better if that gentleman had written it out for him. "I would obey the representative of the law," he said, "if I were not in the presence of the law itself." The judge rose. "This is revolution," he said. "I will send to the governor for the militia." It was Nathaniel Davisson who spoke then. He was very old, and the tremors of dissolution were on him, but his voice was steady. "Sit down, Your Honor," he said. "There is no revolution here, and you do not require troops to support your authority. We are here to support it if it ought to be lawfully enforced. But the people have elevated you to the bench because they believed in your integrity, and if they have been mistaken, they would know it." He paused as though to collect his strength, and then went on. "The presumptions of right are all with Your Honor. You administer the law upon our authority, and we stand behind you. Be assured that we will not suffer our authority to be insulted in your person." His voice grew deep and resolute. "It is a grave thing to call us up against you, and not lightly nor for a trivial reason shall my man dare to do it. Then he turned about.
"Now, Abner," he said, "what is this thing?"
Young as I was, I felt that the old man spoke for the people standing in the courtroom, with their voice and their authority, and I began to fear that the measure which my uncle had taken was high-handed. But he stood there like the shadow of a great rock.
"I charge him," he said, "with the murder of Elihu Marsh, and I call upon him to vacate the bench."
When I think about this extraordinary event now, I wonder at the calmness with which Simon Kilrail met this blow, until I reflect that he had seen it on its way, and had got ready to meet it. But even with that preparation, it took a man of iron nerve to face an assault like that and keep every muscle in its place. He had tried violence and had failed with it, and he had recourse now to the attitudes and mannerisms of a judicial dignity. He sat with his elbows on the table, and his clenched fingers propping up his jaw. He looked coldly at Abner, but he did not speak, and there was silence until Nathaniel Davisson spoke for him. His face and his voice were like iron.
"No, Abner," he said. "He shall not vacate the bench for that, nor upon the accusation of any man. We will have your proofs, if you please."
The judge turned his cold face from Abner to Nathaniel Davisson, and then he looked over the men standing in the courtroom.
"I am not going to remain here," he said, "to be tried by a mob upon the viva voce indictment of a bystander. You may nullify your court if you like, and suspend the forms of law for yourselves, but you cannot nullify the Constitution of Virginia, nor suspend my right as a citizen of that Commonwealth. And now," he said, rising, "if you will kindly make way, I will vacate this courtroom, which your violence has converted into a chamber of sedition."
The man spoke in a cold, even voice, and I thought he had presented a difficulty that could not be met. How could these men before him understand to keep the peace of this frontier, and force its lawless elements to submit to the forms of law for trial, and deny any letter of those formalities to this man? Was the grand jury and the formal indictment and all the right and privilege of an orderly procedure for one and not for another? It was Nathaniel Davisson who met this dangerous problem.
"We are not concerned," he said, "at this moment with your rights as a citizen. The rights of private citizenship are inviolate, and they remain to you when you return to it. But you are not a private citizen. You are our agent. We have selected you to administer the law for us, and your right to act has been challenged. Well, as the authority behind you, we appear and would know the reason."
The judge retained his imperturbable calm.
"Do you hold me a prisoner here?" he said. "We hold you an official in your office," replied Davisson. "Not only do we refuse to permit you to leave the courtroom, but we refuse to permit you to leave the bench. This court shall remain as we have set it up until it is our will to readjust it, and it shall not be changed at the pleasure or demand of any man but by us only, and for a sufficient cause shown to us."
And again I was anxious for my uncle, for I saw how grave a thing it was to interfere with the authority of the people, as manifested in the forms and agencies of the law. Abner must be very sure of the ground under him. And he was sure. He spoke now, with no introductory expressions, but directly and in the simplest words. "These two persons," he said, indicating Taylor and the girl, "have each been willing to die in order to save the other. Neither is guilty of this crime. Taylor has kept silent, and the girl has lied to the same end. This is the truth. There was a lover's quarrel, and Taylor left the country precisely as he told us, except the motive, which he would not tell lest the girl be involved, and the woman, to save him, confesses to a crime that she did not commit. Who did commit it?" He paused and included Storm with a gesture. "We suspected this woman because Marsh had been killed by poison in his bread, and afterwards mutilated with a shot.
Yesterday we rode out with the judge to put those facts before him."
Again he paused.
"An incident occurring in that interview indicated that we were wrong. A second incident assured us, and still later a third convinced us. These incidents were, first, that the judge's watch had run down. Second, that we found in his library a book with all the leaves in it uncut, except at one certain page. And third, that we found in the county clerk's office an unindexed record in an old deed book."
There was deep quiet, and he went on.
"In addition to the theory of Taylor's guilt or this woman's, there was still a third. But it had only a single incident to support it, and we feared to suggest it until the others had been explained. This theory was that someone, to benefit by Marsh's death, had planned to kill him in such a manner as to throw suspicion on this woman who baked his bread, and finding Taylor gone and the gun above the mantel, yielded to an afterthought to create a further false evidence. It was overdone. The trigger guard of the gun in the recoil caught in the chain of the assassin's watch and jerked it out of his pocket. He replaced the watch, but not the key, which fell to the floor and which I picked up beside the body of the dead man."
Abner turned toward the judge.
"And so," he said, "I charge Simon Kilrail with this murder, because the key winds his watch, because the record in the old deed book is a conveyance by the heirs of Marsh's lands to him at the life tenant's death, and because the book we found in his library is a book on poisons with the leaves uncut except at the very page describing that identical poison with which Elihu Marsh was murdered."
The strained silence that followed Abner's words was broken by a voice that thundered in the courtroom. It was Randolph's.
"Come down," he said.
And this time Nathaniel Davisson was silent. The judge got slowly on his feet. A resolution was forming in his face, and it advanced swiftly.
"I will give you my answer in a moment," he said.
Then he turned about and went into his room behind the bench. There was but one door, and that opening into the court, and the people waited. The windows were open, and we could see the green fields and the sun and the far-off mountains, and the peace and quiet and serenity of autumn entered. The judge did not appear. Presently there was the sound of a shot from behind the closed door. The sheriff threw it open, and upon the floor, sprawling in a smear of blood, lay Simon Kilrail with a dueling pistol in his hand. The end.
The Gioconda Smile by Aldous Huxley. Read by Simon Vance. Part 1.
"Miss Spence will be down directly, sir."
"Thank you," said Mr. Hutton, without turning round. Janet Spence's parlour-maid was so ugly on purpose it always seemed to him, malignantly, criminally ugly, that he could not bear to look at her more than was necessary. The door closed. Left to himself, Mr. Hutton got up and began to wander round the room, looking with meditative eyes at the familiar objects it contained. Photographs of Greek statuary, photographs of the Roman Forum, coloured prints of Italian masterpieces, all very safe and well known. Poor dear Janet. What a prig. What an intellectual snob. Her real taste was illustrated in that watercolour by the pavement artist, the one she had paid £0.50 for, and 35 shillings for the frame. How often he had heard her tell the story, how often expatiate on the beauties of that skilful imitation of an oleograph. A real artist in the streets. And you could hear the capital A in artist as she spoke the words. She made you feel that part of his glory had entered into Janet Spence when she tendered him that £0.50 for the copy of the oleograph. She was implying a compliment to her own taste and penetration. A genuine old master for £0.50. Poor dear Janet. Mr. Hutton came to a pause in front of a small oblong mirror. Stooping a little to get a full view of his face, he passed a white, well-manicured finger over his moustache. It was as curly, as freshly auburn as it had been 20 years ago. His hair still retained its colour, and there was no sign of baldness yet, only a sudden elevation of the brow. Shakespearean, thought Mr. Hutton with a smile, as he surveyed the smooth and polished expanse of his forehead. Others abide our question, thou art free. Footsteps in the sea. Majesty. Shakespeare, thou shouldst be living at this hour. No, that was Milton, wasn't it? Milton, the Lady of Christs. There was no lady about him. He was what the women would call a manly man. That was why they liked him, for the curly auburn moustache and the discreet redolence of tobacco. Mr. Hutton smiled again. He enjoyed making fun of himself. Lady of Christs? No, he was the Christ of ladies. Very pretty, the Christ of ladies. Mr. Hutton wished there was somebody he could tell the joke to. Poor dear Janet wouldn't appreciate it, alas. He straightened himself up, patted his hair, and resumed his peregrination. Damn the Roman Forum. He hated those dreary photographs. Suddenly he became aware that Janet Spence was in the room, standing near the door. Mr. Hutton started as though he had been taken in some felonious act. To make these silent and spectral appearances was one of Janet Spence's peculiar talents. Perhaps she had been there all the time, had seen him looking at himself in the mirror. Impossible. But still, it was disquieting. "Oh, you gave me such a surprise," said Mr. Hutton, recovering his smile and advancing with outstretched hand to meet her. Miss Spence was smiling too. Her Gioconda smile, he had once called it, in a moment of half-ironical flattery. Miss Spence had taken the compliment seriously, and had always tried to live up to the Leonardo standard. She smiled on his silence, while Mr. Hutton shook hands. That was part of the Gioconda business. "I hope you're well," said Mr. Hutton. "You look it." What a queer face she had. That small mouth pursed forward by the Gioconda expression into a little snout, with a round hole in the middle as though for whistling. It was like a penholder seen from the front. Above the mouth a well-shaped nose, finely aquiline, eyes large, lustrous, and dark, with the largeness, lustre, and darkness that seems to invite styes and occasional bloodshot suffusion. They were fine eyes, but unchangingly grave. The penholder might do its Gioconda trick, but the eyes never altered in their earnestness. Above them, a pair of boldly arched, heavily pencilled black eyebrows lent a surprising air of power, as of a Roman matron, to the upper portion of the face. Her hair was dark and equally Roman, Agrippina from the brows upward. "I thought I'd just look in on my way home," Mr. Hutton went on. "Ah, it's good to be back here." He indicated with a wave of his hand the flowers in the vases, the sunshine and greenery beyond the windows. "It's good to be back in the country, after a stuffy day of business in town." Miss Spence, who had sat down, pointed to a chair at her side. "No, really, I can't sit down," Mr. Hutton protested. "I must get back to see how poor Emily is. She was rather seedy this morning." He sat down, nevertheless. "It's those wretched liver chills. She's always getting them. Women—" He broke off and coughed so as to hide the fact that he had uttered. He was about to say that women with weak digestions ought not to marry, but the remark was too cruel, and he didn't really believe it. Janet Spence, moreover, was a believer in eternal flames and spiritual attachments. "He hopes to be well enough," he added, "to see you at luncheon tomorrow. Can you come?" "Do." He smiled persuasively. "It's my invitation too, you know." She dropped her eyes, and Mr. Hutton almost thought that he detected a certain reddening of the cheek. It was a tribute. He stroked his moustache. "I should like to come if you think Emily's really well enough to have a visitor." "Of course. You'll do her good. You'll do us both good. In married life, 3 is often better company than 2. "Oh, you're cynical." Mr. Hutton always had a desire to say, "Bow wow wow," whenever the last word was spoken. It irritated him more than any other word in the language, but instead of barking he made haste to protest. No, I'm only speaking a melancholy truth. Reality doesn't always come up to the ideal, you know. But that doesn't make me believe any the less in the ideal. Indeed, I believe in it passionately. The ideal of a matrimony between two people in perfect accord. I think it's realizable. I'm sure it is." He paused significantly and looked at her with an arch expression. A virgin of 36, but still unwithered. She had her charms. And there was something really rather enigmatic about her. Miss Spence made no reply, but continued to smile. There were times when Mr. Hutton got rather bored with the Gioconda. He stood up. "I must really be going now. Farewell, mysterious Gioconda." The smile grew intenser, focused itself, as it were, in a narrower snout. Mr. Hutton made a cinquecento gesture and kissed her extended hand. It was the first time he had done such a thing. The action seemed not to be resented. "I look forward to tomorrow." "Do you?" For answer, Mr. Hutton once more kissed her hand, then turned to go. Miss Spence accompanied him to the porch. "Where's your car?" she asked. "I left it at the gate of the drive. I'll come and see you off." "No, no." Mr. Hutton was playful but determined. "You must do no such thing. I simply forbid you." "But I should like to come," Miss Spence protested, throwing a rapid Gioconda at him. Mr. Hutton held up his hand. "No," he repeated, and then, with a gesture that was almost the blowing of a kiss, he started to run down the drive, lightly on his toes, with long, bounding strides like a boy's. He was proud of that run. It was quite marvellously youthful. Still, he was glad the drive was no longer. At the last bend, before passing out of sight of the house, he halted and turned round. Miss Spence was still standing on the steps, smiling her smile. He waved his hand, and this time quite definitely and overtly wafted a kiss in her direction. Then, breaking once more into his magnificent canter, he rounded the last dark promontory of trees. Once out of sight of the house, he let his high paces decline to a trot, and finally to a walk. He took out his handkerchief and began wiping his neck inside his collar. What fools! What fools! Had there ever been such an ass as poor dear Janet Spence? Never, unless it was himself. Decidedly, he was the more malignant fool, since he, at least, was aware of his folly and still persisted in it. Why did he persist? Ah, the problem that was himself. The problem that was other people. He had reached the gate. A large, prosperous-looking motor was standing at the side of the road. "Home, Nab," the chauffeur touched his cap. "And stop at the crossroads on the way, as usual," Mr. Hutton added, as he opened the door of the car. "Well," he said, speaking into the obscurity that lurked within. "Oh, Teddy Bear, what an age you've been!" It was a fresh and childish voice that spoke the words. There was the faintest hint of Cockney impurity about the vowel sounds. Mr. Hutton bent his large form and darted into the car with the agility of an animal regaining its burrow. "Have I?" he said, as he shut the door. The machine began to move. "You must have missed me a lot if you found the time so long." He sat back in the low seat. A cherishing warmth enveloped him. "Teddy Bear!" And with a sigh of contentment, a charming little head declined onto Mr. Hutton's shoulder. Ravished, he looked down sideways at the round, babyish face. "You know, Doris, you look like the pictures of Louise de Querouaille." He passed his fingers through a mass of curly hair. "Who's Louise de Querouaille, whatever it is?" Doris spoke from remote distances. "She was, alas. Fui. We shall all be was one of these days. Meanwhile—" Mr. Hutton covered the babyish face with kisses. The car rushed smoothly along. M'Nab's back, through the front window, was stonily impassive, the back of a statue. "Your hands," Doris whispered. "Oh, you mustn't touch me. They give me electric shocks." Mr. Hutton adored her for the virgin imbecility of the words. How late in one's existence one makes the discovery of one's body. "The electricity isn't in me. It's in you." He kissed her again, whispering her name several times. Doris, Doris, Doris. The scientific appellation of the sea mouse, he was thinking as he kissed the throat she offered him, white and extended like the throat of a victim awaiting the sacrificial knife. The sea mouse was a sausage with iridescent fur, very peculiar. Or was Doris the sea cucumber, which turns itself inside out in moments of alarm? He would really have to go to Naples again just to see the aquarium. These sea creatures were fabulous, unbelievably fantastic. Oh, teddy bear! More zoology, but he was only a land animal. His poor little jokes. Teddy bear, I'm so happy. So am I, said Mr. Hutton. Was it true? But I wish I knew if it were right. Tell me, teddy bear, is it right or wrong? Ah, my dear, that's just what I've been wondering for the last 30 years. Be serious, teddy bear. I want to know if this is right. If it's right that I should be here with you and that we should love one another and that it should give me electric shocks when you touch me. Right? Well, it's certainly good that you should have electric shocks rather than sexual repressions. Read Freud. Repressions are the devil. Oh, you don't help me. Why aren't you ever serious? If only you knew how miserable I am sometimes thinking it's not right. Perhaps you know there is a hell and all that. I don't know what to do. Sometimes I think I ought to stop loving you. But could you? Asked Mr. Hutton, confident in the powers of his seduction and his moustache. No, teddy bear, you know I couldn't. But I could run away. I could hide from you. I could lock myself up and force myself not to come to you. Silly little thing. He tightened his embrace. Oh, dear, I hope it isn't wrong. And there are times when I don't care if it is. Mr. Hutton was touched. He had a certain protective affection for this little creature. He laid his cheek against her hair, and so, interlaced, they sat in silence, while the car, swaying and pitching a little as it hastened along, seemed to draw in the white road and the dusty hedges towards it devouringly. Goodbye. Goodbye. The car moved on, gathering speed, vanished round a curve, and Doris was left standing by the signpost at the crossroads, still dizzy and weak with the languor born of those kisses and the electrical touch of those gentle hands. She had to take a deep breath, to draw herself up deliberately before she was strong enough to start her homeward walk. She had half a mile in which to invent the necessary lies. Alone, Mr. Hutton suddenly found himself the prey of an appalling boredom. Part 2. Mrs. Hutton was lying on the sofa in her boudoir, playing Patience. In spite of the warmth of the July evening, a wood fire was burning on the hearth. A black Pomeranian, extenuated by the heat and the fatigues of digestion, slept before the blaze. "Phew, isn't it rather hot in here?" Mr. Hutton asked as he entered the room. "You know I have to keep warm, dear." The voice seemed breaking on the verge of tears. "I get so shivery." "I hope you're better this evening." "Not much, I'm afraid." The conversation stagnated. Mr. Hutton stood leaning his back against the mantelpiece. He looked down at the Pomeranian lying at his feet, and with the toe of his right boot he rolled the little dog over and rubbed its white-flecked chest and belly. The creature lay in an inert ecstasy. Mrs. Hutton continued to play Patience. Arrived at an impasse, she altered the position of one card, took back another, and went on playing. Her patiences always came out. "Dr. Libbard thinks I ought to go to Llandrid Dodwells this summer." "Well, go, my dear. Go most certainly." Mr. Hutton was thinking of the events of the afternoon, how they had driven, Doris and he, up to the hanging wood, had left the car to wait for them under the shade of the trees, and walked together out into the windless sunshine of the chalk down. "I'm to drink the waters for my liver, and he thinks I ought to have massage and electric treatment, too." Hat in hand, Doris had stalked 4 blue butterflies that were dancing together round a scabious flower with a motion that was like the flickering of blue fire. The blue fire burst and scattered into whirling sparks. She had given chase, laughing and shouting like a child. "I'm sure it will do you good, my dear." "I was wondering if you'd come with me, dear." "But you know I'm going to Scotland at the end of the month." Mrs. Hutton looked up at him entreatingly. "It's the journey," she said. "The thought of it is such a nightmare. I don't know if I can manage it." And you know I can't sleep in hotels, and then there's the luggage and all the warriors. I can't go alone. But you won't be alone. You will have your maid with you. He spoke impatiently. The sick woman was usurping the place of the healthy one. He was being dragged back from the memory of the sunlit down and the quick, laughing girl, back to this unhealthy, overheated room and its complaining occupant. I don't think I shall be able to go. But you must, my dear, if the doctor tells you to. And, besides, a change will do you good. I don't think so. But Libet thinks so, and he knows what he's talking about. No, I can't face it. I'm too weak. I can't go alone. Mrs. Hutton pulled a handkerchief out of her black silk bag and put it to her eyes. Nonsense, my dear. You must make the effort. I had rather be left in peace to die here. She was crying in earnest now. Oh, Lord, now do be reasonable. Listen now, please. Mrs. Hutton only sobbed more violently. Oh, what is one to do? He shrugged his shoulders and walked out of the room. Mr. Hutton was aware that he had not behaved with proper patience, but he could not help it. Very early in his manhood he had discovered that not only did he not feel sympathy for the poor, the weak, the diseased and deformed, he actually hated them. Once, as an undergraduate, he spent 3 days at a mission in the East End. He had returned, filled with profound and ineradicable disgust. Instead of pitying, he loathed the unfortunate. It was not, he knew, a very comely emotion, and he had been ashamed of it at first. In the end he had decided that it was temperamental, inevitable, and had felt no further qualms. Emily had been healthy and beautiful when he married her. He had loved her then. But now was it his fault that she was like this? Mr. Hutton dined alone. Food and drink left him more benevolent than he had been before dinner. To make amends for his show of exasperation, he went up to his wife's room and offered to read to her. She was touched, gratefully accepted the offer, and Mr. Hutton, who was particularly proud of his accent, suggested a little light reading in French. French? I am so fond of French. Mrs. Hutton spoke the language of Racine as though it were a dish of green peas. Mr. Hutton ran down to the library and returned with a yellow volume. He began reading. The effort of pronouncing perfectly absorbed his whole attention, but how good his accent was! The fact of its goodness seemed to improve the quality of the novel he was reading. At the end of 15 pages, an unmistakable sound aroused him. He looked up. Mrs. Hutton had gone to sleep. He sat still for a little while, looking with a dispassionate curiosity at the sleeping face. Once it had been beautiful. Once, long ago, the sight of it, the recollection of it, had moved him with an emotion profounder, perhaps, than any he had felt before or since. Now it was lined and cadaverous. The skin was stretched tightly over the cheekbones, across the bridge of the sharp, bird-like nose. The closed eyes were set in profound bone-rimmed sockets. The lamplight, striking on the face from the side, emphasized with light and shade its cavities and projections. It was the face of a dead Christ by Morales. Le squelette était invisible, aux tons heureux de l'arpaillant. He shivered a little and tiptoed out of the room. On the following day Mrs. Hutton came down to luncheon. She had had some unpleasant palpitations during the night, but she was feeling better now. Besides, she wanted to do honour to her guest. Miss Spence listened to her complaints about Llandrid Dodwells and was loud in sympathy, lavish with advice. Whatever she said was always said with intensity. She leaned forward, aimed, so to speak, like a gun, and fired her words. Bang! The charge in her soul was ignited. The words whizzed forth at the narrow barrel of her mouth. She was a machine gun riddling her hostess with sympathy. Mr. Hutton had undergone similar bombardments, mostly of a literary or philosophic character. Bombardments of Maeterlinck, of Mrs. Besant, of Bergson, of William James. Today the missiles were medical. She talked about insomnia. She expatiated on the virtues of harmless drugs and beneficent specialists. Under the bombardment, Mrs. Hutton opened out, like a flower in the sun. Mr. Hutton looked on in silence. The spectacle of Janet Spence evoked in him an unfailing curiosity. He was not romantic enough to imagine that every face masked an interior physiognomy of beauty or strangeness, that every woman's small talk was like a vapour hanging over mysterious gulfs. His wife, for example, and Doris. They were nothing more than what they seemed to be. But with Janet Spence it was somehow different. Here one could be sure that there was some kind of a queer face behind the Gioconda smile and the Roman eyebrows. The only question was, what exactly was there? Mr. Hutton could never quite make it out. "But perhaps you won't have to go to Llandrindod after all," Miss Spence was saying. "If you get well quickly, Dr. Libbard will let you off." "I only hope so. Indeed, I do really feel rather better today." Mr. Hutton felt ashamed. How much was it his own lack of sympathy that prevented her from feeling well every day? But he comforted himself by reflecting that it was only a case of feeling, not of being, better. Sympathy does not mend a diseased liver or a weak heart. "My dear, I wouldn't eat those red currants if I were you," he said, suddenly solicitous. "You know that Libbard has banned everything with skins and pips." "But I am so fond of them," Mrs. Hutton protested, "and I feel so well today." "Don't be a tyrant," said Miss Spence, looking first at him and then at his wife. "Let the poor invalid have what she fancies. It will do her good." She laid her hand on Mrs. Hutton's arm and patted it affectionately 2 or 3 times. "Thank you, my dear." Mrs. Hutton helped herself to the stewed currants. "Well, don't blame me if they make you ill again." "Do I ever blame you, dear?" "You have nothing to blame me for," Mr. Hutton answered playfully. "I am the perfect husband." They sat in the garden after luncheon. From the island of shade under the old cypress tree they looked out across a flat expanse of lawn in which the parterres of flowers shone with a metallic brilliance. Mr. Hutton took a deep breath of the warm and fragrant air. "It's good to be alive," he said. "Just to be alive," his wife echoed, stretching one pale, not jointed hand into the sunlight. A maid brought the coffee. The silver pots and the little blue cups were set on a folding table near the group of chairs. "Oh, my medicine!" exclaimed Mrs. Hutton. "Run in and fetch it, Clara, will you? The white bottle on the sideboard." "I'll go," said Mr. Hutton. "I've got to go and fetch a cigar in any case." He ran in towards the house. On the threshold he turned round for an instant. The maid was walking back across the lawn. His wife was sitting up in her deck chair, engaged in opening her white parasol. Miss Spence was bending over the table, pouring out the coffee. He passed into the cool obscurity of the house. "Do you like sugar in your coffee?" Miss Spence inquired. "Yes, please. Give me rather a lot. I'll drink it after my medicine to take the taste away." Mrs. Hutton leaned back in her chair, lowering the sunshade over her eyes so as to shut out from her vision the burning sky. Behind her, Miss Spence was making a delicate clinking among the coffee cups. "I'll give you 3 large spoonfuls. That ought to take the taste away. And here comes the medicine." Mr. Hutton had reappeared, carrying a wine-glass half full of a pale liquid. "It smells delicious," he said as he handed it to his wife. "That's only the flavouring." She drank it off at a gulp, shuddered, and made a grimace. "Ugh, it's so nasty. Give me my coffee." Miss Spence gave her the cup. She sipped at it. "You've made it like syrup, but it's very nice after that atrocious medicine." At 3:30, Mrs. Hutton complained that she did not feel as well as she had done and went indoors to lie down. Her husband would have said something about the red currants, but checked himself. The triumph of an "I told you so" was too cheaply won. Instead he was sympathetic and gave her his arm to the house. "A rest will do you good," he said. "By the way, I shan't be back till after dinner." "But why? Where are you going?" "I promised to go to Johnson's this evening. We have to discuss the War Memorial, you know." "Oh, I wish you weren't going." Mrs. Hutton was almost in tears. "Can't you stay? I don't like being alone in the house." "But, my dear, I promised weeks ago." It was a bother having to lie like this. "And now I must get back and look after Miss Spence." He kissed her on the forehead and went out again into the garden. Miss Spence received him, aimed and intense. "Your wife is dreadfully ill," she fired off at him. "I thought she cheered up so much when you came." "That was purely nervous. Purely nervous. I was watching her closely. With a heart in that condition and her digestion wrecked, yes, wrecked, anything might happen." "Libert doesn't take so gloomy a view of poor Emily's health." Mr. Hutton held open the gate that led from the garden into the drive. Miss Spence's car was standing by the front door. "Libert is only a country doctor. You ought to see a specialist." He could not refrain from laughing. "You have a macabre passion for specialists." Miss Spence held up her hand in protest. "I am serious. I think poor Emily is in a very bad state. Anything might happen at any moment." He handed her into the car and shut the door. The chauffeur started the engine and climbed into his place, ready to drive off. "Shall I tell him to start?" He had no desire to continue the conversation. Miss Spence leaned forward and shot a Gioconda in his direction. "Remember, I expect you to come and see me again soon." Mechanically he grinned, made a polite noise, and, as the car moved forward, waved his hand. He was happy to be alone. A few minutes afterwards, Mr. Hutton himself drove away. Doris was waiting at the crossroads. They dined together 20 miles from home at a roadside hotel. It was one of those bad, expensive meals which are only cooked in country hotels frequented by motorists. It revolted Mr. Hutton, but Doris enjoyed it. She always enjoyed things. Mr. Hutton ordered a not very good brand of champagne. He was wishing he had spent the evening in his library. When they started homewards, Doris was a little tipsy and extremely affectionate. It was very dark inside the car, but looking forward past the motionless form of M'Nab, they could see a bright and narrow universe of forms and colours scooped out of the night by the electric headlamps. It was after 11 when Mr. Hutton reached home. Dr. Libert met him in the hall. He was a small man with delicate hands and well-formed features that were almost feminine. His brown eyes were large and melancholy. He used to waste a great deal of time sitting at the bedside of his patients, looking sadness through those eyes and talking in a sad, low voice about nothing in particular. His person exhaled a pleasing odour, decidedly antiseptic, but at the same time suave and discreetly delicious. "Libert," said Mr. Hutton in surprise. "You here? Is my wife ill?" "We tried to fetch you earlier," the soft, melancholy voice replied. "It was thought you were at Mr. Johnson's, but they had no news of you there." "No, I was detained. I had a breakdown," Mr. Hutton answered irritably. It was tiresome to be caught out in a lie. "Your wife wanted to see you, urgently." "Well, I can go now." Mr. Hutton moved towards the stairs. Dr. Libert laid a hand on his arm. "I am afraid it's too late." "Too late?" He began fumbling with his watch. It wouldn't come out of the pocket. "Mrs. Hutton passed away half an hour ago." The voice remained even in its softness. The melancholy of the eyes did not deepen. Dr. Libert spoke of death as he would speak of a local cricket match. All things were equally vain and equally deplorable. Mr. Hutton found himself thinking of Janet Spence's words. At any moment. She had been extraordinarily right. "What happened?" he asked. "What was the cause?" Dr. Libert explained. It was heart failure brought on by a violent attack of nausea, caused in its turn by the eating of something of an irritant nature. "Red currants?" Mr. Hutton suggested. "Very likely. It had been too much for the heart. There was chronic valvular disease. Something had collapsed under the strain. It was all over. She could not have suffered much." Part 3. "It's a pity they should have chosen the day of the Eton and Harrow match for the funeral," old General Gregor was saying as he stood, his top hat in his hand, under the shadow of the lich gate, wiping his face with his handkerchief. Mr. Hutton overheard the remark and with difficulty restrained a desire to inflict grievous bodily pain on the General. He would have liked to hit the old brute in the middle of his big red face. Monstrous great mulberry spotted with meal. Was there no respect for the dead? Did nobody care? In theory, he didn't much care. Let the dead bury their dead. But here at the graveside he had found himself actually sobbing. Poor Emily. They had been pretty happy once. Now she was lying at the bottom of a 7-foot hole. And here was Grego complaining that he couldn't go to the Eton and Harrow match. Mr. Hutton looked round at the groups of black figures that were drifting slowly out of the churchyard towards the fleet of cabs and motors assembled in the road outside. Against the brilliant background of the July grass and flowers and foliage, they had a horribly alien and unnatural appearance. It pleased him to think that all these people would soon be dead, too. That evening Mr. Hutton sat up late in his library, reading the Life of Milton. There was no particular reason why he should have chosen Milton. It was the book that first came to hand, that was all. It was after midnight when he had finished. He got up from his armchair, unbolted the French windows, and stepped out onto the little paved terrace. The night was quiet and clear. Mr. Hutton looked at the stars and at the holes between them, dropped his eyes to the dim lawns and hueless flowers of the garden, and let them wander over the farther landscape, black and grey under the moon. He began to think with a kind of confused violence. There were the stars. There was Milton. A man can be somehow the peer of stars and night. Greatness, nobility. But is there seriously a difference between the noble and the ignoble? Milton, the stars, death, and himself. Himself. The soul, the body, the higher and the lower nature. Perhaps there was something in it after all. Milton had a God on his side and righteousness. What had he? Nothing. Nothing whatever. There were only Doris's little breasts. What was the point of it all? Milton, the stars, death, and Emily in her grave. Doris and himself. Always himself. Oh, he was a futile and disgusting being. Everything convinced him of it. It was a solemn moment. He spoke aloud. I will. I will. The sound of his own voice in the darkness was appalling. It seemed to him that he had sworn that infernal oath which binds even the gods. I will. I will. There had been New Year's days and solemn anniversaries in the past when he had felt the same contritions and recorded similar resolutions. They had all thinned away, these resolutions, like smoke into nothingness. But this was a greater moment, and he had pronounced a more fearful oath. In the future it was to be different. Yes, he would live by reason, he would be industrious, he would curb his appetites, he would devote his life to some good purpose. It was resolved, and it would be so. In practice, he saw himself spending his mornings in agricultural pursuits, riding round with a bailiff, seeing that his land was farmed in the best modern way, silos and artificial manures and continuous cropping and all that. The remainder of the day should be devoted to serious study. There was that book he had been intending to write for so long, The Effect of Diseases on Civilization. Mr. Hutton went to bed humble and contrite, but with a sense that grace had entered into him. He slept for 7.5 hours and woke to find the sun brilliantly shining. The emotions of the evening before had been transformed by a good night's rest into his customary cheerfulness. It was not until a good many seconds after his return to conscious life that he remembered his resolution, his Stygian oath. Milton and death seemed somehow different in the sunlight. As for the stars, they were not there. But the resolutions were good. Even in the daytime he could see that. He had his horse saddled after breakfast and rode round the farm with the bailiff. After luncheon he read Thucydides on the plague at Athens. In the evening he made a few notes on malaria in southern Italy. While he was undressing he remembered that there was a good anecdote in Skelton's jest book about the sweating sickness. He would have made a note of it if only he could have found a pencil. On the 6th morning of his new life, Mr. Hutton found among his correspondence an envelope addressed in that peculiarly vulgar handwriting which he knew to be Doris's. He opened it and began to read. She didn't know what to say. Words were so inadequate. His wife dying like that, and so suddenly. It was too terrible. Mr. Hutton sighed, but his interest revived somewhat as he read on. "Death is so frightening. I never think of it when I can help it. But when something like this happens, or when I'm feeling ill or depressed, that I can't help remembering it is there so close, and I think about all the wicked things I have done, and about you and me, and I wonder what will happen, and I'm so frightened. I'm so lonely, Teddy Bear, and so unhappy, and I don't know what to do. I can't get rid of the idea of dying. I'm so wretched and helpless without you. I didn't mean to write to you. I meant to wait till you were out of mourning and could come and see me again, but I was so lonely and miserable, Teddy Bear. I had to write. I couldn't help it. Forgive me, I want you so much. I have nobody in the world but you. You are so good and gentle and understanding. There is nobody like you. I shall never forget how good and kind you have been to me, and you are so clever and know so much. I can't understand how you ever came to pay any attention to me. I'm so dull and stupid, much less like me and love me, because you do love me a little, don't you, Teddy Bear?" Mr. Hutton was touched with shame and remorse. To be thanked like this, worshipped for having seduced the girl, it was too much. It had just been a piece of imbecile wantonness. Imbecile. Idiotic. There was no other way to describe it. For when all was said, he had derived very little pleasure from it. Taking all things together, he had probably been more bored than amused. Once upon a time he had believed himself to be a hedonist, but to be a hedonist implies a certain process of reasoning, a deliberate choice of known pleasures, a rejection of known pains. This had been done without reason, against it. For he knew beforehand so well, that there was no interest or pleasure to be derived from these wretched affairs. And yet each time the vague itch came upon him he succumbed, involving himself once more in the old stupidity. There had been Maggie, his wife's maid, and Edith, the girl on the farm, and Mrs. Pringle, and the waitress in London, and others. There seemed to be dozens of them. It had all been so stale and boring. He knew it would be. He always knew. And yet, experience doesn't teach. Poor little Doris. He would write to her kindly, comfortingly, but he wouldn't see her again. A servant came to tell him that his horse was saddled and waiting. He mounted and rode off. That morning the old bailiff was more irritating than usual. 5 days later, Doris and Mr. Hutton were sitting together on the pier at Southend. Doris, in white muslin with pink garnishings, radiated happiness. Mr. Hutton, legs outstretched and chair tilted, had pushed the Panama back from his forehead and was trying to feel like a tripper. That night, when Doris was asleep, breathing and warm by his side, he recaptured, in this moment of darkness and physical fatigue, the rather cosmic emotion which had possessed him that evening, not a fortnight ago, when he had made his great resolution. And so his solemn oath had already gone the way of so many other resolutions. Unreason had triumphed. At the first itch of desire he had given way. He was hopeless. Hopeless. For a long time he lay with closed eyes, ruminating his humiliation. The girl stirred in her sleep. Mr. Hutton turned over and looked in her direction. Enough faint light crept in between the half-drawn curtains to show her bare arm and shoulder, her neck, and the dark tangle of hair on the pillow. She was beautiful, desirable. Why did he lie there, moaning over his sins? What did it matter? If he were hopeless, then so be it. He would make the best of his hopelessness. A glorious sense of irresponsibility suddenly filled him. He was free. Magnificently free. In a kind of exaltation he drew the girl towards him. She woke, bewildered, almost frightened under his rough kisses. The storm of his desire subsided into a kind of serene merriment. The whole atmosphere seemed to be quivering with enormous silent laughter. "Could anyone love you as much as I do, Teddy Bear?" The question came faintly from distant worlds of love. "I think I know somebody who does," Mr. Hutton replied. The submarine laughter was swelling, rising, ready to break the surface of silence and resound. Who? Tell me. What do you mean? The voice had come very close, charged with suspicion, anguish, indignation. It belonged to this immediate world. Who? You'll never guess. Mr. Hutton kept up the joke until it began to grow tedious, and then pronounced the name Janet Spence. Doris was incredulous. Miss Spence of the Manor? That old woman? It was too ridiculous. Mr. Hutton laughed too. But it's quite true, he said. She adores me. Oh, the vast joke. He would go and see her as soon as he returned. See and conquer. I believe she wants to marry me, he added. But you wouldn't. You don't intend... The air was fairly crepitating with humour. Mr. Hutton laughed aloud. I intend to marry you, he said. It seemed to him the best joke he had ever made in his life. When Mr. Hutton left Southend, he was once more a married man. It was agreed that, for the time being, the fact should be kept secret. In the autumn they would go abroad together, and the world should be informed. Meanwhile, he was to go back to his own house, and Doris to hers. The day after his return, he walked over in the afternoon to see Miss Spence. She received him with the old Gioconda. I was expecting you to come. I couldn't keep away, Mr. Hutton gallantly replied. They sat in the summer-house. It was a pleasant place, a little old stucco temple, bowered among dense bushes of evergreen. Miss Spence had left her mark on it by hanging up over the seat a blue and white Dea Rubia plaque. I'm thinking of going to Italy this autumn, said Mr. Hutton. He felt like a ginger beer bottle, ready to pop with bubbling, humorous excitement. Italy? Miss Spence closed her eyes ecstatically. I feel drawn there too. Why not let yourself be drawn? I don't know. One somehow hasn't the energy and initiative to set out alone. Alone? Ah, sound of guitars and throaty singing. Yes, travelling alone isn't much fun. Miss Spence lay back in her chair without speaking. Her eyes were still closed. Mr. Hutton stroked his moustache. The silence prolonged itself for what seemed a very long time. Pressed to stay to dinner, Mr. Hutton did not refuse. The fun had hardly started. The table was laid in the loggia. Through its arches they looked out onto the sloping garden, to the valley below and the farther hills. Light ebbed away. The heat and silence were oppressive. A huge cloud was mounting up the sky, and there were distant breathings of thunder. The thunder drew nearer. A wind began to blow, and the first drops of rain fell. The table was cleared. Miss Spence and Mr. Hutton sat on in the growing darkness. Miss Spence broke a long silence by saying meditatively, I think everyone has a right to a certain amount of happiness, don't you? Most certainly. But what was she leading up to? Nobody makes generalizations about life unless they mean to talk about themselves. Happiness. He looked back on his own life, and saw a cheerful, placid existence disturbed by no great griefs, or discomforts, or alarms. He had always had money and freedom. He had been able to do very much as he wanted. Yes, he supposed he had been happy, happier than most men. And now he was not merely happy, he had discovered in irresponsibility the secret of gaiety. He was about to say something about his happiness when Miss Spence went on speaking. People like you and me have a right to be happy sometime in our lives. Me? Said Mr. Hutton, surprised. Poor Henry. Fate hasn't treated either of us very well. Oh, well, it might have treated me worse. You're being cheerful. That's brave of you. But don't think I can't see behind the mask. Miss Spence spoke louder and louder as the rain came down more and more heavily. Periodically the thunder cut across her utterances. She talked on, shouting against the noise. I have understood you so well and for so long. A flash revealed her, aimed and intent, leaning towards him. Her eyes were two profound and menacing gun barrels. The darkness re-engulfed her. You were a lonely soul, seeking a companion soul. I could sympathize with you in your solitude. Your marriage— The thunder cut short the sentence. Miss Spence's voice became audible once more with the words, could offer no companionship to a man of your stamp. You needed a soulmate. A soulmate. He, a soulmate. It was incredibly fantastic. Georgette Leblanc, the ex-soulmate of Maurice Maeterlinck. He had seen that in the paper a few days ago. So it was thus that Janet Spence had painted him in her imagination a soulmate, and for Doris he was a picture of goodness and the cleverest man in the world. And actually, really, he was what? Who knows? My heart went out to you. I could understand. I was lonely too. Miss Spence laid her hand on his knee. You were so patient. Another flash. She was still aimed, dangerously. You never complained, but I could guess. I could guess. How wonderful of you! So he was an âme incomprise. Only a woman's intuition. The thunder crashed and rumbled, died away, and only the sound of the rain was left. The thunder was his laughter, magnified, externalized. Flash and crash, there it was again, right on top of them. Don't you feel that you have within you something that is akin to this storm? He could imagine her leaning forward as she uttered the words. Passion makes one the equal of the elements. What was his gambit now? Why, obviously he should have said, yes, and ventured on some unequivocal gesture, but Mr. Hutton suddenly took fright. The ginger beer in him had gone flat. The woman was serious, terribly serious. He was appalled. Passion? No, he desperately answered. I am without passion. But his remark was either unheard or unheeded, for Miss Spence went on with a growing exultation, speaking so rapidly, however, and in such a burningly intimate whisper that Mr. Hutton found it very difficult to distinguish what she was saying. She was telling him, as far as he could make out, the story of her life. The lightning was less frequent now, and there were long intervals of darkness, but at each flash he saw her still aiming towards him, still yearning forward with a terrifying intensity. Darkness, the rain, and then flash. Her face was there, close at hand, a pale mask, greenish-white, the large eyes, the narrow barrel of the mouth, the heavy eyebrows. Agrippina. Or wasn't it rather George Roby? He began devising absurd plans for escaping. He might suddenly jump up, pretending he had seen a burglar. Stop, thief! Stop, thief! And dash off into the night in pursuit. Or should he say that he felt faint? A heart attack? Or that he had seen a ghost, Emily's ghost, in the garden? Absorbed in his childish plotting, he had ceased to pay any attention to Miss Spence's words. The spasmodic clutching of her hand recalled his thoughts. I honoured you for that, Henry, she was saying. Honoured him for what? Marriage is a sacred tie, and your respect for it, even when the marriage was, as it was in your case, an unhappy one, made me respect you and admire you, and— Shall I dare say the word? Oh, the burglar, the ghost in the garden. But it was too late. Yes, love you, Henry, all the more. But we're free now, Henry. Free? There was a movement in the dark, and she was kneeling on the floor by his chair. Oh, Henry, Henry, I have been unhappy too. Her arms embraced him, and by the shaking of her body he could feel that she was sobbing. She might have been a suppliant crying for mercy. You mustn't, Janet, he protested. Those tears were terrible, terrible. Not now, not now. You must be calm. You must go to bed. He patted her shoulder, then got up, disengaging himself from her embrace. He left her still crouching on the floor beside the chair on which he had been sitting. Groping his way into the hall, and without waiting to look for his hat, he went out of the house, taking infinite pains to close the front door noiselessly behind him. The clouds had blown over, and the moon was shining from a clear sky. There were puddles all along the road, and a noise of running water rose from the gutters and ditches. Mr. Hutton splashed along, not caring if he got wet. How heart-rendingly she had sobbed. With the emotions of pity and remorse that the recollection evoked in him, there was a certain resentment. Why couldn't she have played the game that he was playing, the heartless, amusing game? Yes, but he had known all the time that she wouldn't, she couldn't play that game. He had known and persisted. What had she said about passion and the elements? Something absurdly stale, but true. True. There she was, a cloud black-bosomed and charged with thunder, and he, like some absurd little Benjamin Franklin, had sent up a kite into the heart of the menace. Now he was complaining that his toy had drawn the lightning. She was probably still kneeling by that chair in the loggia, crying. But why hadn't he been able to keep up the game? Why had his irresponsibility deserted him, leaving him suddenly sober in a cold world? There were no answers to any of his questions. One idea burned steady and luminous in his mind, the idea of flight. He must get away at once. Part 4.
What are you thinking about, Teddy Bear?
Nothing. There was a silence. Mr. Hutton remained motionless, his elbows on the parapet of the terrace, his chin in his hands, looking down over Florence. He had taken a villa on one of the hilltops to the south of the city. From a little raised terrace at the end of the garden one looked down a long fertile valley onto the town, and beyond it to the bleak mass of Monte Morello, and eastward of it to the People Hill of Fiesole, dotted with white houses. Everything was clear and luminous in the September sunshine.
Are you worried about anything?
No, thank you.
Tell me, Teddy Bear.
But, my dear, there's nothing to tell. Mr. Hutton turned round, smiled, and patted the girl's hand. I think you better go in and have your siesta. It's too hot for you here.
Very well, Teddy Bear. Are you coming too?
When I've finished my cigar.
All right, but do hurry up and finish it, Teddy Bear.
Slowly, reluctantly, she descended the steps of the terrace and walked towards the house. Mr. Hutton continued his contemplation of Florence. He had need to be alone. It was good sometimes to escape from Doris and the restless solicitude of her passion. He had never known the pains of loving hopelessly, but he was experiencing now the pains of being loved. These last weeks had been a period of growing discomfort. Doris was always with him, like an obsession, like a guilty conscience. Yes, it was good to be alone. He pulled an envelope out of his pocket and opened it, not without reluctance. He hated letters. They always contained something unpleasant nowadays, since his second marriage. This was from his sister. He began skimming through the insulting home truths of which it was composed. The words indecent haste, social suicide, scarcely cold in her grave, person of the lower classes, all occurred. They were inevitable now in any communication from a well-meaning and right-thinking relative. Impatient, he was about to tear the stupid letter to pieces, when his eye fell on a sentence at the bottom of the 3rd page. His heart beat with uncomfortable violence as he read it. It was too monstrous. Janet Spence was going about telling everyone that he had poisoned his wife in order to marry Doris. What damnable malice! Ordinarily a man of the suavest temper, Mr. Hutton found himself trembling with rage. He took the childish satisfaction of calling names. He cursed the woman. Then suddenly he saw the ridiculous side of the situation. The notion that he should have murdered anyone in order to marry Doris. If they only knew how miserably bored he was. Poor, dear Janet. She had tried to be malicious. She had only succeeded in being stupid. A sound of footsteps aroused him. He looked round. In the garden below the little terrace, the servant girl of the house was picking fruit. A Neapolitan, strayed somehow as far north as Florence, she was a specimen of the classical type, a little debased. Her profile might have been taken from a Sicilian coin of a bad period. Her features, carved floridly in the grand tradition, expressed an almost perfect stupidity. Her mouth was the most beautiful thing about her. The calligraphic hand of nature had richly curved it into an expression of mulish bad temper. Under her hideous black clothes, Mr. Hutton divined a powerful body, firm and massive. He had looked at her before with a vague interest and curiosity. Today, the curiosity defined and focused itself into a desire. An idyll of Theocritus. Here was the woman. He, alas, was not precisely like a goat-herd on the volcanic hills. He called to her. "Armida!" The smile with which she answered him was so provocative, attested so easy a virtue, that Mr. Hutton took fright. He was on the brink once more. He was on the brink once more. On the brink. He must draw back. Oh, quickly. Quickly, before it was too late. The girl continued to look up at him. "Akimato?" she asked at last. Stupidity or reason? Oh, there was no choice now. It was imbecility every time. "Sendo!" he called back to her. 12 steps led from the garden to the terrace. Mr. Hutton counted them. Down, 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 down. He saw a vision of himself descending from one circle of the inferno to the next, from a darkness full of wind and hail to an abyss of stinking mud. For a good many days the Hutton case had a place on the front page of every newspaper. There had been no more popular murder trial since George Smith had temporarily eclipsed the European war by drowning in a warm bath his 7th bride. The public imagination was stirred by his tale of a murder brought to light months after the date of the crime. Here, it was felt, was one of those incidents in human life, so notable because they are so rare, which do definitely justify the ways of God to man. A wicked man had been moved by an illicit passion to kill his wife. For months he had lived in sin and fancied security only to be dashed at last more horribly into the pit he had prepared for himself. Murder will out. And here was a case of it. The readers of the newspapers were in a position to follow every movement of the hand of God. There had been vague but persistent rumours in the neighbourhood. The police had taken action at last. Then came the exhumation order, the post-mortem examination, the inquest, the evidence of the experts, the verdict of the coroner's jury, the trial, the condemnation. For once Providence had done its duty, obviously, grossly, didactically, as in a melodrama. The newspapers were right in making of the case the staple intellectual food of a whole season. Mr. Hutton's first emotion when he was summoned from Italy to give evidence at the inquest was one of indignation. It was a monstrous, scandalous thing that the police should take such idle, malicious gossip seriously. When the inquest was over, he would bring an action for malicious prosecution against the chief constable. He would sue the Spence woman for slander. The inquest was opened. The astonishing evidence unrolled itself. The experts had examined the body and had found traces of arsenic. They were of opinion that the late Mrs. Hutton had died of arsenic poisoning. Arsenic poisoning? Emily had died of arsenic poisoning? After that, Mr. Hutton learned with surprise that there was enough arsenicated insecticide in his greenhouses to poison an army. It was now, quite suddenly, that he saw it. There was a case against him. Fascinated, he watched it growing like some monstrous tropical plant. It was enveloping him, surrounding him. He was lost in a tangled forest. When was the poison administered? The experts agreed that it must have been swallowed 8 or 9 hours before death. About lunchtime? Yes, about lunchtime. Clara, the parlour-maid, was called. Mrs. Hutton, she remembered, had asked her to go and fetch her medicine. Mr. Hutton had volunteered to go instead. He had gone alone. Miss Spence, the memory of the storm, the white-aimed face, the horror of it all. Miss Spence confirmed Clara's statement and added that Mr. Hutton had come back with medicine already poured out in a wine-glass, not in the bottle. Mr. Hutton's indignation evaporated. He was dismayed, frightened. It was all too fantastic to be taken seriously, and yet this nightmare was a fact. It was actually happening. Monab had seen them kissing. Often. He had taken them for a drive on the day of Mrs. Hutton's death. He could see them, reflected in the windscreen, sometimes out of the tail of his eye. The inquest was adjourned. That evening Doris went to bed with a headache. When he went to her room after dinner, Mr. Hutton found her crying. "What's the matter?" He sat down on the edge of her bed and began to stroke her hair. For a long time she did not answer, and he went on stroking her hair mechanically, almost unconsciously. Sometimes he even bent down and kissed her bare shoulder. He had his own affairs, however, to think about. What had happened? How was it that the stupid gossip had actually come true? Emily had died of arsenic poisoning. It was absurd, impossible. The order of things had been broken, and he was at the mercy of an irresponsibility. What had happened? What was going to happen? He was interrupted in the midst of his thoughts. "It's my fault! It's my fault!" Doris suddenly sobbed out. "I shouldn't have loved you. I oughtn't to have let you love me. Why was I ever born?" Mr. Hutton didn't say anything, but looked down in silence at the abject figure of misery lying on the bed. "If they do anything to you, I shall kill myself." She sat up, held him for a moment at arm's length, and looked at him with a kind of violence, as though she were never to see him again. "I love you, I love you, I love you!" She drew him, inert and passive, towards her, clasped him, pressed herself against him. "I didn't know you loved me as much as that, Teddy Bear. But why did you do it? Why did you do it?" Mr. Hutton undid her clasping arms and got up. His face became very red. "You seem to take it for granted that I murdered my wife," he said. "It's really too grotesque. What do you all take me for? A cinema hero?" He had begun to lose his temper. All the exasperation, all the fear and bewilderment of the day was transformed into a violent anger against her. "It's all such damned stupidity. Haven't you any conception of a civilized man's mentality? Do I look the sort of man who'd go about slaughtering people? I suppose you imagined I was so insanely in love with you that I could commit any folly. When will you women understand that one isn't insanely in love? All one asks for is a quiet life, which you won't allow one to have. I don't know what the devil ever induced me to marry you. It was all a damned stupid practical joke, and now you go about saying I'm a murderer. I won't stand it." Mr. Hutton stamped towards the door. He had said horrible things, he knew, odious things that he ought speedily to unsay. But he wouldn't. He closed the door behind him. "Teddy Bear!" He turned the handle. The latch clicked into place. "Teddy Bear!" The voice that came to him through the closed door was agonized. Should he go back? He ought to go back. He touched the handle, then withdrew his fingers and quickly walked away. When he was halfway down the stairs, he halted. She might try to do something silly. Throw herself out of the window, or God knows what. He listened attentively. There was no sound, but he pictured her very clearly, tiptoeing across the room, lifting the sash as high as it would go, leaning out into the cold night air. It was raining a little. Under the window lay the paved terrace. How far below? 25 or 30 feet? Once, when he was walking along Piccadilly, a dog had jumped out of a third-story window of the Ritz. He had seen it fall. He had heard it strike the pavement. Should he go back? He was damned if he would. He hated her. He sat for a long time in the library. What had happened? What was happening? He turned the story over and over in his mind and could find no answer. Suppose the nightmare dreamed itself out to its horrible conclusion. Death was waiting for him. His eyes filled with tears. He wanted so passionately to live. Just to be alive. Poor Emily had wished it too, he remembered. Just to be alive. There were still so many places in this astonishing world unvisited, so many queer, delightful people still unknown, so many lovely women never so much as seen. The huge white oxen would still be dragging their wains along the Tuscan roads. The cypresses would still go up straight as pillars to the blue heaven, but he would not be there to see them. And the sweet southern wines, tear of Christ and blood of Judas, others would drink them, not he. Others would walk down the obscure and narrow lanes between the bookshelves in the London Library, sniffing the dusty perfume of good literature, peering at strange titles, discovering unknown names, exploring the fringes of vast domains of knowledge. He would be lying in a hole in the ground. And why? Why? Confusedly he felt that some extraordinary kind of justice was being done. In the past he had been wanton and imbecile and irresponsible. Now fate was playing as wantonly, as irresponsibly with him. It was tit for tat, and God existed after all. He felt that he would like to pray. 40 years ago he used to kneel by his bed every evening. The nightly formula of his childhood came to him almost unsought from some long unopened chamber of the memory. God bless father and mother, Tom and Sissy and the baby, mademoiselle and nurse, and everyone that I love, and make me a good boy, amen. They were all dead now, all except Sissy. His mind seemed to soften and dissolve. A great calm descended upon his spirit. He went upstairs to ask Doris's forgiveness. He found her lying on the couch at the floor of the bed. On the floor beside her stood a blue bottle of liniment marked, "Not to be taken." She seemed to have drunk about half of it. "You didn't love me," was all she said when she opened her eyes to find him bending over her. Dr. Libbard arrived in time to prevent any very serious consequences. "You mustn't do this again," he said while Mr. Hutton was out of the room. "What's to prevent me?" she asked defiantly. Dr. Libbard looked at her with his large, sad eyes. "There's nothing to prevent you," he said, "only yourself and your baby. Isn't it rather bad luck on your baby, not allowing it to come into the world because you want to go out of it?" Doris was silent for a time. "All right," she whispered. "I won't." Mr. Hutton sat by her bedside for the rest of the night. He felt himself now to be, indeed, a murderer. For a time he persuaded himself that he loved this pitiable child. Dozing in his chair, he woke up, stiff and cold, to find himself drained dry, as it were, of every emotion. He had become nothing but a tired and suffering carcass. At 6 o'clock he undressed and went to bed for a couple of hours of sleep. In the course of the same afternoon, the coroner's jury brought in a verdict of wilful murder, and Mr. Hutton was committed for trial. Part 6. Miss Spence was not at all well. She had found her public appearances in the witness box very trying, and when it was all over she had something that was very nearly a breakdown. She slept badly and suffered from nervous indigestion. Dr. Libbard used to call every other day. She talked to him a great deal, mostly about the Hutton case. Her moral indignation was always on the boil. Wasn't it appalling to think that one had had a murderer in one's house? Wasn't it extraordinary that one could have been for so long mistaken about the man's character, but she had had an inkling from the first? And then the girl he had gone off with, so low class, so little better than a prostitute. The news that the second Mrs. Hutton was expecting a baby, the posthumous child of a condemned and executed criminal, revolted her. The thing was shocking, an obscenity. Dr. Libbard answered her gently and vaguely, and prescribed bromide. One morning he interrupted her in the midst of her customary tirade. "By the way," he said in his soft, melancholy voice, "I suppose it was really you who poisoned Mrs. Hutton." Miss Spence stared at him for 2 or 3 seconds with enormous eyes, and then quietly said, "Yes." After that she started to cry. "In the coffee, I suppose?" She seemed to nod assent. Dr. Libbard took out his fountain pen, and in his neat, meticulous calligraphy wrote out a prescription for a sleeping draught.
Great Classic Mysteries. Production copyright 2010 by BBC Audiobooks America. All rights reserved.
Audible hopes you have enjoyed this program.